Pursuant to Section 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it is my duty to lay upon the table the list of all sponsored travel by members for the year 2011 as provided by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to two petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Chief Government Whip, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, following oral questions today, a member from each recognized party, a member for Barrow-Cholo-Nicolet, Becancour, and the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands may make a brief statement, and the time taken for these statements shall be added to the time provided for government orders. There have been discussions among the parties. I anticipate unanimous consent for this motion.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from people from all over Canada who are concerned with the mega quarry in Melancton Township in Dufferin County, which will be the largest open-pit quarry in Canada at over 2,300 acres. They are concerned with quite a few items in this matter, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that the proposed mega quarry application, there are distinct issues relating to the use of water operations based on NAFTA considerations, which may have a substantially negative financial implication federally and provincially. They are asking that the Government of Canada conduct an environmental assessment on the authority of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act on the proposed Highland Company's mega quarry development.
Presenting petitions.
Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have several petitions this morning.
To the House to inform the Canadian public of the number of civilian casualties inflicted by Canadian troops in Afghanistan, and that the House report the numbers of military casualties, including serious injuries to the Canadian public, and that the House keep the Canadian public informed of the cost of the war to Canadian taxpayers, and the House act to bring our troops home forthwith. My second petition is in regard to NATO. NATO review of nuclear weapons policy. NATO states still rely on policies involving nuclear weapons for their defense. There are no ongoing multilateral negotiations for an agreement to eliminate these weapons of mass destruction. And a model nuclear weapons convention has been filed before the UN General Assembly as a discussion document to encourage progress toward nuclear disarmament. Thus, the undersigned residents of Canada demand that the Government of Canada call for an urgent review of NATO's nuclear weapons policy to ensure that all NATO states fulfill their obligations to negotiate and conclude an agreement for the elimination of nuclear weapons.
My third petition, Madam Speaker, is to support Bill C-322, given that horse meat is currently available for sale in various markets, domestic and international, and given that they may contain prohibited substances, the petitioners call upon the House to adopt the legislative provisions in Bill C-322 to amend the Animal Health Act and the Meat Inspection Act, and this would thus prohibit the import or export of horse meat for human consumption as well as other byproducts. This is a petition that comes from Quebec, Madam Speaker.
Fourth petition I have is dealing with the same subject, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker,
in the House of Commons to bring forward and adopt into legislation my bill C-322, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act, thus prohibiting the importation or exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. And the last short petition, Madame la Présidente, petition to establish a Department of Peace. The fact that 27,000 nuclear weapons still exist in a number of countries possessing nuclear weapons, and the threat of nuclear weapons is still increasing, that 3,000 of the 26,000 nuclear weapons held by the United States and Russia are on a 15-minute launch on warning status and threaten to destroy our world due to potential technical systems failure, that 50 of today's modern nuclear weapons could kill 200 million people, and there is no medical response to the effect of a nuclear war, and that prevention is the only answer, the petitioners call upon Parliament to establish a Department of Peace that will reinvigorate Canada's role as a global peacemaker that will have the abolition of nuclear weapons as a top priority. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today it is my honor to table two petitions. The first that I'm tabling has to do with the Northern Gateway pipeline, and they are calling upon the government to act upon the moratorium in British Columbia. This is very important to deal with these super pipes, and the petitioners come from Saanich Gulf Islands. This is an issue that the majority of British Columbia citizens are saying no to.
On behalf of a number of residents of Saanich Gulf Islands and a number of Ontario towns as well, looking to the federal government very timely as we look at a federal budget later this week to protect stable base funding on a sustainable basis to ensure that our public broadcasters, CBC and Radio-Canada, are protected to continue to provide excellent service across this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to table a petition on behalf of several of my constituents of Kelowna Lake Country, as well as on behalf of my honourable colleague from Abbotsford, the Minister of International Trade, where the petitioners call on Canada as the only nation in the Western world and the company of China and North Korea without any laws restricting abortion. And as the Supreme Court has said that it's Parliament's responsibility to enact abortion legislation, and asking Parliament to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today presenting another petition calling on the government not to change the age of OAS from 65 to 67. Another 200 names added to this petition from my riding. This particular policy announcement that we suspect will come in the budget has no basis whatsoever. The old age security system is sustainable over the long run, and this delay will only, this increase in the age will only hurt low-income seniors, and they're calling on the government not to proceed with this particular policy. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The petitioners that I'm tabling today are concerned in regards to a policy announcement by the government to establish the super visa back on November the 4th. What they're asking for, Madam Speaker, is that the government reconsider in terms of the how one is able to qualify one for a super visa, in particular the requirement to have health insurance, which for a minimum time period of 1 year, which is leading into thousands of dollars, Madam Deputy Speaker. So what they're asking for is that the Minister revisit the issue. The concept of a 10-year super visa is good. It's the criteria and what's disallowing literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people across Canada from being able to acquire one for one of their parents or grandparents back in their homeland. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presentation de petitions.
Presenting petitions.
It's on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, questions number Q 452, 454, 455, 456, and 457 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions 452, 454, 455, 456, and 457 be made orders of the return and be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day? I apologize. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Senate. Débat à l'étape du rapport du
Report stage on S5, Financial System Review Act.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill S5. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon.
I shall now propose motion number 1 to the House. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Renault, moves that Bill S5 be amended by deleting Clause 212. Debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise in this House to speak to our motion, whose purpose is to delete Clause 212 from Bill S5, and it says the following. The superintendent, any deputy superintendent, any officer or employee of the office, or any person acting under the direction of the superintendent is not a compellable witness in any civil proceedings in respect of any matter coming to their knowledge as a result of exercising any of their powers or performing any of their duties or functions under this Act or the acts listed in the schedule. Madam Speaker, obviously for us this is an issue of concern. And that's why we are putting forward this motion, because this clause gives immunity, and transparency is important in these provisions for us. It's something that we hold dear to our heart, and this particular clause is something we don't agree with.
Madam Speaker, when we talk about S5 in its ensemble, that the NDP is supportive of S5 and will be voting in favour of the bill. Now, I would like to mention our concerns about the process that this bill has had and the results that are before us today. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, the government is obliged to do revisions of the Bank Act and revisions of the financial institutions on a regular interval. And what we felt very important to do is for the government to actually look at the situation of the banking industry in our country, look at its impacts on ordinary families, and come with a broad degree of public hearings to come forward with a bill that would provide those substantial revisions to the Bank Act while protecting the fundamental stability of our financial institutions. And, Madam Speaker, the government has failed to do that. The NDP has been the foremost advocate maintaining a strong and rigorous financial accountability around our banking system. Madam Speaker, and you will recall the many times when the previous Liberal government, current Conservative government, had talked about weakening those regulations to ensure that we had rigorous accounting within our banking system. It has always been the NDP that has stood foremost for stability in our banking sector and ensuring, as well at the same time, that there are rigorous regulations that apply. And it's because of that, Madam Speaker, because of that defence that the NDP has mounted in the House of Commons, that we continue to have stability in our financial institutions. When you compare it to some of the others around the world, Madam Speaker, when you look at Iceland and the meltdown that happened in the United States, of course, Madam Speaker, we can understand the risk that comes when we have the government moving to reduce regulation in our banking sector. So, Madam Speaker, we certainly are the strongest proponents in the House of having rigorous regulation governing our banking sector. And, of course, anyone who doubts that, Madam Speaker, on the other side, simply has to look at Hansard for the past few decades to see that, that tradition that we have established in Parliament. But, Madam Speaker, we also believe in protecting the public interest and the interest of ordinary families. And the way that S5 was brought forward, the fact that very few were even aware that these revisions to the Bank Act were taking place, the fact that the bill originated in the Senate, and that it was brought forward in the House at a late time, it had to be adopted in April, of course, as you know, Madam Speaker, didn't allow for the kind of rigorous analysis of our current banking sector. That simply didn't happen. Madam Speaker, the Finance Committee did have some hearings, and I want to get back to some of the comments that were raised in the few hearings the Finance Committee had on the subject. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, as you well know, when the bill is brought forward at a late date, when the deadline is set and fixed, a date in April in which the bill has to be adopted, though the NDP cooperated, we've raised concerns about how remarkably late and how few public hearings could be held into what is such an important matter, Madam Speaker. And some of the witnesses that we had before Finance Committee raised these issues as well. The coordinator of the Canadian Community Reinvestment Coalition flagged the fact that with record first-quarter profits, we have seen in the banking industry this banking profits up 5.3% compared to 2011. And while these profits have occurred, this has been done while raising bank fees and cutting jobs in the sector, Madam Speaker. And the coordinator of the Canadian Community Reinvestment Coalition also said past government actions have been ineffective ensuring Canada's big banks are not making excessive profits from gouging customers and cutting services and failing to lend to job-creating Canadian business, Madam Speaker. Now, this view was also shared by Option Consommateur in Quebec, Jean-François Vinet, who said that the bill does nothing to protect consumers from criminally high interest rates on credit cards. Madam Speaker, this is why we object to how the government has brought this forward at a late date, without any real intent to get public feedback into revisions of the Bank Act, brought forward in a scattered fashion at a very late time. We're now looking at the end of March, looking at this bill that needs to be adopted within a few weeks' time. And yet the issues around how ordinary families are impacted by the Bank Act and by the government's failure to take action is something that we feel is profoundly unfortunate. Now, Madam Speaker, we're not talking about a situation that isn't important. Madam Speaker, under this government, we now see that Canadian families are experiencing a record level of household debt, a level of debt that we have never seen in our entire history. Now, Madam Speaker, people might say, well, Tory times are tough times. But it is very true that under this government, Canadians are poor. Very simply, when you look at the high debt levels, when you also look at the real wage reduction that Canadians have experienced over the last year or two, it's a matter of broad concern to us that while Canadian families are struggling under a record level of debt, the government did not choose to bring forward in a public way revisions to the Bank Act and allow Canadians really to have their word on what is happening with current structure of the Bank Act and financial institutions and how the current levels of high interest rates are impacting them, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to refer to the Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, who warned that the ratio of debt to income will rise from an already alarming, within Canada, already alarming 153% record that was reached last year. Many think in Canada it will approach the landmark 160% hit by the United States before the United States tipped into crisis more than 3 years ago. So, Madam Speaker, we are talking about crisis level in household debt. We are talking about a crisis level in how Canadian families that we represent in communities across this country from coast to coast to coast are coping with these record debt loads. And a not unimportant element of those record debt loads, of course, are high interest rates that are charged by our financial institutions. And as the consumer representatives, the few consumer representatives that were able to come before Finance Committee have stated very clearly, nothing in these revisions contained within S5 brought from the Senate to the House of Commons after very little public input at a late date where the Finance Committee was not allowed to provide the kind of public hearings that could lead to changes in the Bank Act at that late date. Nothing deals with these fundamental questions that we've been raising in the House and that Canadians are feeling from coast to coast to coast. Every member of this NDP caucus is acutely aware of the crisis levels of household debt. Every single member here. We've raised it in the House, and yet the government simply does not seem to feel it is important or an important issue that these record levels of household debt, unparalleled in our history, that Canadian families are experiencing seem to be, for the Conservatives, just a normal manner of living. And, Madam Speaker, given the profound job loss we've experienced over the past few months, the tens of thousands of jobs lost, the reduction in real wages that Canadian families have experienced, we think that the government should be looking to help Canadian families. Now, Madam Speaker, we brought forward a series of amendments as well in committee to address some of the issues that we felt were not being addressed by process around Bill S5, which I've already mentioned, the lack of public input, the late date at which the entire process was begun, the late date by which the government brought it from the Senate to the House of Commons, allowing for scant debate, understanding, as we all do, that the deadline is a fixed deadline, the bill has to be through. And we endeavoured just the same, despite the public hearings, to bring forward a series of amendments. And, Madam Speaker, every single one of those amendments was refused by the Conservative government. Madam Speaker, we think the Bank Act revisions should be treating Canadian families.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I found the member's comments somewhat interesting as he tries to portray the NDP as some sort of a savior of the banking industry, and we all know that's not quite true. I can appreciate many New Democratic MPs nowadays want to be Liberals, they just don't want to proclaim themselves as Liberals. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague could recognize that, yes, the banking industry in Canada, in comparison to other countries around the world, is doing exceptionally well. There's no doubt about that. But that leadership and who put those regulations into place was, in fact, individuals like Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin. Those are the ones that built the banking industry to the degree in which it is enviable around the world. And I'm wondering if the member, as opposed to trying to rewrite history, would acknowledge that, in fact, it was Liberal Party administrations that, in fact, built the system that we have today, which is the envy of the world. And that's the reality.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I like the new member. He is a new member to this House, so I'm going to give him the benefit of a doubt, because he obviously was not in the House of Commons when the former Liberal government pushed to deregulate the banking sector and pushed for bank mergers, Madam Speaker. And it was the NDP party here in the House of Commons that fought that with the support of the public across the country from coast to coast to coast. And we pushed the Liberal government that wanted to deregulate and promote bank mergers. We pushed them back. And every single member of the NDP has continued to support rigorous banking regulation. That's what we stand for, because it protects the public interest, Madam Speaker. That's why we have been such a vocal team in the House defending rigorous banking regulation. And after we've seen what's happened in other countries, we can prove it right.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for speaking on this issue. I think he's on the right track when he talks about the state of the Canadian home debt. He's also, you could mention the fact as well that our housing market is in a bubble. The price of housing has escalated to a point where if the interest rate does change, if the interest rate moves up over the next couple of years, there will be so many young Canadians that will be severely impacted by this. And so we're in a situation now where with any change in world politics, we can see a huge increase in the price of oil. The price of oil is already at record low. All these things are pointing to the fact that we're living in a world when we think that we have a solid and sustainable economy. That's just simply not the case right now.
All member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
I thank the member for Western Arctic for his question. It's a very valid one. We are at crisis levels of household debt, unparalleled in our history under this government. We've seen real wage reductions, Madam Speaker. Under this government, Canadians are poorer than they were a few years ago. That's an undeniable fact. We've seen job losses across the country, factory closures from British Columbia through to Atlantic Canada, Ontario, and Quebec. We are seeing an erosion of our manufacturing sector. The Leader of the Opposition, the member from Outremont, spoke yesterday in the House about 500,000 manufacturing jobs being lost, Madam Speaker. And the member from Western Arctic is absolutely right to point out as well that any jobs this government has created actually pay $10,000 a year less than the many hundreds of thousands of jobs they've lost, Madam Speaker. So the member from Western Arctic is right. Under Conservatives, Canadians are poor.
Questions and comments?
A very brief question from the member for Compton-Stansted. 30 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find that the amendment is tremendously relevant because giving immunity to people who have power and control over laws and regulations that are very important in Bill S5. I think that is very, very relevant because once again we would see senior government officials hiding behind the iron curtain that the Conservatives have strung up in front of all civic actions. So I support this amendment completely, and I would like my colleague to explain why it is so relevant to adopt this amendment today. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster, 30 seconds left. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Compton-Stansted for his question. He is a new member, but he does a great amount of good work in this House. Madam Speaker, we should remember what the Conservatives said just prior to May 2nd, even on May 2nd. They said that they would be a government that would be transparent, that would respect democracy, a government that would do things in public. And, Madam Speaker, we have seen since May 2nd that they have not been transparent at all. There's an utter lack of respect for Canadian democracy and an utter lack of respect for the House of Commons. So we are going to continue to work for transparency in this House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of Bill S5, the Financial System Review Act, at third and final reading. As members may recall from second reading debate, today's act is the result of the long-established practice of reviewing legislation governing federally regulated financial institutions every 5 years. This practice sets Canada apart from almost every country in the world and ensures the safety and stability of Canada's financial system. This practice has also been praised as an important reason that Canada's financial system remains the soundest in the world. Earlier this year, the Independent Financial Stability Board praised this practice, and I quote, "The review of all legislation to ensure that it is current, contributes to stability and growth of the financial sector, and by extension allows Canada to remain a global leader in financial services." The present 5-year review process began with an open and public consultation in September 2010, where all Canadians were invited to provide their views on how to best improve our financial system. Before continuing today, I want to recognize and thank the members of the House Finance Committee for their timely review and support of today's legislation. During the committee's consideration, representatives of groups appeared ranging from the Credit Union Central of Canada, the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions Canada, and more. We thank all the witnesses before the committee for taking the time to appear and give their thoughts. I'll note that the witnesses were united in their belief that keeping Canada's financial system safe and secure was a very important goal. Without a doubt, Canada's financial system is important to our economy and jobs as well. In fact, it employs over 750,000 men and women in good, well-paying jobs and represents about 7% of Canada's overall economy. What's more, Canada is a world leader in this field and a model for the world to look to, especially during the recent economic turbulence. We did not nationalize, bail out, or buy equity stakes in banks like the US, the UK, and Europe. In the words of Constantine Passaris, professor of economics at the University of New Brunswick, and I quote, "The Canadian way is to record our national achievements in a low-key and understated manner. There is one economic achievement, however, that has made the world stand up and notice. Indeed, in this case, we cannot hide from the international spotlight, and we can proudly accept the global applause for our Canadian banking system. At the end of the day, Canadian banks proved resilient in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. Furthermore, they remain solid financial institutions capable of serving as the catalyst for the economic recovery. Indeed, they are a global beacon and a role model for exemplary banking in the 21st century." Unquote. Little wonder then, over the past 4 years, the World Economic Forum has ranked our financial system as the soundest in the world. The Financial System Review Act will help ensure Canada continues to have a financial system so safe and secure that it remains a model for other countries around the world. As I mentioned earlier, in order to keep the legal framework of our financial system up to date, Canada reviews this legislation on a 5-year cycle. Ordinarily, this review cycle is sufficient to keep pace with new developments. However, faced in 2008 with the deepest and most wide-reaching financial and economic crisis since the Great Depression, our Conservative government took more immediate action. Between 2008 and 2011, we took important steps to make our financial system more stable, reduce systemic risks, and ensure we had the flexibility and power to support financial institutions during a crisis. Our actions included enhancing the power of the Bank of Canada to provide liquidity to financial institutions, expanding the tools available to the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation for resolving a troubled institution, and taking proactive steps to protect and strengthen the Canadian housing market. Our approach proved effective, as the Canadian financial system remained a rock of stability through the global financial crisis and won international praise. In the words of Ireland's independent newspaper, I quote, "The Canadian system has won praise worldwide, with U.S. President Barack Obama among its fans. The Canadian system is undoubtedly an excellent model." Unquote. Madam Speaker, our government has not been sitting on its hands. Instead, we have improved many key elements of our financial system and strengthened it by adding new tools. So it will not shock you to learn that in public consultations done in advance of today's Act, most agreed major overhaul was not needed. That's why the Financial System Review Act focused on minor yet significant refinements of the system, not a major overhaul. I would like to briefly highlight one such key element in today's Act that has attracted some attention. The financial crisis highlighted the importance of evaluating the overall size of financial institutions, their global linkages, and the impact these factors have on financial stability and the best interests of Canada's financial system. As a partial response to lessons learned, today's Act proposes to reinstate an existing ministerial approval for select foreign acquisitions of financial institutions. To provide historical background, in 1992, the government of the day amended the legislation to allow federally regulated financial institutions to own a foreign subsidiary or to hold a substantial investment in a foreign institution with the approval of the minister. In 2001, that requirement for ministerial approval and review by the Department of Finance was repealed, and oversight was limited to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. However, since 2001, the global banking crisis has highlighted new risk factors that support greater oversight to keep our financial system secure. As such, we are restating some of those historical oversight provisions that were repealed in early 2001. This would simply add ministerial approval if a federally regulated financial institution acquires a major foreign entity which increases its assets by more than 10%. The criteria that the minister could consider are hardwired in the legislation, that being the stability and best interests of the financial sector. The timeline for approval is also hardwired. The legislation requires the minister's consideration in 30 days, or it will be deemed approved. In effect, the minister has 30 days to deny or ask for an extension. This would likely apply only rarely. In fact, since 2004, there have been only a small number of cases where the proposed legislation would have applied. I would finally note that the reactions from academics, bankers, and the Superintendent of Financial Institutions herself have been quite supportive of the provision. For instance, Michael King, professor of finance at the Ivey Business School, said, and I quote, "This kind of rule is actually one of the reasons why Canadian banks weathered the crisis so well over the years. Canadian banks have done well, and it's helped the Canadian economy to have such stable banks," unquote. In conclusion, let me say our Conservative government believes that modern and effective regulation is important for consumers and for a prosperous economy. By enacting the Financial System Review Act, we will ensure that our financial system remains safe and secure, and that's why I ask all members of this House to support Bill S5. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. No? Justice? Status of women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her great speech. I would just like to ask my colleague, why is authority to approve acquisitions by banks being returned to the Minister? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from London for that question. In fact, Canada's, I wanted to say that and this was part of my speech. And we're returning the authority to the minister to approve these foreign transactions. This is something that did occur previous to 2001, and now we are bringing this back, mainly because Canada's sound financial system is a model for the world. We want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we keep it that way. And returning this oversight provision is actually part of that fine-tuning process that is part of this 5-year review. And so it simply requires that the minister give approval when the financial institution acquires a major foreign equity that increases its assets by more than 10%.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just a quick question. One of the issues that we raised earlier in debate, and we raised this at committee, and we heard some representation at committee. We saw a story again today in the media about the concerns with the state of the Ombudsman for Banking Services and Investment. The fact that that is the only independent body that's set up to protect the interests of consumers as it relates to the practices of banks. 2 major banks now have pulled out of that arrangement. When we ask questions, and the minister has said in the past that he's going to set up some other kind of accountability mechanism, but yet hasn't done so. We're concerned about it. The banks are concerned about it. Consumers are concerned about it. The fact that the government hasn't moved on that. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could give us an indication what the direction is of this government.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Act, in fact, this legislation does actually affect consumers and protect consumers. One example is the ability of any Canadian who is doing their banking to cash checks, for example, up to $1,500 free of charge at any bank. Increases maximum penalty for violation of consumer provisions in the legislation. But aside from those consumer protections, I want to assure the member opposite that this government, it is because of the actions of this government that we have the most sound financial system in the world. In fact, we also have in our Minister of Finance the world's best Minister of Finance, and it's because of that that we put forward in 2000 and we began in 2007 the major overhaul of this Act that resulted in the kind of banking system we have today, praised by the World Economic Forum as one of the best in the world.
Comments of the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in languishing the praise on the Finance Minister, it's pretty cute. Because in 2006, this Finance Minister, we know that he recklessly followed the U.S. lead and brought in the 40-year zero-down mortgages, fueling the Canada's personal debt and housing bubble, which certainly didn't help a lot of Canadians. Canadians are feeling the impact of that now. And we know that while in opposition, Conservatives continually pushed Liberals to follow the U.S. lead with deregulation of the banking system. So what has gone on? When did the light come on for this Conservative government to understand that the banking system here in this country, stands apart from those in other nations? But for years they chased the bus about the deregulation bus. When did the light come on over there with this government?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South has 30 seconds to respond.
I would say that, in fact, my understanding is that the U.S. is actually following our model. And, in fact, President Obama has indicated publicly that he has a great respect for our banking system, and I think that is in large part due to this government's actions, not only in the review of the Financial System Act, but in all Financial Review Act. But in all cases, our economy is moving forward and has grown and has led the G7 because of the actions of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hearts.
Madam Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise today to speak on S5. Madam Speaker, this legislation does not make significant changes to the Canadian banking system. In fact, the Canadian banking system is among it's probably, if not it's among the most prudentially sound banking systems in the world. And I think that's something that all of us as Canadians recognize as being important to our Canadian economy. And I believe it's good for Canadian jobs, it's good for our role in the world and our influence on the world. The growth in the scale and success of Canadian banks compared to other banks in other countries and other banking systems in recent years has been remarkable. And it's important to recognize why that is the case. And while I agree with the Conservatives when they say that the World Economic Forum and other international fora recognize that the Canadian banks and the Canadian banking system is among the best in the world. Where I differ from them is the genesis of why that is the case. The reality is that during the 1990s, when the global trend in the U.S. and in Europe was to go to rampant deregulation, it was the Canadian government that said no, that refused to follow the lemmings in other countries off the cliff. In Canada, the Chrétien government, with Paul Martin as finance minister and Jean Chrétien as prime minister, were under immense pressure to follow the global trend of deregulation, and they said no to that. Exactly. They disagreed with that because they did not believe it was in the interests of Canadian bank customers, in the interest of Canadian small businesses, in the interest of ultimately the prudential strength of Canadian banks to do that. So the decision was made not to deregulate at that time, and thank goodness that was the case. It is important to realize that there were members of the Reform Party and Canadian Alliance Party, what it was, I forget at this point what it was at that point, who were in fact opposed to the government and the decisions at that time. Madam Speaker, I will be the first to offer a mea culpa from my perspective, because there were times when I was critical of the government's caution at that time. And I'll be the first to admit that when I criticized the government for their caution at that time, I was wrong. And I will admit I was wrong. And I will not take credit personally for the decisions made by the Chrétien and Martin team at that time. I was wrong. They were right. Madam Speaker, I just wish that at some point the folks on the other side, who were also wrong at that time, would admit that they were wrong, and Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin were right. I mean, I don't take credit personally for the fact that some very strong and sound decisions were made by the Chrétien and Martin governments at that time, because I was criticizing those decisions at the time. But, Madam Speaker, again, I was wrong. Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin were right, and the Liberal government was right. So all I'm saying is, Madam Speaker, when the government speaks of and boasts of the prudential strength of Canadian banks and our reputation in the world, they ought to do the same thing. They should have the same journey that I've gone through, where you embrace your inner honesty.
Yes, that's right.
And you expunge your inner hypocrisy.
You'll feel better afterwards.
And you feel so much better. It is cleansing. It is completely cleansing. I mean, so let's look at what happened in the 90s. The reality is the Chrétien and Martin governments did the right thing by not following the global trend to deregulation. There are some other reasons why Canada is doing well and our financial services sector is doing well. Part of it is that there's a massive global trend for commodities. And we have a lot of commodities in Canada. Oil, gas, mining. Just in mining financings, 80% of all the mining transactions, financings in the world over the last 5 years were transacted in Toronto. Calgary, I was there last week and I met with some oil and gas finance companies and some oil and gas companies. Calgary's booming in terms of oil and gas financings. Now, none of us in this House, not even the Conservatives, can legitimately take credit for putting the oil and gas under the ground.
Well, they might try.
Or the minerals or potash under the soil. That, they can't say we put the oil and gas under the ground in Alberta or the potash under the ground in Saskatchewan. And we all know that they didn't put the oil and gas off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. That was Danny Williams. But the reality, Madam Speaker, is that we have to be honest with each other about why we're doing well as a country. And two of the reasons why is we have a strong banking system and we have become the global center for mining and for oil and gas transactions. And that's all a very good thing. Now, in this bill specifically, one of the changes that the government is making is the decision, some foreign takeovers of foreign banks by Canadian banks will be subject to not public servant scrutiny in some cases, but will go to the minister's office, and the minister's office will determine, depending on the size of the transaction and the relative size relative to the Canadian bank's assets. So it won't be OSFI, as an example, that will have, in the public service, that will have the decision to make. It will be the minister's office. Now, I can understand the rationale from some perspectives. The government may see that as an extra level of precaution in terms of having the minister's office, but I have a concern, and I raised this at committee, of politicizing these transactions and potentially when Canadian banks, which we know Canadian banks have been very acquisitive in recent years. We've seen the Bank of Nova Scotia buy all the RBS, or Royal Bank of Scotland's assets in Colombia, and more recently a significant retail bank in Colombia. Bank of Nova Scotia bought the Bank of Guangzhou, or 20% of the Bank of Guangzhou, for $700 million in China a few months ago. We're seeing that happen, and that's generally a very positive news story in terms of those head office jobs that will be here in Canada, and the opportunity for us to strengthen our influence and financially and in business around the world. But I don't want to see these transactions, I want to see them judged based on prudential strength, not on politics and other issues. I think we have to be careful of that. The other thing, Madam Speaker, when you're talking about the banking system, one of the biggest concerns we have is the level of personal debt that Canadians are carrying right now. There's $1.50 of debt on average for every dollar of annual income in Canadian families. That's at a record high. That is actually higher than our American friends who are less indebted personally than Canadians today. Canadian families have the highest level of debt, and again, it's higher than the personal debt levels of Americans. And we have historically low interest rates today. And people are struggling just to get by today. A lot of people have lost their full-time jobs. They've seen their full-time jobs replaced by part-time work. We've seen a bifurcation of the Canadian economy, where if you're in Alberta or Saskatchewan, which have a lot of natural resources, it's a very different kind of economy than if you're in Ontario or Quebec or the Maritimes. And the reality is, one of the reasons why we've seen a growth in personal debt, it's not that Canadians are going out and buying big screen TVs and boats. That's what the Minister of Finance said, that he was blaming the personal debt levels on Canadians' profligate spending buying big screen TVs and boats. It's not that. It's that a lot of Canadians have lost their full-time jobs and been replaced by part-time work. Now, and the other factor, Madam Speaker, has been that this government has sent signals to Canadians, and in fact has changed the rules and the regulations around lending to actually encourage Canadians to take on more debt. In its first budget, his first budget in 2006, the finance minister brought in 40-year mortgages with no down payment. Wow. For the first time ever in Canada. So the government has to take some responsibility for the growth in personal indebtedness and the degree to which Canadian citizens and families are leveraged today financially, because it itself changed the rules in 2006 to, imagine, 40-year mortgages with...
Order, please. Order, please. I must interrupt the honourable member. His time has elapsed, but perhaps in response to questions and comments, he can complete his comments. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin Campus Casing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Colleague, and I'm glad that they admitted that they were wrong. We always like to hear that.
He was wrong.
But anyhow, I just want to talk about the amendment that we've put forward. It talks about the amendment that we have put forward is about transparency and accountability. And I'm just wondering if my colleague could maybe talk a little bit about that, and the fact that this amendment is actually an amendment that should be put forward, and that we hope the government would actually support. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kings Hunts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's question. Just to give her some background, I was elected in 1997 as Progressive Conservative, elected again in 2000 as a Progressive Conservative, but at the time of the merger in 2003, I bolted, got the heck out of there, and joined the Liberal Party because I wanted to be a moderate centrist party. In any case, again, so just to clarify, yes, I personally was wrong in the late 90s when I was opposing some of the decisions made by the government, but I'm tremendously proud to have learned not only to admit my past mistakes, but to embrace the strong prudential policies of the Liberal Party when it comes to financial institutions and banking. Now, to her question specifically, the question of any amendment that will strengthen transparency and accountability, I would would tell her that I don't expect to see the government support anything that will strengthen accountability or transparency. This is the most secretive, least accountable government I've ever seen. I have never in 15 years, almost 15 years, in this Parliament, being in both opposition and a government, witnessed a government that will not provide even the costs of its legislation to the House of Commons, that has to be dragged kicking and screaming. In fact, a contempt of Parliament, found in contempt of Parliament. So I appreciate the honourable member and her party's amendment for greater transparency, but I'm concerned that the government will not understand or appreciate that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened with interest to my colleague's speech. And you know, when we listen to the Liberals talk about their past, it reminds me of an old song, "Glory Days," and I want him to just be reminded of those things. That you know, although they like to take a lot of credit for things, oftentimes circumstance bears a big part of that as well too. I appreciate, as I said, my honourable member's speech. I appreciate him in the committee as well too. But they seem to bring up the 40 years that was enacted in 2006. But to set the record straight, I wonder if the honourable member would just agree with me that was changed again by this government to reflect better what is the circumstance in the financial world today to the 30 years. And I just wonder if he could mind setting that record straight as well too.
Well, member for Kings Hunts.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I enjoyed working with him at committee. He comes from a small business entrepreneurial background and brings some of that good common sense to committee, and I always found his interventions to be valuable. On this particular intervention, yes, the government did change back, reverse the decision that it had made initially to extend 40-year mortgages with no down payment for the first time in Canadian history. And in fact, what I would ask that honourable member to do is to speak with his finance minister and to urge them to actually say we were wrong when we pushed for and changed the rules to 40-year mortgages and zero down payment. And the only thing that changed their mind was when the bottom fell out of the global banking system, which that was the only thing that changed their mind. They were saying, "Giddy up, let's go, let's rock and roll, let's join the global trend of deregulation." Liberals wouldn't let us do it, but by gosh, let's get on that horse and ride off over the cliff. And so, thank goodness, they didn't have a lot of time before the global financial crisis to do more deregulation of that sort. But I'm sure the honourable member will agree with me that it was the right decision to reverse their earlier bad decision.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to remind the House that it was this finance minister then, when pressed to put taxes on all financial transactions around the world, led the charge, speaking to governments around the world, saying this is not a good idea in financially difficult times. And so we certainly trust this finance minister to do the right thing, not only in the interest of this country, but do the right thing around the world. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to lend my voice to today's debate on Bill S5, the Financial System Review Act. In many ways, today's act can be seen as fine-tuning an already mature, stable, and sophisticated financial system. As members are already aware, our financial sector was and is the envy of the world during the recent worldwide economic crisis, and this legislation continues to build on and enhance an already strong system. A bit of background on the Act before I begin. The government reviews all legislation governing federally regulated financial institutions every 5 years to ensure the stability of the Canadian financial services sector. Today's Act is the product of the latest 5-year review, which began in September 2010 with an open public consultation. I would also add that it is imperative that this Act be passed by early April, as there is a sunset clause in the existing legislation. The four principal acts that govern the financial sector, the Bank Act, the Insurance Companies Act, the Trust and Loan Companies Act, and the Cooperative Credit Associations Act, all have their sunset dates renewed for 5 years. Bill S5 also contains changes to federal statutes such as the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions Act, the Bank of Canada Act, the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporations Act, and the Canadian Payments Act. Now I'd like to turn back to the overall issue of Canada's financial system. Not so long ago, Madam Speaker, Canada's financial system was considered too conservative and too small to be doing business on a global stage. But not anymore. Now Canada is recognized and celebrated beyond our borders for having strong and stable financial sector. As we all know, over the past 4 years, the World Economic Forum has ranked our banking system as the soundest in the world. Forbes magazine has ranked Canada as #1 in its annual review of the best countries to do business. The IMF as well as heralded Canada's financial system and its oversight, and I quote, "The Canadian banking system was able to withstand the international crisis well, and the authorities have continued to monitor risk closely," end quote. We can be rightfully proud of the reputation we have in this area, but that does not allow us to rest on our laurels. We must constantly be updating our regulations, and Bill S5 is a reflection of our government's commitment to this effect. Growth in the industry necessitates constant diligence within our regulation laws. In addition to growing, Canada's financial sector is now operating on a truly global scale, diversifying its customer base and taking best practices to countries around the world. The Prime Minister's recent tour of China, promoting our economic ties there, provides an excellent and timely example of this outward growth, and the Canadian financial system's increasing influence in the Pacific economic superpower. While in Beijing recently, the Prime Minister announced the conclusion of negotiations toward the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. This agreement is a treaty designed to promote Canadian investment abroad through legally binding provisions, as well as to promote foreign investment in Canada. By ensuring greater protection against discriminatory and arbitrary practices and enhancing predictability of the market's policy framework, the agreement allows investors to invest with greater confidence. Canada has consistently supported strong, rules-based investment through the negotiation of such agreements. Once fully implemented, the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement will facilitate investment flows, contributing to job creation and economic growth in Canada. China is now Canada's second-largest merchandise trading partner and our third-largest export market. Trade and financial services has been a key part of that growth, and it can be expected to grow continually in the years to come. Direct investment between Canada and China has increased substantially in recent years, and there have been progress with respect to portfolio investment, as well as under China's qualified domestic institutional investor and qualified foreign institutional investor programs. As they are elsewhere in the world, Canada's financial institutions are increasing presence in China. For example, Scotiabank recently won a bid to purchase key stake in a bank, a major Chinese financial institution with more than 4 million customers. In 2010, Bank of Montreal became the first Canadian bank and one of only 3 North American banks to incorporate in China. In 2010, Sun Life Everbright more than tripled its reported gross life insurance business in Canada through its 19 branches. The company provides insurance covering over 9 million customers. In 2011, Manulife announced licenses for its joint venture of Manulife Sinochem Life Insurance Company to enter 5 new cities in China, bringing its total to 49 cities across 12 provinces with a total population of 350 million people. Last year, the TSX opened offices in Beijing to advance Canada's capital markets. Last year, Power Corporation of Canada purchased a 10% stake in China Asset Management Company, the country's largest asset manager. Chinese financial institutions are also coming to Canada to invest as well because of our pro-trade environment. Indeed, last year, China Investment Corp announced the opening of a Toronto office representing the first permanent foreign location for this huge Chinese financial institution. In the words of the President of China Investment Corp, and I quote, "There are countries with comparable economic characteristics to Canada, but with a lot less friendly environment. In our dealing with the Canadian government, with the business people, we feel that it's a lot more congenial to our investments." End quote. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Canada's financial services industry is merely one example of an industry whose horizons have broadened significantly, and as the Prime Minister's recent visit made clear, these efforts are reaping results. Here at home, we are making the necessary adjustments to foster this growth. That is why today's Act will reduce the administrative burden. For example, federally regulated insurance companies offering adjustable policies in foreign jurisdictions will be relieved from providing duplicate disclosure requirements. In the years to come, already an attractive place for trade and investment, Canada will become an increasingly attractive choice for trade and investment, including financial services. Being a prime choice for trade and investment does not happen easily, but here in Canada it happens for several reasons. First, we have a relatively solid economic fundamental compared to most of our peers, especially those amongst the G7. Over 610,000 more Canadians are working today than when the recession ended, resulting in the strongest rate of employment growth by far in the G7 countries. Even better, about 9 in 10 positions created since July 2009 have been full-time positions, with close to 80% of these being in the private sector. Real GDP growth is now significantly above pre-recession levels and the best performance in the G7. We've also reduced red tape, and we continue to promote free trade, not only through our tariff changes, but also through free trade agreements. I am proud of our Conservative government has signed free trade agreements with 9 countries, and we are in negotiations with additional 50 countries, including India and the European Union. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, as a former member of the International Trade Committee, I've seen firsthand how these trade agreements strengthen our economy and provide Canada with a greater voice on the global stage. I'm also proud of our low tax plan, meaning that Canada now has an overall tax rate on new business investments substantially lower than any G7 country and below the average of member countries of the OECD. This low tax plan is about making Canada a strong destination for investment and for jobs, not driving businesses and jobs away with massive tax hikes like the NDP proposes. Madam Speaker, Bill S5 will ensure that our financial system remains a critical element of our success and that it will maintain its place in the ranks of global leaders. I think, Madam Speaker, if you look at what this government has been doing over the last number of years, I mentioned earlier lower taxes has been important. I mentioned in my speech about reducing red tape. But there's been many other things that this Prime Minister and this government has done, looking at trying to resolve issues with the President of the U.S. Along our borders, so our goods can flow more freely across our borders. I mentioned, of course, additional places to sell our goods through a variety of free trade agreements. Our continued commitment to maintaining a strong and stable banking system. But as we continue to look at these things, there's also R&D investments that we continue to make. We realize that the way we're going to move forward is by being able to commercialize some of these R&D opportunities. And so with a strong financial sector, we do realize that this is important to business, but it's also equally important to all Canadians who depend upon it for jobs and for their daily financial transactions. I encourage all honourable members to support this important legislation and see that it is passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech with some interest. I think that financial issues are always very important. It's always very important to actually have correct data. The Conservatives have said over and over again their mantra is, well, we've created 600,000 jobs since the recession, and I know they're pleased about that. But they present it in a context that's not correct, because, of course, they don't talk about the expanding nature of the workforce. And if they did, if they mentioned that fact, then they would be led to actually talk about the unemployment rate, which is about 2% higher than it was before the recession. So when they say that they've had a full recovery, that this is all going so very well, it's not the case. They're using figures in a fashion, and they're hoping by saying it over and over again as their mantra that they will get everyone else to agree to that. Well, we don't agree to that. We think that when we're presenting financial information in this House of Commons, we should do the very best to presented in a correct and adequate fashion so that the people of Canada can understand what's happening in the economy. Doesn't my colleague agree with that?
Full member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
And I want to thank my colleague from Western Arctic for his question. In terms of numbers, he mentions 600,000. We actually believe it's closer to 610,000 in terms of new jobs that's been created. I think we all understand, too, that this has been a particularly difficult time around the world. And I guess my concern would be what would happen if the NDP were actually in government at a time like this? Would there be more taxing and spending? Would we actually see the kind of growth? We know that many countries have been affected by this recession. The good news is that our country has recovered far faster than any other countries. Is there more that needs to be done? By all means. And we're going to see some of that in the budget that's going to happen here in a couple of days, where we're going to continue to build on the success that we've already had, continue to work at creating new jobs, because it is paramount for this government to continue to create new jobs, to continue to reduce red tape, as we mentioned, and make more opportunities for Canadians here at home.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, we spend a lot of time on this bill in terms of talking about banks for just reason. What I'm interested in hearing some sort of a comment on is the whole area of credit unions. I know that credit unions have played a significant role in filling in where a lot of banks and banking industry as a whole has been closing down, for example, some of the offices, the branch offices, and it's been kind of filled in by credit unions. And many of the constituents in which I represent want to see a larger role for Assiniboine credit unions, Steinbach credit unions in general. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment in regards to credit unions on this particular bill.
Honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Winnipeg North, thank you very much. I believe that credit unions do play a vital part. I certainly bank at a credit union. I think they provide an important role. I think as we look at the context of what we're dealing with here today, I think that's why it bears mentioning again all the things that is going on with this government. Making sure that our banking system is stable is just one of those mechanisms. But the other things that we need to look at as well, as we talked about, are cutting taxes, continuing to spend money in R&D, looking at trying to create opportunity for our goods, which means free trade deals around the world. So there's a whole combination of things that we need to do to continue to make our economy strong, continue to give us an opportunity to continue to grow in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. There's a minute left, so a very brief question.
Thank you. Brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his intervention. There are some real technical pieces to this legislation, and amongst those technical pieces are things like thresholds for bank ownership and ownership thresholds on financial institutions. I was wondering if the member could tell me why large bank ownership threshold is being increased as part of this piece of legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West, 30-second response.
30 seconds. All right. Well, I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Aboriginal Affairs for his question. I think it's important as we look at the way things are changing around the world that we continue to keep pace with that. And so one of the reasons that we're looking at increasing thresholds from 8 billion to 12 billion is really to reflect the growth in the sector and make sure that we're keeping up with the requirements as we continue to grow. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Good day, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start with a quote from Mr. Holland, who is a candidate for the presidential elections. He said, "My adversary has no party, no platform. He will never be a candidate for election, and yet he governs." That is the financial sector. So, Madam Speaker, we have here a golden opportunity to make significant amendments to a series of laws that could benefit all Canadians, not only financial institutions. I'm talking about people who use these financial institutions, the people who need them, the people who undertake transactions with these financial institutions. Now, what's the first problem with this bill? Well, the first problem is that it comes from the Senate. As a New Democrat, I have a problem with an unelected House where there is no member from the New Democratic Party, even though we are the official opposition. We've been excluded from this club. So we're not there, and it's unfortunate. But what it means is that these people in that House are actually not listening to the population. They're not accountable before the population. They didn't even have to hear the population. This was done very quickly, this work, and it deserved more. It deserved more considerable study and reflection. It deserved more follow-up, because these are just a series of technical changes that were made without actually asking questions about the future of our country and the distribution of wealth in this country. So no real questions came from the Senate. In fact, they are not even accountable before the Canadian public. So that's my first problem with this. But let's continue on to another more serious matter. Currently, Madam Speaker, all financial institutions and major businesses have access to a pool of about $500 billion. $500 billion. And if only a small amount of that were reinvested into the industrial sector, that would bring about very significant economic gains in Canada. So we wouldn't just have to export our primary resources, we could actually transform them, process them in Canada. But you see, the financial sector isn't really interested in investing. And so the question is, do they just speculate, acquire other institutions or acquisitions, or are we going to build a modern and competitive society in Canada? That would have been an important question to answer, Madam Speaker, and it would have been relevant in terms of our regulations. So we could have had an opportunity here to restrict speculation and make our financial sector more accountable, but that's not the case. And these questions were never the case. It's never been the case with the Conservatives or the Liberals. What they're looking for is immediate gains, immediate profits. But in this case, they could have seen a little further, a little beyond just a few years into the future, and they could have taken a look at what we can do better in the long term, but that wasn't considered at all. Here's another problem. In Canada, we have a very important cooperative sector. They play a very important role here, and in the past they have been very involved. And there's also the issue of mutual funds. And the cooperative associations here are not protected, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate, and it's very important to protect these cooperative banks, given the amount of privatization that is taking place. So here we have capital that belongs to past generations, and it's shared amongst the current owners, the current members of the cooperatives. What that means is that all the sacrifices of past generations that were made and that were invested will now be distributed to a few individuals only.
In the past, in the present, and unfortunately this is going to continue in the future, and I'm talking about these unacceptable abuses of the system. That is not referred to in the bill, and yet this is a financial sector that deserves to be defended. Now, if there is something missing in this regard, it is definitely the Conservatives. Currently, there is all households are carrying heavy levels of debt. And this is largely due to the excessive value of residences and the speculation on purchases of homes. People are over-indebted, and the debt levels are not going down. Unfortunately, salaries are stagnating, prices are rising, especially credit fees, and that causes bankruptcies. It means that Canada's financial system is becoming an instrument of aggression and attack on Canadian consumers. And consumers are paying the price. Credit cards with 19% interest rates, low interest levels for people who make deposits. very low yields on RRSPs. All of this is a problem, and it has not been corrected by this bill. They could have moved further on credit cards. When people are charging 19% rates on credit cards, that's abuse. And there is an overrepresentation of credit on the market, and it incites people to get further and further into debt. And that could have more heavily regulated, and it is not the case in this bill. A freeze on deposits. It was said that a check of $1,500 from the federal government, when it did not have to be frozen, that was progress, that people from the financial institutions had the immediate obligation to deposit these checks, except that it was already provided for under another act that had been passed. So that is not progress. A member for St. Boniface, who sits on the committee, portrayed that as great progress. And the superintendent of financial institutions said, yes, but the only problem is that it already exists, in fact, under another law. What you are putting down in S5 already exists. It's current practice. So there has been no improvement, and that is a major problem. A great deal more could have been done. There's also a freeze on deposits for 1 week between paychecks of a company. Now that period is much too long. It could have been reduced by regulation as well. So that is abuse. That is administrative red tape. This government boasts that it wants to reduce red tape as much as possible for citizens, but it certainly missed a golden opportunity to do so under this bill. Something else that is not mentioned in this bill is the future. What is coming up with the development of financial instruments, commercial papers, for example, derivatives. All this new universe of financial products is not addressed at all by this bill, and that is very dangerous. Well, the Conservatives said, well, we're regulating financial institutions, and it's thanks to access to credit. Well, I mean, that's all very well, but we're talking about financial products that exist already. The problem, and we saw this in 2008, is that all the financial products that were not regulated at all, that caused the problems. That is what cost Canadians dearly. And people are still paying to this day, especially for RRSPs. People suffered major losses from their pension funds, from their RRSPs, and that has not yet been corrected by this bill. This bill does not protect consumers, and it does not protect people who participate in pension funds. It simply protects a financial system that wants to grow quickly, massively, and that wants to seek profits, make profits as quickly as possible. It is not interested in the overall prosperity of Canadians. It is interested only in the prosperity of these financial institutions. So, Madam Speaker, you will understand that given a bill that comes up every 5 years, the government missed a golden opportunity to meet economic needs, to put in place an instrument that would be useful, even with regard to just available capital, that this should be presented to industry for an investment that would help Canada in the current context. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member, my colleague and member of the Finance Committee, an active participant in the Finance Committee, who brings a lot of passion to that role and a lot of passion to our role in trying to make sure that the financial legislation and efforts that we make here with respect to proper and accountable banking rules and regulations are put forward in good common sense fashion. I'd like to ask him, Madam Speaker, if he would comment a bit on what appears to be a nonchalance on behalf of the government as it relates to a piece of legislation like this, which they like to class as technical in nature and therefore not that important, when in fact they could have done what he's already suggested, which is move forward with some real and proper protections for consumers. I wonder if you'd talk a little more about that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Yes, it could have talked more about it because it had the golden opportunity to do so, to limit certain abuses. My goodness, how can I say this in a parliamentary fashion? There was definitely in Canada, there are sharks, and the Canadian consumers are the unfortunate goldfish in the aquarium. And this government has changed nothing in that situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked to us about household debt and also speculation that is not regulated. Could he give us more detail concerning this this flaw in the bill? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Madam Speaker, currently, everything is governed by speculation. All the financial system cares about is immediate prosperity. So on the real estate side, it was decided to foster accessibility to homes by buyers, but unfortunately, the commercial practice means that more and more people are very heavily in debt. Some 50% of their salary goes to debt, and in Vancouver, where there's a major real estate bubble, it's over 75%. It's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. We're heading for a wall. If a real estate bubble explodes in Canada, all of the Canadian economy will suffer. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate his intervention today. As he said earlier, there are a number of technical aspects to this, and he spoke about some of the things that he viewed should have been done, but there were some key things that were accomplished through this legislation that are different from previous versions of this legislation. And one of those was the approval of foreign acquisitions by banks. And under this piece of legislation, the authority to approve foreign acquisitions by banks is being returned to the minister. I was wondering, in his appreciable understanding of this legislation, why he thinks that's important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Well, with all due respect to my honourable colleague, what was important is the superintendent of financial institutions, what he had to say. The fact that this operation is being made political, I don't think that that's a relevant or a good idea. What was truly important was to hear from the superintendent and to hear about the criteria. We in the NDP indicated that not only the health of financial institutions was good, but also this measure should apply to all of the Canadian economy. Just saying that it is good for the Canadian economy, that was not found admissible by the members of the Financial Committee, and that is too bad. It was the criteria that were important. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the occasion to speak on the third and final reading of the Financial System Review Act, Bill S5. I want to start by remarking that S5 is important to the strength of Canada's financial system and describe it briefly how it came about. The government each 5 years conducts a review of the policy framework governing federally related financial institutions. The previous legislation review was finished in 2007. The present 5-year review was launched in September 2010 when the Finance Minister invited Canadians to share their views on improving our financial system by way of an open consultation process. This 5-year review process helps guarantee Canada keeps its status as a global leader in financial services, and it maintains the soundness of the sector. A key priority for our Conservative government is ensuring Canadians keep on having a strong and secure financial system, one that serves as a model for countries around the globe. Today's Act will ensure that continues to be the case. In fact, the World Economic Forum recently ranked Canada as having the soundest banks in the world for the 4th year in a row. Both in Canada and internationally, this strength has been widely recognized by independent observers. Peter Worthington, noted Sun columnist, has declared Canada's banking system is now widely recognized as arguably the world's best. No Canadians fear their deposits as many Americans do. An Ottawa Citizen editorial has cheered, "Our banking and financial system is the envy of the world." While the great money edifices of countries such as the U.S., Britain, and Switzerland cracked at the beginning of the recession, Canadian banks stood firm. But as I mentioned earlier, this recognition stretches well beyond Canada's shore as it is repeated around the globe. David Cameron, Britain's Prime Minister, has heralded our system in the last few years. Canada has got every major decision right. Look at the facts. Not a single Canadian bank fell or faltered during the global banking crisis. Your economic leadership has helped the Canadian economy to weather global storms far better than many of your international competitors. The Irish Times has applauded as it well. Canada's policy of fiscal discipline and strict banking supervision was the reason why it was one of the world's strongest performers during the recession. The Economist, the renowned magazine, has recently asserted Canada has had an easier time than most during the recent global recession, in part because of a conservative and well-regulated banking system. And the financial rating agencies Fitch, when reviewing Canada's top-tier AAA credit rating, focused their assessment on the fact, and I quote, "Canada's banks proved more resilient than many peers thanks to a conservative regulation and supervision environment." I share and welcome that high praise, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, I would add the financial services sector has a significant role in the health of the Canadian economy. Not only does it represent 7% of Canada's GDP, it is also responsible for over 750,000 good, well-paying jobs. It also plays a distinctive, indispensable function in fueling the growth, nurturing financial stability, and safeguarding savings, all of which are necessary for the success of Canada's economy. Today's Act will contribute to the continued strength of Canada's financial system. Indeed, the mandatory 5-year review that shaped today's Act is key in helping set apart Canada from almost all other countries. This practice makes certain the laws governing our financial system are reviewed and updated on a regular basis, ensuring they are responsive to an ever-changing global marketplace. In a similar vein, the global financial crisis of the past few years has underlined why a stable and well-functioning financial housing market to the financial system and overall economy. While Canada's financial system remains sound, well-capitalized and less leveraged than their international counterparts, our government proactively acted to bolster the stability in our housing market by adjusting our mortgage insurance guarantee framework. This included reducing the maximum amortization period for government-backed insurance mortgages with loan-to-value ratios greater than 80% from 35 years to 30 years. As well, we withdrew from government insurance from home equity lines of credit and reduced borrowing limits in refinancing. Independent observers and economists have roundly applauded such adjustments. For instance, a recent Waterloo Regional Record editorial said, and I quote, "The federal government has done the right thing in tightening up the rules for mortgages in this country." A Calgary Herald editorial added, and I quote, "The right direction. It's good to see the government continue to be vigilant on this file." Without a doubt, our Conservative government is working hard to renewing many key fundamentals of our financial system and strengthen it with new tools. Through the Financial System Review Act, we are modernizing, fine-tuning, and harmonizing the existing framework to ensure it keeps the high level of performance. Canadians know and understand that the present framework that is made from our financial system, the soundest in the world, functions well. That's why the Financial System Review Act seeks to build on, not rebuild, that solid foundation with proposed legislation package that includes measures to better focus financial institutions legislation to support financial stability and guarantee Canada's financial institutions keep operating in a competitive, effective, and stable environment. Fine-tune the consumer protection framework, including further improving Financial Consumer Agency of Canada's powers, and reduce the administrative red tape on financial institutions to enhance efficiency and add to regulatory flexibility. Other measures contained in today's Act include increasing the capability of regulators to effectively share information in a timely manner with international counterparts while respecting privacy laws, guaranteeing the right to cash government checks under $1,500 free of charge at any bank in Canada to all Canadians, enabling cooperative credit associations to provide technology services to a broader market to promote competition and innovation, and much more. I am happy to note many public interest groups have given their strong endorsement of today's Act. For instance, the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association declared it is important that legislation be periodically reviewed so it keeps up with changing environment. The industry welcomes a number of measures outlined in the Financial Service Review Act. To conclude, today's Act will strengthen stability in the financial sector, improve the consumer protection framework, and modify the regulatory framework to new developments. It provides for a renewed structure that will benefit all Canadians. We recognize to remain a global model of stability and ensure the soundness of the financial sector for all Canadians, routinely reviewing what regulatory changes are necessary to foster competitiveness is essential. The Financial System Review Act upholds a long-standing tradition of ensuring standard reviews of the regulatory framework for financial institutions to keep a stable and secure financial sector. For that reason, I urge all members to support for all Canadians today's Act and the continued safety and security of our shared financial system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member from the government benches from getting up and participating in the debate. And I wanted to ask him, if I may, whether he shares with me the concerns about what is happening with the Ombudsman for Banking Services and Investment organization that's been set up to properly monitor the practices of the banks. It's an independent group as opposed to the banks themselves setting up dispute resolution mechanisms. This is an arm's length body that would resolve disputes between consumers, be they individual consumers or be they companies or otherwise. Two of the big major banks have pulled out, making this service ineffective, frankly, and they're now looking at closing their doors. I wonder if he shares with me the concerns that now there won't be any independent dispute resolution body and that'll be left up to the banks to do basically as they wish.
The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Certainly, that is one mechanism that could provide input. But speaking specifically to this this particular bill, we would like to move ahead with this bill because we have gained in excess of 30 presentations, deputations on behalf of various groups in this review. This review, as members note, it's a mandatory review. It takes place every 5 years, and I am comfortable that the process that is in place will give us the fruitful requirements we need for reservation and to maintain the banking stability in Canada.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And earlier I'd asked one of the opposition members a question around the authority to approve foreign acquisitions by banks being returned to the Minister in this piece of legislation. The global banking crisis has indeed highlighted additional risk factors that I think support more oversight to keep our financial system secure. And so this piece of legislation is going to require ministerial approval when a federally regulated financial institution acquires a major foreign entity that significantly increases its assets by more than 10%. I was wondering if the member could comment on the particular two criterias that the minister would consider as such. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
I thank the member for Kenora for his question. As the member has indicated in his previous question, I think this is an improvement. The process of foreign acquisitions by banks, this legislation improves that particular aspect. In addition, this particular legislation updates financial institutions legislation. It fines-tunes consumer protection, and it improves efficiency by reducing the administration burden. So as a package, Madam Speaker, and in addition to the added function that the member mentions, I think this is a first-class package to keep Canada's banking system competitive and keep attracting the jobs that the more than 610,000 jobs, as we mentioned, in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and happy to participate. And let's be clear, this is report stage of the bill. This is not third reading, as has been suggested by some members on the government side. And we're, in fact, now dealing with an amendment to the bill, and a very wise and reasonable amendment that was introduced by my colleague, the member from Burnaby New Westminster. And I thank him for that. And the amendment that we're actually speaking about today, the amendment that would apply to Bill S5, is to delete clause 212.39.1, which gives it's a clause which gives statutory immunity to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Information in respect to any civil proceedings. And I would like to begin by suggesting that that this is an important amendment that we need to pay attention to. That the immunity resulting from the elimination of this clause, the deletion of this clause, would negatively impact the Office of Transparency and Accountability to the Canadian public. I think that's something we should all be concerned about. Time lost as a result of frivolous claims, which the government has suggested, does not justify such a radical measure. In the process of trying to remain transparent and open and reasonable and independent, Madam Speaker, we need to allow that there are going to be the odd complaint, the odd submission that may not end up seeing the light of the day or may not have basis. However, every Canadian that is dealing with the banking system, every Canadian dealing with any government-supervised, government-regulated system, bureaucracy in this country should have the opportunity to bring their concerns forward. And it's not up to us to decide that this complaint or that complaint is illegitimate until we have the opportunity to give those concerns a thoughtful process, a thoughtful review through a reasonable process. And that's my concern, is that this government is applying immunity to this office and to the officer simply because they would suggest that there's not enough complaints to warrant the attention. The final thing I think is the fact that this immunity, as suggested, would at best amount to an abdication of the superintendent's responsibility and at worst to covering up serious errors that could have been avoided. So that's the point of this argument, of this amendment, is to deal with the whole question of transparency and accountability, and I would urge all members opposite to consider the value of ensuring that we not dismiss out of hand any concerns that may be brought forward by Canadians in relation to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. My colleague, the finance critic for the opposition, the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, the member who sponsored this amendment, also indicated early on, as we did at second reading debate, that the opposition would be supporting S5. That we have given it some serious consideration, that we have examined it, and think that there is nothing particularly untoward, although we think that this amendment needs to address a flaw that we have identified that needs to be corrected. We have also introduced amendments at committee that we thought would add to the bill. And we have spoken, I've spoken, and my colleagues have spoken at second reading and at committee about the missed opportunity that this bill provided, that the law provided that we needed to do this review. We need to have this review conducted by, I believe it's April the 20th, to comply with the Banking Act, that we needed to have this done. This provided, I would suggest, and we have suggested on numerous occasions, an opportunity for the government, if they were serious about important issues like consumer protection, to provide them with an opportunity to talk with Canadians about their concerns as it relates to the Banking Act, and to make changes that are necessary. We brought up a number of things, whether it's the outrageously high interest rates charged on credit cards, whether it's the banking charges that continue to go up, whether it's the various ways that within the system consumers are being nickeled and dimed out of tens, hundreds, literally thousands and tens of thousands of dollars every year. There are ways for us in this House and through this review to properly protect those consumers and make sure that the financial institutions that are covered by this Act are acting properly. Unfortunately, we missed that opportunity, and I, for one, have indicated to constituents that have brought it to my attention, I have indicated to them that I was sorry that the government missed this opportunity. And I'm also, I must tell you, disappointed that once again the government has not engaged in as fulsome a process of consultation as it could have. The consultation, frankly, was truncated. It was not transparent. That they did not hold public hearings. It was by invitation only. And we heard that they had 30 representations. Some of those were not even made public, not even shared with us on the website. Some were. Some organizations voluntarily agreed that their submissions should be public and made them so themselves. But this government held consultations where, frankly, were kept public or kept private, and that's unfortunate. And I don't think it's necessary. I think we can be much more forthcoming and trusting of Canadians, and recognizing that Canadians have a great deal to offer in discussions like this. You know, we think to ourselves, well, this is technical. This is above average Canadians' head, this whole issue of financial institutions, the regulation of the banking system, and so on. Well, I frankly would suggest to you that if had not been Canadians understanding the consequences of the deregulation that was being proposed by the Martin government of allowing foreign takeovers of our banking industry, if it was not for the outcry of Canadians that we tried to represent in the NDP caucus here in debate, and others did as well, if it was not for the interest and the outcry of Canadians, we would have gone down a perilous track that would have seen us follow far too closely the problems that we saw in 2008 and beyond in the U.S., in Iceland, and in far too many European countries, where the banking system has been deregulated, and we've seen the kind of turmoil that's been created as a result of the lack of adequate oversight. And it's because I have that kind of confidence and faith in my constituents and Canadians to understand the value and the technical nature of issues like this that I get perturbed, frankly, by the government, whether it's the government or whether it's the members of the third party who were once upon a time in government here, who want to take credit for the banking system, the nature of the banking system that has developed over the years as a result of experience, as a result of the wishes of Canadians and their representatives here in this House, that it be strongly regulated, that it be protected from the vagaries of global competition and foreign ownership, and that it was in much better and much more stable shape in 2008 and able to considerably weather the storm. Although let's not forget that the government of Canada did spend $75 billion to buy up mortgages that were in threat by the Canada Mortgage and Housing, Madam Speaker. So as I wrap up, you indicate my time is done, I just want to say that I think we need to give Canadians much more credit on their knowledge on issues as important as the Banking Act.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to keep chipping away on this whole idea of the authority of the minister under this version of the legislation to approve foreign acquisitions. We've heard from across the floor in a number of debates here about the importance of protecting against that. And I'm wondering if the criteria that the minister would consider under these circumstances, and indeed they're very hardwired, they include the stability and best interests of the financial sector. As well, the timeline is hardwired. It requires the minister's consideration in 30 days or it will be deemed approved. And in fact, the minister has 30 days to deny or ask for an extension. Does the member across the way think that this is an appropriate sort of authority under this legislation, and that those timelines as well are reasonable? Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. And I have to say, in all truthfulness, that I'm concerned about the added authority given to the minister in any regard. In terms of timelines, we have the timeline provided by the Bank Act that we needed to conduct this review by April the 20th or April the 30th, April the 20th this year. And the government took until this fall to bring the legislation through the back door and through the unelected Senate. And it only came to this chamber, I believe it was a month ago, for debate at second reading. So it's like, just in case the opposition decided that there are identified matters within that bill that it would have concerns with, the government would be able to stand in its place and say, oh, no, you're just the opposition is just playing games. We need to pass this because we have a deadline. Deadlines are important. We need to acknowledge that, especially in a matter as important as this. But we still need to allow for proper time so that there is the appropriate consultation and with Canadians and due process in this House, Madam Speaker.
And comment, the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his speech. I hope he'll bear with me, because I wanted to ask a question of the honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook. He was speaking in favour of the bill, and I think we all find the bill relatively acceptable. It certainly is more business housekeeping than anything very radical. But he happened to mention that he supported the finance minister in opposing the international financial transaction tax, a transaction tax that the Green Party supports very strongly. It's only 2 cents on every $1,000 of international derivatives trading, which brought the world nearly to ruin. I'd like the honourable member's thoughts and perhaps the official position of the Democratic Party on the financial transaction tax.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, I appreciate the question, and I too share concerns over the government's opposition to this important measure. I would like to, however, raise another concern that has been brought up, and that is with how government members have talked about how this bill is good because what it does is it removes regulation and red tape. And we're going to hear within days, if not weeks, about the value of reducing regulatory regulation and red tape as it relates to environmental assessments and how good that's going to be for the country. And so when this government says removing that kind of regulatory control is good for the country, I just think of that and recognize that when this government says that something is good for us, it's generally just the opposite.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take this opportunity to speak to Bill S5, the Financial System Review Act, at third reading. As you're all aware, the recent financial crisis tested the skills of many policymakers, regulators, bankers, and investors. However, it also served to demonstrate the overall soundness of our financial system. It was no accident that Canada escaped the worst of the global finance crisis with no bank failures or forced bailouts by taxpayers. Our legislative framework was built to withstand such shocks with high prudential standards, excellent regulation and supervision, a flexible monetary system, and good mechanisms to ensure financial stability. But when faced with such unprecedented market volatility in 2008 and 2009, our government went further by acting quickly to improve this excellent framework, boost financial stability, and ensure access to credit during liquidity crunch. Bill S5 will build on the existing strengths of Canada's financial system and fine-tune a framework that has proven to be both efficient and effective. In the words of the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association, Bill S5 represents a welcome fine-tuning of the various financial institution statutes. Mr. Speaker, how will Bill S5 achieve this? This bill will improve the ability of regulators to share information efficiently with their international counterparts. This will help fulfill our G8 commitments at a time when financial institutions increasingly operate on a global scale. It will ensure effective supervision and regulation across the borders. Bill S5 also proposes to improve the consumer protection framework, including enhancing the supervisory powers of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, or the FCAC, and increasing the maximum fine that will be leveled by the FCAC for the violation of a consumer provision of its act, to make it consistent with administrative monetary penalties levied by other regulatory agencies. The FCAC is mandated with ensuring that the federally regulated financial institutions adhere to the consumer provisions of the legislative governing financial institutions and their public commitments. The FCAC is also the government's lead agency on financial education and literacy, and has moved forward with an array of excellent incentives in recent years. For example, the agency has developed innovative tools to help Canadians, such as a mortgage calculator that quickly determines mortgage payments and the potential savings resulting from early payments. It also created innovative online information to help consumers shop for the most suitable credit card and banking packages for their needs. Mr. Speaker, our government believes Canadian consumers deserve accessible and effective financial services that meet the needs of consumers and operates in the public interest. That is why in Budget 2010, we announced we would take action to prohibit negative option billing and require timelier access to funds. The regulations will come into force this August and will require federally regulated financial institutions to obtain consumer express consent before providing a new optional product or service. This will allow Canadians to receive all required information on the optional product or service to help them make the financial decisions that are best for their circumstances. The regulations will also reduce the maximum check hold period for retail depositors and small and medium-sized businesses, and will provide retail depositors faster access to the first $100 deposited by check. Shorter check hold periods and faster access to funds will benefit Canadians by enabling them to manage their personal finances more effectively. After all, well-served and confident consumers contribute to the well-functioning and financial markets and the economy. Indeed, in the words of the recent Globe and Mail editorial, I quote, "Of the many things that frustrate the retail consumers of Canada's federally regulated banks, one of the most egregious has been the practice of putting a hold of as many as 7 days on deposited checks. Now, thanks to new measures recently announced, that upsetting practice and others are coming to an end. The government has shown a commitment to its promise to improve banking regulations in Canadians' favor. This is welcome news," end of quote. Similarly, in 2009, as part of the measures to improve access to financing, the government announced that it would bring forward measures to help consumers of financial products, including launching a task force on financial literacy. The task force on financial literacy was mandated to provide advice and recommendations to the Minister of Finance on a national strategy to strengthen the financial literacy of Canadians. In support of the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy and delivering on a commitment from Budget 2011, the government introduced Bill C-28, the Financial Literacy Leader Act. Bill C-28, a piece of legislation I urge all members of the House to support, will provide for the appointment of the financial literacy leader who will collaborate and coordinate with the stakeholders to strengthen the financial literacy of Canadians. Canada's national strategy on financial literacy will support the excellent efforts underway throughout the country, empowering Canadians to act knowledgeably and with confidence in managing their personal financial affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I close without quickly reviewing other important initiatives in Bill S5. They include, for instance, updating financial institutions legislation to promote financial stability and ensure Canada's financial institutions continue to operate in a competitive and effective and stable environment. Improving efficiency by reducing the administrative burden on financial institutions and adding regulatory flexibility. Promoting competition and innovation by enabling cooperative credit associations to provide technology service to a broader market. And reducing the administrative burden for federally regulated insurance companies offering adjustable policies in foreign jurisdictions by duplicative disclosure requirements. Summing up, Mr. Speaker, the Financial System Review Act provides for a framework that will benefit all participants in the financial sector, financial institutions, as well as all Canadians. And it maintains the long-standing practice of ensuring regular reviews of the regulatory framework for financial institutions, a unique practice that sets Canada apart from almost every other country in the world. In fact, the UK Prime Minister David Cameron said it best when he said, "In the last few years, Canada has got every major decision right. Look at the facts. Not a single Canadian bank fell or faltered during the global financial crisis." He goes on to say, "Our economic leadership has helped the Canadian economy to weather the global storms far better than that of our international competitors." Clearly, this government recognizes that it must continually consider what regulatory changes are needed to ensure that the fundamentals of the Canadian economy remain sound, that consumers are well protected, and that Canada continues to be an attractive place to do business in today's competitive global economy. Mr. Speaker, this is precisely what this government has done with this bill. On that note, I urge the members of the opposition to stand up and support the swift passage of today's bill. To vote against today's act isn't just a vote against the Canadian economy, but a vote against Canadian consumer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for participating in this debate. I'm always rather skeptical, though, when immunity is granted to certain officials, especially when it has to do with such a serious issue as that of finances. There's a significant amount of debt amongst families here in Canada. And if there is any type of fraud or attempt, actually, at fraud in the financial sector, then it is always the middle class and those families that are the most in debt who suffer. So I would like to ask my colleague opposite whether or not he thinks that this extent of immunity should be granted to officials, especially when it has to do with the financial sector.
The member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And I know his passion for consumers, for citizens, the middle class, as he said, for those that sometimes are more vulnerable. And that's what this act is all about. This act would strengthen, for instance, the HoC and its powers. This act would continue to ensure that consumers are protected. And the very things that he talks about would be the things that this act would make sure continue so that Canadians would have the safety and would have what they expect from a banking system that is second to none in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a fair bit this morning about protecting consumers and about how this legislation does that. I'm wondering if the member can speak to the banking system in a more perhaps general way with regard to not only the statutory review process, but also the fine-tuning versus major overhaul aspect of this exercise that we're talking about today, and why that was necessary for it to be the case, why it wasn't a complete overhaul, and about the banking system just as a whole, and our government's response to the global financial crisis that makes our banking system as strong as it is.
Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for an excellent question. We've had a lot of talk today about the fine work of the government and the regulatory systems that are in place that ensure that. I think there's another element that has somewhat been left out, something I'm very pleased of, and I think this is maybe something that the honourable member was alluding to, and that is the fact that we have in place a system of banks and bankers that understand just what it means when someone's money has been entrusted to them. And I know in committee that I've often referred to them as that line of Scottish bankers, and coming from a Dutch heritage, I understand that, and understanding that a bank knows that when it takes a dollar and lends that dollar out, it's not their money that they're spending. And I think that we have a good relationship in this country with banks, bankers. We have a good relationship with the government, and together we have managed to achieve what most other countries in this world have failed to achieve. And so I thank the honourable member for her question.
We have time for a short question and response. The questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to speak to the amendment, because this is what the debate is on right now, is on the amendment. And it's particular to Clause 212.39.1, which gives statutory immunity to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions in respect to any civil proceedings. So my question is very simple. Will that side support our amendment that will actually provide more transparency and accountability? Thank you.
Honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. This has been debated in committee. I do sit on the Finance Committee, and no, I will not be supporting this amendment. I don't think that this amendment is in the spirit of what this particular act has been trying to do, and is strengthening our banking system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in this House today and previously, we've heard a lot about all that consultation that went into this process. But let me start off by talking about the process at first. I believe that members across this aisle missed a magnificent opportunity when they addressed this bill by focusing only on the technicality and on a very narrow revisions. This was their opportunity to address the banking legislation and the financial acts in a significant way. But be that as it may, I also believe that they erred. They erred very seriously when it came to process. First of all, this legislation first makes it into the other house, into the Senate. By the way, they only had 3 weeks. That's right. Then it comes over here with all kinds of time allocations, and it's sent off to committee. And it's with a great deal of distress that I read that even at the committee stage, there were only 3 sessions. 3 sessions. I know for many people at home, they're going to think that each session lasts a day. But each committee session is only 2 hours long. So to do a detailed study of a very technical bill, and I'm not a very technical person, but to do that kind of a detailed study and take a look at what the implications are, and to provide the opposition with an opportunity to not only examine but to make amendments, total of 4 hours. Because out of those 3 days that committee had this bill, one of those days was hearing from witnesses. I really cannot understand how my colleagues sitting across this aisle can see this is truly democratic and transparent. How can they disrespect the parliamentary system so much? Not only by calling time allocation over and over again, but then cutting debate short at the committee stage. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, I've heard this argument. There's a time sensitivity. There is a clock that is ticking. I've heard about that clock. But I also know that it was in the hands of government to table this legislation as soon after May the 2nd as they could have done. But they chose not to do that because at no time did they want to give either the public or the opposition a chance to study this legislation in any detail. Not only that, but the consultation that I heard about earlier from a very well-respected, I personally respect her a lot, speaker across the aisle, who shares a panel with me every Thursday. She talked about the consultation that had occurred. But you know, when I looked at the consultation report, most of those inputs by email were anonymous. Since when have we started to take and pay heed to anonymous input on significant pieces of legislation that actually addresses our banking industry? It just is so bizarre. And plus, this kind of a consultation was by invitation only. So let's not pretend that real consultation took place. So let me just recap. First, time allocations push things through. Legislation goes to the Senate first. Consultation practically non-existent. Committee stage cut short, no serious time given. So what is it that the Conservatives were trying to hide in this legislation? Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe what they were trying to hide is what they have not addressed in this legislation, something that concerns Canadians right across this beautiful country. One thing they have not addressed are regulations around the ever-growing debt load that Canadians are being burdened with. You know, because of the economy and because of the lack of decent paying jobs in Canada, because we seem to be giving our jobs away to other countries, and because where there were jobs that used to pay a decent wage at one time, now there are $9, $10 jobs, and you know that it's hard to sustain a family on that kind of an income. Families are really taking on more and more debt, and we are not paying attention. And I've heard some disturbing analysis of this debt load that Canadians are struggling under. 151% of disposable income. That is disturbing. This is very close to what actually it has surpassed the debt load that Americans had before they had a collapse in their economy. And we should be addressing that, and this is a missed opportunity. Another thing that's adding to consumers' debt load out there, by the way, is not choice. It's not them going out to buy big entertainment systems or super-duper cars, but many families, because of the lack of decent paying jobs, which have left this country because of that government's policies, many people are struggling and trying to make ends meet from paycheck to paycheck. And many of them are reliant on their credit cards. And you know, the credit card, the banks through credit card interest charges are gouging Canadians. When they pay next to nothing in interest to those who are fortunate enough to have money to put in the bank, however, they think nothing about charging 18% or more for interest rate on credit cards. And that is a shame, and this is a golden opportunity that this government has missed once again, and once again they have failed Canadians in a very significant way. I want to put on the record a quote from one of the witnesses before the committee, the 2 hours that were given for witnesses. Tyler Summers, a coordinator of the Canadian Community Reinvestment Coalition, questioned why the government had not done more for consumer protection. quote, he says, given that Canada's big 6 banks have reported new record first quarter profits totaling over $7 billion, which is up 5.3% compared to 2011, and have done this while raising bank fees and cutting jobs in this sector. Shame on us that we failed to address this issue right now. And I say shame on us because that government has not given us the opportunity, to debate that in this House and to take action on it. Duff Conacher from the CCRC explained that past government actions have been ineffective in ensuring Canada's big banks and other companies are not making excessive profits from gouging customers and cutting services and failing to lend to job-creating Canadian businesses. I don't know about you, but most of us now use either Interac or we do online banking. So you would have thought with that, of course, has led to the loss of many jobs. But have the bank charges gone down? Have the credit card charges gone down? Nope. Absolutely not. Those costs keep going up. And that is a golden opportunity that this government had during debate of this legislation to address that in a significant way. Our banking industry has survived because of regulation. And surely when we know that consumer debt is going up and consumers are being penalized by banks because they have no disposable income and they're living from paycheck to paycheck, they're having to use their credit cards in order to buy food to put on their tables, that this government once again failed to address those high interest rates. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I know you just let me know I've got a minute, and just to sum up, I will say this. There are citizens in my riding who had high hopes that this government would address key issues facing them. But instead, once again, this government has turned their back on middle-class and working-class families, struggling families, and they have failed to provide them the protection they were looking for from this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague for her insightful speech. I think that it's just great, and she's hit it right on the nose with respect to the concerns that we have with the way that the processes have taken place with this particular bill. As you know, there was some amendments that the NDP had actually put forward with respect to the legislation, and of course the government side basically is not supportive of transparency and efficiency. They're not supportive of controlling foreign acquisitions, which I think that is extremely important. And my colleague touched base on that with respect to jobs that were actually going out of the country. And I'm wondering if she could indicate with respect to the jobs and the foreign acquisitions, how important it was for this bill to be coming through the House of Commons and not through the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her very insightful comments and for her question as well. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've covered this process in my previous speech and again today, and once again at a loss why a government that has had experience in this House, it's not that they were all parachuted in, has so little respect for parliamentary democracy and for the processes of this House, and why they every single time try to close debate in this House and not follow the processes they should. And as far as jobs, you know, in BC, I'm from BC, we see truckload of logs after logs leaving our province, and with it go the jobs. And when I visit, I have had the pleasure to visit most of the communities in BC. In my previous life, I would see whole towns being shut down. And that's not the only jobs that are going over. When we look at even some of the plans there are for the oil And once again, it's sending good-paying jobs overseas. And what we're creating here are a lot of $9 and $10 jobs, which are not enough to survive.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this debate, there are a few things that we do know. One is that the new leader of the NDP is a supporter of higher taxes on Canadian families, and indeed he wants to slap a new tax on every banking transaction and appears to be proud of that. Quoting directly from his leadership policy platform, where he said he would, and I quote, make the implementation of a financial transaction tax a key priority. So I want to ask the NDP member, do you support a new tax on everyday banking? Would a GST hike be next?
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a comment which I see having very little to do with the legislation that is before us, because this legislation has nothing in this to do with the question he has asked. But I will say that I am opposed to this government not addressing the very high interest rates on credit cards, on consumers being gouged by banks. I am against the billions of dollars being given to banks in tax breaks. I am against the lack of job creation that exists in the banking industry and the many jobs that are being lost. And I'm absolutely against the processes they use to mute democracy and to push legislation through this House. And I am against their lack of respect for parliamentary democracy.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives tabled this bill, referring to it as a technical bill. And this bill restrains the scope of the issues. Could my colleague comment on the proposals the government has in the cooperative sector?
Member for Newton North Delta.
You know, I want to thank my colleague for her question. I just want to talk about co-ops, the cooperative banks that exist in my community. And I am so impressed with the amazing job they do and the kind of support they give to our youth, to our education system, and to our seniors. I actually had the pleasure of visiting the Kennedy Senior Center last weekend when I was home, and I saw the amazing things that were happening in there. But I also talked to a few seniors who were telling me about their cooperatives, who were telling me about how much they like going to their cooperative banks and how much they absolutely dislike the high interest rates and the profit-making mantra of the banks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the constituents of the Great Kenora riding for giving me the opportunity to speak on their behalf with respect to S5. This is an obligatory and largely routine piece of legislation, but it's essential for the continued strength and security of Canada's financial system that our constituents rely on every day, be it cashing a check, to apply for a mortgage, to buy that first home. For the background of all Canadians, this legislation governing federally regulated financial institutions is reviewed every 5 years by the government to ensure the stability of the Canadian financial system. The last legislative review was completed in 2007 through Bill C-37 in the 39th Parliament. In 2001, a similar review was completed with Bill C-8 in the 37th Parliament. I should also let the House know, and our constituents, that it is crucial that today's Act be passed by April 20th, 2012. This is the legislated sunset date, and passage must be achieved by then to allow Canadians' financial system to function in the manner that it has. In September 2010, the present 5-year review began. This was kicked off with an open and public consultation process where the Minister of Finance invited all Canadians' views on how to improve the financial system. Throughout that consultation, Mr. Speaker, many Canadians gave their ideas and suggestions on how to further reinforce and strengthen our financial system. Indeed, much of that comment is reflected within the Financial System Review Act we're debating today. To be sure, today's Act takes into consideration the feedback from industry groups, consumer groups, and other Canadians to make measured, technical adjustments to strengthen Canada's regulatory framework. I would also draw attention to Canadians that today's Act has already been reviewed and approved by the Senate Banking, Trade and Commerce Committee, as well as the House of Commons Finance Committee, and the great work of those members. Both committees undertook a comprehensive and efficient review of this Act. It included talking to organizations like the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, the Credit Union Central of Canada, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions of Canada, the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association, the Canadian Bankers Association, and the Canadian Payments Association, an impressive catchment of stakeholders. And I want to thank each of these witnesses that spoke on the Financial System Review Act in front of both committees and provided their important inputs. I'll note witnesses, while acknowledging the Act's technical nature, were very supportive of it overall. For example, the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association declared, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Bill S5 represents a welcome fine-tuning of the various financial institution statutes." At this time, I will quickly review some of the initiatives taken in today's Act. Once more, even though the majority of these initiatives are largely technical, they are indispensable for the security of Canada's financial system. That's why today's Act will make the following alterations: modernizing legislation to uphold financial stability and guarantee that Canada's financial institutions continue to operate in a competitive, efficient, effective, and stable environment, improving consumer protection framework, including expanding powers for the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada to better protect consumers, and, Mr. Speaker, reducing the red tape and regulatory burden on financial institutions. Other measures contained in today's Act include clarifying that all Canadians, including bank customers, are able to cash government checks under $1,500 free of charge at any bank in Canada, removing duplicative disclosure requirements for federally regulated insurance companies offering adjustable policies in foreign jurisdictions, thus cutting their red tape burden, encouraging competition and innovation by allowing cooperative credit associations to provide technology services to a broader market, and improving the capacity of regulators to efficiently share information with international counterparts while respecting the privacy of clients. There are more, Mr. Speaker, but I want to emphasize that the significance of this Act provides for a safe and secure financial system, a system that has endured for Canadians during the recent global economic crisis that saw the failure of some of the most well-known banks around the world. Indeed, in recent years, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have recognized just how important a sound financial banking system really is for our country's economy. Undeniably, our system has been a model for countries around the globe. Canada proudly did not have to bail out, nationalize, or buy equity stakes in its banks, a stark contrast with the U.S., the United Kingdom, and countries in Europe. In fact, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's financial system as the soundest in the world for 4 straight years in a row, Mr. Speaker. Our safe and secure financial system is envied the world over. Forbes, the well-known publication, recently remarked, quote, "With no bailouts, Canada's financial system is the soundest system in the world, marked by a steady and responsible continuation of lending and profits." Constantine Parisi, University of New Brunswick economics professor, adds, and I quote at length, "The financial tsunami of 2008 swept around the world with devastating economic consequences. Banks proved to be particularly vulnerable to the credit crunch that followed. There is no denying that our Canadian banks proved significantly resilient. The Canadian way is to record our national achievements in a low-key and understated manner. There is one economic achievement, however, that has made the world stand up and notice. Indeed, in this case, we cannot hide from the international spotlight, and we can proudly accept the global applause. We appreciate these comments, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, many of the financial sector solutions now promoted internationally are modeled on our Canadian system. And with today's Act, Canada's financial system will remain secure and serving as a fundamental source of strength for Canada's economy moving forward. Indeed, the financial system is one of the most important aspects of Canada's economy and jobs, totaling approximately 7% of Canada's economy. What's more, it provides employment for over 750,000 Canadians with good, well-paying jobs. Our financial sector also provides financing to the housing market and other markets that rely on borrowing, and in that respect, the financial services sector is a significant presence in the day-to-day lives of all Canadians. The Financial System Review Act will help support a proven framework that benefits all Canadians who use or are impacted by the financial services sector. Mr. Speaker, the long-established practice of regularly reviewing the financial institution regulatory framework is also a distinctive and positive practice that sets Canada apart from the world. Indeed, it has been vital to ensuring the stability of the sector. All Canadians would acknowledge the significance of frequently examining how we can better ensure our financial system's safety and soundness for the benefit of all Canadians. And today's Act accomplishes just that. Mr. Speaker, I encourage members to support today's Act and ensure it passes in a timely manner. Thank you again for the occasion to support this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. Now I do have a question for him, though. This bill sidelines a very important element for the creation of a stronger economy. The regulation of financial speculation, the billions of dollars are lost on the stock market, and that destabilizes the economy and represents no advantage for Canadian citizens. Shouldn't the Conservative government use this opportunity in order to work in concert with other governments to end destructive financial speculation in Canada and elsewhere in the world? Do they have the intention of doing that?
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. The bill contains measures that seek to update laws governing financial institutions in order to promote financial stability and guarantee that Canadian financial institutions will continue to function in a business environment characterized by efficiency and stability of the world economy.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my colleagues' remarks today on S5, and my question to him is that, well, first of all, in recent weeks when the Junior Minister of Finance appeared before Finance Committee, he acknowledged that, in fact, credit for the prudential strength of the Canadian banking system belongs to more than one government. And, in fact, he acknowledged that there was the stewardship of the previous Liberal government had contributed to, and I'm being modest when I say that, the governance of the Canadian banking system. Would the honourable member agree that, in fact, the Liberal government of Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin were responsible for the decisions at the time in the 90s which resulted in not following the global trend to deregulation, which led to the challenges and the disasters faced by other countries in their financial services sector and the resultant relative strength here in Canada? Would the honourable member agree that it was those decisions during that period of time that helped us today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I might be inclined, if it wasn't for the fact that this member decided to send a standard form letter to the editor in a newspaper in my riding, which was factually incorrect, reprehensible, and doesn't speak to the caliber of person that I've come to know him as in this place. That said, Mr. Speaker, I can speak to this government's record over the past 4 years in being recognized by major financial organizations and commentaries and editors around the world as being the most sound system, Mr. Speaker. That's what I can account for, having been a member of this place now entering my 4th year. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for his presentation. He's done a lot of work on this. And Mr. Speaker, the NDP introduced an amendment here today that effectively removes the testimonial immunity. That's Section 212 of this bill. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, why as Conservatives can we not support this?
Member for Kenora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank this member for an excellent question, a very technical question. There are a couple of good reasons, if you'll permit. It provides that the Commissioner, Superintendent, officers, and employees acting under their direction are not compellable witnesses in any civil proceedings on matters relating to their duties and functions. Providing such limited testimonial immunity, Mr. Speaker, would complement OSFI and FCAC's statutory obligation of confidentiality. And similar statutory testimonial immunity is afforded to several other regulators and government agencies, including at the federal level, Mr. Speaker, employees of the Privacy Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, the Official Languages Commissioner, the Auditor General, and the Ethics Commissioner. And in addition, at the provincial level, and importantly, Mr. Speaker, employees of Quebec's Autorité des marchés financiers and the Financial Services Commission of Ontario. So this is consistent with that, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate this important and technical question.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did want to take the chance, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address Bill C5. It is, in fact, a very important bill. And in looking at this bill, Mr. Speaker, I think that you'll find that there's fairly overwhelming support for it, because there is no doubt all of us recognize the importance of the banking industry. And what I wanted to do was to take maybe a couple of different perspectives. One is just dealing with the idea of, from a consumer's point of view, and the other as the macro in regards to borrowing money generally and how important our banking industry is. Dealing first and foremost from a consumer's point of view, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've known over the years is that consumers of all ages are very much dependent on our banking industry. And we need to do what we can, and there's a lot that still can be done in order to be able to address the needs of the consumers. But we need to do what we can to protect the interests of consumers. And quite often we have seen government policies that have had positive impacts, and there have been some that have had negative impacts. One of the biggest negative impacts, one that this government can take full credit for, is when they ultimately increased the size of, or the length of a mortgage up to 40 years with no down payment. I think there was a great deal of concern when the government came up with that bold, some would suggest dumb, but the initiative, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, people are concerned about consumer debt and those types of obligations, Mr. Speaker. 40 years is a great deal of time, and it's a heck of a way to tie someone in to having to make monthly ongoing payments, and there was a great deal of concern in regards to that. So when government sets policies, it does have a very profound impact at that consumer level, and we need to be aware of that, Mr. Speaker. In the past, when we take a look at consumer debt, it has continued to grow. One of my colleagues made mention in terms of a part of the problem is the type of employment, and for many individuals it can be fairly difficult to be able to get the type of full-time employment at the type of pay that they were receiving previously, and that has really put a good number of consumers in very difficult positions. There's many individuals that have fixed incomes. And there's a very profound impact when banks make decisions that ultimately work against consumers. There's issues dealing with credit card charges to banking fee charges, ATMs. The industry has grown tremendously over the last decade or so, and I think there needs to be more scrutiny put into the types of fees that are, in fact, being charged and levied against consumers, that we need to be aware of what's taking place, and there should be an open debate. I'm encouraged when we hear that the Minister of Finance has some interest in terms of consulting with Canadians. To what degree he's actually listening to them is another issue, Mr. Speaker. But I would suggest to you that we do need to connect with the average Canadian to get a better sense in terms of the types of hurdles they're having to go over in order to be able to participate as consumers that are in need of money, in need of banking services, whether it's a simple checking account, savings account, a simple mortgage or a loan, a line of credit. These are all very important issues that affect the day in and day out lives of Canadians across our country. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, in one of the questions I asked was to the government was in regards to credit unions. I do believe that credit unions have really picked up a lot of the slack in terms of where banks have been falling short. And the best example I can give of that, Mr. Speaker, is in Winnipeg North, and I would suggest to you in constituencies across this land, where we've had branch offices of banks closing, and quite often it will be some sort of a cooperative or a credit union that fills in. Most recently in Winnipeg North, we had the Assiniboine Credit Union established inside the Winnipeg traditional North End area, Mr. Speaker. And when these branch offices close, it has a pretty significant impact on the community because banking is not really an optional type of thing to do, especially for individuals that are on those fixed incomes. In particular, I'm thinking of seniors and so forth, Mr. Speaker. To be able to have that close proximity or access to those banks are so very, very important. And so I think that when we talk about banking and insurance and legislation that we have now, one of the things that we should try to highlight is the other alternatives to some of the mainstream banking and the role that they could be playing, and maybe what it is that we might be able to do in order to be able to enhance that role, whether it's further guarantees of deposits or whatever else it might be, Mr. Speaker. The point is that the government needs to demonstrate some leadership on this issue. Having said that, I said the macro level, Mr. Speaker, in regards to this particular bill. You know, the actual money that we have, that hard currency, coins and dollar bills or $100 bills, the actual currency is only a very small percentage of the entire money supply in which Canada has. And, Mr. Speaker, a vast majority of that money supply goes through our banking and our financial institutions. And that's why, in good part, we do have a serious responsibility to monitor, to regulate, and to ensure the long-term viability and the integrity of our banking industry. I have found it most interesting in my short time in the House of Commons in terms of how, whether it's the government or the New Democrats, like to be able to assume credit that I would suggest to you is not necessarily theirs to take, Mr. Speaker. You know, it wasn't that long ago in which we had banks around the world that were crashing, that were collapsing. And that's because during the 90s, Mr. Speaker, there was this great deal of pressure put on the banking industry around the world to seek governments and lobby governments to deregulate. This way, they were arguing that it would provide more opportunities for the banks. And many countries bought into it. Most countries, I suspect, might have bought into it. But during the 90s, and it was a heated debate here in Canada. I was at the Manitoba legislature at the time, and it was very much a heated debate. I remember meeting with banking representatives where they talked about the possibility of amalgamating into larger banks and the benefits of deregulation. But fortunately for Canadians, we had Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, individuals in which I have got a tremendous amount of respect. Most importantly, it was a very strong majority, healthy Minister of Finance and Prime Minister at the time that said that we need to protect the industry, that we needed to be able to ensure that those regulations were going to be in place and maintained. And, Mr. Speaker, that's the reason why the banking industry today is, in essence, the envy of the world. Speaker after speaker from the Conservative side will acknowledge that Canada is the envy of the world, virtually, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the banking industry as a whole. And the only part that they kind of miss out, because they want to assume maybe some of the credit for that, Mr. Speaker, is that it had very little to do with the current Prime Minister, that the credit should actually be going to the former Prime Minister in Jean Chrétien and the Minister of Finance at the time, whether it was Mr. Paul Martin or the current Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, and those individuals that are still here in the House that participated in that government, because there was a great deal of pressure at that time to, in fact, deregulate. And if you take a look at what the Conservative Party at the time's position was on it, well, they weren't the Conservative Party. They were, I believe, Alliance or Reform or whatever it was, Mr. Speaker. But that party at the time opposed it. They in essence, wanted to move towards deregulation. So I'm glad that they've had that conversion, and now they're very supportive of it, Mr. Speaker. I see that my time is... I've got a bit more time. Good, because, Mr. Speaker, there was one other speaker that spoke a little bit earlier today, which I thought was kind of a different type of a twist when you have a New Democratic member of Parliament standing up, trying to assume the credit of the banking industry here in Canada, which was a real stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, whether they like it or not, the NDP played absolutely no role in terms of ensuring what type of a banking industry we have here today, and we'll get hopefully other opportunities just to provide comment on that particular issue if the question does come up on it, and I'm more than happy to explain why it is I make that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
The Honourable Member explains that it was the absence of government intervention in countries like the United States that permitted the financial crisis to occur. In fact, the United States government was massively implicated in the U.S. banking system and in the mortgage market in particular. It was the American government that invented subprime mortgages, that encouraged banks to offer them, that provided regulations to force banks to provide them, and then ultimately backstopped them through government-sponsored enterprises called Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which combined insured about $4 trillion worth of subprime lending. And the reason I raise this is that it's an important distinction from that fact, which is supported by a World Bank report on the question in 2010, is an important distinction from what the member claims was the cause of the crisis. Does he not acknowledge that one of the things Canada did right was to refrain from having its government implicate itself in the mortgage market and the lending business the way the U.S. government implicated itself?
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that there are a number of litigating factors that ultimately led to the crisis situation in the United States. But there is absolutely no doubt that regulations had a very significant impact in terms of what actually had taken place. One of the other things that had a significant impact was the issue in which mortgages were being handed out. And that's the reason why one can be very critical. One of the first things the member's government did was to establish those 40-year mortgages. And that is something that was not in the best interest of the banking industry and the consumers here in Canada. So the member needs to reflect, yes, there are a number of factors that had an impact that caused the crisis, the banking crisis in the U.S., but do not underestimate the importance of deregulation and do not underestimate the importance of making smart decisions, something in which the government in which he's a part of, did not do when they decided to, in their wisdom, to be able to have 40-year mortgages. That was a bad decision.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And contrary to what my colleague mentioned a while ago, we played an important role in ensuring that the banking system is a good banking system here in Canada, because the NDP was the party who opposed the nationalization of the banks. So I just want to basically speak to the bill now, because the bill is extremely important in the changes that needed to occur. And I know that my colleague recognizes that there needs to be some changes to the bill, because they actually supported one of our amendments, which would have made it obligatory for the Minister of Finance to consider a net benefit to the Canadian economy as a supplementary criteria for approval. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can basically speak with respect to the fact that why this bill should have been dealt with at a House of Commons committee and not a Senate committee. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I give full credit to the member for her attempt to try to rewrite history. The reality is during those 90s, when the debate was hot and heavy, there was a Liberal majority government, and I believe the New Democrats had 13 members. But there was a Liberal majority government. And the framework, Mr. Speaker, I suspect was likely not influenced by the New Democratic Party. Now, I can appreciate there's this movement lately for New Democrats to try to proclaim themselves as Liberals, Mr. Speaker. But I don't think they'll fool Canadians. People will vote for the real thing, as opposed to those that want to talk about good Liberal policy. And we'll have to wait and see. But I suspect that the banking industries as a whole and the regulations that are important is something in which the Liberals have a great track record on, but not to give up hope. We hope to be able to continue to influence that, not only in opposition, but also someday back in government, Canadians willing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Westlock, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What an interesting debate we're having here when NDP are claiming to be Liberals and Liberals are NDP. And the leader of the NDP was a Liberal and the leader of the Liberals was an NDP. I'm confused about it. I'm just happy to be a Conservative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today to the House and to all Canadians on Bill S5, the Financial System Review Act. Bill S5 will make improvements to one of the key components of Canada's economic success, our financial system. Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind members of the opposition that unlike in Europe and the United States, not a single Canadian bank collapsed or had to be bailed out by Canadian taxpayers. The reason for this? Our strong, stable, and flexible financial system. Canada's well-regulated financial system is universally recognized as one of the primary reasons for Canada's swift recovery following the global financial crisis. Recently, an independent Financial Stability Board peer review validated this claim by praising actions taken by our Conservative government to ensure that Canada's financial system remains strong, enabling Canada to emerge from the global financial crisis in a position of strength. In its review, the Board highlighted the resilience of Canada's financial system, calling it a model for other countries around the world. The Board's review said the strength of Canada's economy and its financial system meant that no Canadian financial institution failed or required government support in the form of a capital injection or debt guarantees during the global financial crisis. Quoting directly from the report, and it says, "The good performance of the Canadian financial system, both during and after the crisis, provides further evidence of its soundness and resilience." Mr. Speaker, as the board's report also noted, since 2008, our Conservative government has taken steps to make our financial system more stable, reduce systemic risks, and ensure that we had the flexibility to protect the financial institutions when needed. The report went further, citing Canada as an example that other jurisdictions should emulate in developing financial sector policy. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, these sentiments are felt by jurisdictions around the world. A recent report from the United States Congressional Research Service identified our financial system as a model for others to build on. Quoting this report, "Canada's supervisory system and regulatory structure have proven less susceptible to the bank failures that have loomed in the United States and Europe, and may offer insight for U.S. policymakers." End quote. As well, British Prime Minister David Cameron praised our financial system, saying Canada's system, and I quote, "Its economic leadership has helped the Canadian economy to weather the global storms far better than many of our international competitors." The praise goes even further, as numerous observers have noticed and paid tribute to Canada's well-regulated financial sector. An example, Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, the World Economic Forum has ranked our banking system as the soundest in the world. Forbes magazine has ranked Canada #1 in its annual review of the best countries to do business. 5 Canadian financial institutions were named to Bloomberg's most recent list of the world's strongest banks, more than any other country. Mr. Speaker, at the same time that our system is receiving international praise, we cannot be complacent. Bill S5 will make necessary improvements to Canada's financial system, so it will continue to be the envy around the world. As Canadians, we are justifiably proud of our financial services sector, which employs over 750,000 people in well-paying jobs. It represents about 7% of Canada's GDP and is a leader in the use of information technology. We are the world leaders in this field, and we aim to keep it that way. It is for this reason that the government has a long-established practice of reviewing the statutes governing federally regulated financial institutions every 5 years. This mandatory review helps to maintain the safety and soundness of our sector. How then, Mr. Speaker, will this legislation accomplish these goals? Under the proposed legislation, certain larger foreign acquisitions of financial institutions would need approval of the Minister of Finance. This, in fact, merely reinstates some of the historical oversight provisions repealed by previous Liberal governments in early 2001. In practice, it would require ministerial approval if a federally regulated financial institution acquires a major foreign entity which significantly increases its assets by more than 10%. This is a move supported not only by industry stakeholders, but also by Julie Dixon, the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. The legislation will also reflect the natural growth of the banking sector by increasing the large bank ownership threshold from $8 billion today to $12 billion. This will have no impact on Canada's 5 large banks. They will continue to be subject to widely held requirements. This change merely reflects growth in our financial sector. Bill S5 also builds on this government's proven record of improving consumer protection by making important changes to federal financial institution statutes. In particular, this bill increases the maximum administrative penalty that the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada can levy from $200,000 to $500,000 and confirms that Canadians, including bank customers, are able to cash government checks of amounts less than $1,500 free of charge at any bank in Canada. This legislation also demonstrates this government's continuing support for credit unions. Building on the Federal Credit Union Charter, Bill S5 will amend the Canadian Payments Act so credit unions fall within the cooperatives class in the Act rather than the bank class. Speaking to this change, the credit union Central of Canada, which is the National Association of Credit Unions in Canada, had this to say, and I quote, "Placing the federal credit union in the cooperatives class will preserve and strengthen the credit union system representation at the CPA. It will ensure that a federal credit union will be represented by a director who speaks for the interests of cooperative financial institutions in CPA matters." In short, this change will promote a level playing field within the financial sector, which will generate competition in the industry, which will ensure a stronger, more stable system overall. Bill S5 also includes a number of technical refinements to ensure the effective implementation of what is referred to as a bridge bank tool. This builds on our government's commitment in the 2009 budget to strengthen the authorities of the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation to effectively preserve the critical functions of a financial institution in dire straits and to help maintain stability in the financial system. Mr. Speaker, as I know I'm starting to run out of time, I would like to finish by saying that it is constant improvements like the ones included in Bill S5 that makes Canada's financial system the envy of the world. Surely, Mr. Speaker, even the members of the opposition can see that it is the routine fine-tuning of Canada's financial institution legislation that will keep our financial system strong, stable, and flexible for Canadians. On that note, I urge the members of the opposition to stand up and support the swift passage of this very important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. And I just appreciate the comments from my colleague. And, you know, certainly there are some really good points with this bill, and we do support the bill. But we think that there needs to be some amendments. And the amendments talks about transparency. And we know that this government isn't quite supportive of transparency because we see all of the hogwash that's been happening over the past year or so since they've been elected, almost a year. But anyhow, I want to touch base with my friend. Does he think that this is an extremely important bill? Does he not think that it should have had more time for debate, more time at committee, and that it should have went to the House of Commons committee as opposed to a Senate committee? Let's not forget that only 3 sessions, 4 hours to examine the bill, 1 session with officials from the Ministry of Finance and 1 session for witnesses, and a 2-hour session for clause-by-clause review is really not enough for a bill this size, and not to mention that there's been witnesses that have been anonymous. So I'd just like for him to talk about the process and the fact that this is an extremely important bill and hasn't had due respect.
Member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this very important question. The fact of the matter is this process and the consultations have started and been in place since 2010. The other aspect is the sunsetting clause, the sunsetting of this legislation this year, which makes this an important legislation to come to the House today and make sure that we give it its due diligence, but also make sure we pass it. As for significant amendments to this legislation, as I said in my speech and has been said by members on both sides of the aisle, the banking system that we have in Canada is one of the best in the world, recognized around the world as one of the strongest banking systems there is. It's one of the reasons why we didn't have to bail out the banks in our country, as happened in the United States, in England, and other countries around the world. And it's very important that we continue along this line without adding substantial amendments that the NDP would like to put in place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the debates raising a couple of interesting points today. But the one, if I could get clarification from my friend across the way, traditionally I think a bill of this type would be generated and would come from the government. Why in this particular case is this a Senate bill? Why would it have been started in the Senate and taken this approach, taken this path?
Member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been in the House today listening to many of the speeches given as well as the question and answer. And I'm glad that my colleague from Cape Breton stood up so that I could talk about his question, but also some of the questions he's been proposing on the 40-year mortgage, which he continues to throw out there, but at the end of the day constantly forgets to mention the fact that it was this government that took the prudent steps to decrease the maximum mortgage period from 40 to 35 down to 30 years, and also by lowering the maximum amount lenders can provide when refinancing mortgages to 85%. The other part that my friend from Cape Breton constantly forgets is that he voted against all of these changes that were made. And I hope that in the spirit of cooperation, he will stand up and finally support the Canadian financial sector and those Canadians in my riding who depend on common sense decisions to be made, not just partisan rhetoric.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Alberta for a great speech that he gave. And I would have a question for my colleague from Alberta. I don't know if he had the opportunity of watching any of the NDP convention this past weekend. It seemed when they weren't attacking the oil sands of Alberta, they were attacking banks. If they weren't attacking jobs and trade, they were attacking banks. If they weren't attacking banks, they were attacking the oil sands in Alberta. In fact, today in the Edmonton Journal, they say, in this new leader's world, the oil sands are to blame for all that is wrong with Canada's economy. Full stop. Mr. Speaker, also, the new leader's policy book in dealing with banks and bank transactions was, he quotes, he would make the implementation of a financial transition tax a key priority. And I'm wondering if my colleague would explain to us the ramifications that would have on the economy now, where every individual who did a banking transaction would now be faced with an extra service charge, so that some big government could become bigger, so that some big bureaucracy could become bigger, how that would hurt our economy.
The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Crowfoot for his excellent question. It is a very pertinent question, as we all know that the members from the other side, whether they be the official opposition or the third party, have never seen a tax that they didn't like to implement and never seen a government, a bureaucracy that they didn't like to increase. But at the end of the day, the amendments that have been brought forward, the viewpoint of the leader of the official opposition and other members on that side is the fact that we actually need to change our regulatory system. We need to move more to a nationalized system. We need to start taking over some of these banks so that they can have more control. And I think that's a very dangerous road to go down. I think our system is proven to be successful, to be the best in the world, and I don't know why they would want to change this. It makes as much sense as their constant attacking on the oil sands in Alberta that provide hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars investment around our country. And all I ask is that the other side starts looking at some of these things in the spirit of cooperation and in the spirit of what's best for Canadians, not just what's best for their talking.
Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the time allocated. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today in this House to speak to Bill S5 on the financial system review. As you know, I sat on the Finance Committee. I still sit on the Finance Committee. And we considered Bill S5. We feel that it is necessary. The other side referred to the sunset clause. Yes, there is a sunset clause. There has to be a 5-year review. However, our criticism is how hastily the government acted in just handing this off to the Senate without any or hardly any public consultation, and to have used that date, that sunset date, to say, well, there isn't time for any amendments to be put forward. And it's unfortunate that the government has taken this bill so lightly and has not done its homework. Now, it has already been said that the banking sector and the financial sector are very important. Personally, I am a notary, a lawyer, and before I came here to this House, I worked with banks in Montreal and Canadian banks. It's important, we all know that these banks are important to the economy. But what's also important is consumers. There are people who can suffer, Canadians who can suffer because of excesses. Another thing that hasn't been considered is this, and that is there was a global crisis. I don't think I'm teaching anyone when I say that this whole crisis started with the financial sector, with the banks. And once again, the government is acting hastily without taking the appropriate measures that it should have taken. Now, the other side has stated that we're somewhat idealistic on this side. Yes, we are idealistic, but we're also pragmatic, and we put forth concrete solutions. This is a bill that will not necessarily have a huge impact in terms of its technical and various housekeeping amendments. Yes, however, here is our concern. When it comes to acquisitions, there was a system, and this system has been in place for several years. Now, we have the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions that's responsible for overseeing these kinds of transactions. Now, when a Canadian bank acquires a foreign bank, there is an impact on our economy, and there is an impact on our financial sector. So acquisitions has to be a solid, sound decision. The Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions oversees these things and then puts forth recommendations. Actually, doesn't only just put forth recommendations, also has to approve this. But what's happening with this bill is that the power is being put in the hands of the minister. Now, previously, that authority lay with the minister. Then it was turned over to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, OSFI. And why was that done? Because there was a will to take any political nature to the decision out of this. So now what's happening, what the Conservatives are doing, is that they're saying, well, we have a good system, and now we're going to give this authority back over to the minister. Now, we've seen this before. There are many ministers who are very involved closely with certain groups. And in this case, what we want to do is protect Canadians. Now, I don't necessarily want to point the finger at anyone, but if it is put into the minister, any minister, Minister of Finance or any other minister, then political decisions can be made, and that can be problematic. So there is no obligation to explain the nature of one's decisions. If OSFI has to make a decision, it does have to answer. The office will answer to the public by deciding whether or not a decision is in the interest of the public. But the minister now will be able just to make his decision, and he'll go ahead with that. So this makes the decision political, and that's what our concern is. Look at what has happened in the United States. There was deregulation of the sector, and that's going to happen with this government. So that's one of our main concerns with this bill. One of the suggestions we made was this, and once again, when people say that we're just using delay tactics, it's not. We're putting forth a very simple amendment. There hasn't been much time to debate it because, once again, the government wants to act quickly. But here's what we were asking for. When the minister has to make a decision, that minister should not only have to look at the criteria and what is good for the financial sector, that's a good thing that it takes that into account, but the minister also has to take into account what's good for the Canadian economy. And this amendment was rejected.
We can't understand why, especially when we say that the acquisition of a foreign bank by a Canadian bank, well, it has to be good for the Canadian economy. And unfortunately, that was refused. So it's very, very difficult to understand. The government was not very clear about why. So what I imagine is that all that is important for them is the financial institutions, the financial system, rather than the Canadian economy. And yet it's a whole. When we talk about the financial system, obviously it's important, but it always has an impact on the Canadian economy. So once again, this shows that they want to retain control and make their own decisions without explaining why So it is an action on the part of the Conservative government that shows once again its lack of transparency and its will to politicize the process and not to want to explain to Canadians why they make certain decisions. We wanted to have more information on that decision, but we were unable to get any. Another point, and once again, what we're saying is that bill, obviously it's important, but we find that this government lacks vision in implementing it. The government had a golden opportunity to reform the banking system. And I don't think the government should be patting itself on the back for it, but it would also should have studied the aspect not just of banks and financial institutions, but it should have studied the impact on Canadian consumers. We have seen now that the government's approach for creating jobs is to cut taxes for large corporations. Now, does that create jobs? We say no, because just look at the figures concerning unemployment and job losses. But what we're also saying is that despite that, interest rates have not gone down, and we are at historically low interest rates. But not only that, banks, after having received tax breaks and made billions of dollars in profits, are still increasing banking fees. So what happens is that the Canadian consumers have a contract with the bank. For example, they take out a loan, but it's a kind of they depend on the system, they depend on that bank, and the bank can do whatever it wants. So despite the fact that interest rates are very low, credit card fees have not changed, and it is the banks who profit. And so banking fees are still going up despite all this situation. And who benefits from that? Well, not the consumers. So we're telling the government, you need to be aware. You also have constituents. You have people who are consumers in your ridings. So the government has no balance. It's just focusing on its short-sighted vision. And it doesn't take into account the impact of its tax breaks for large corporations and the banking reform that it conducts or doesn't conduct. It has an impact on consumers. So we're calling on the government to show some vision. And I think you could ask anyone on the other side, do you have constituents who are suffering from this? Well, I think they would have to say yes. And we don't even have to ask them. We can just look at the figures. Economists will tell you we have a problem with regard to record household debt. So it's in Canada, it's at 151%. So for every dollar that we earn, Canadians owe a dollar. Or rather, for every dollar we earn, we owe $1.51. So there's a problem with record household debt levels, and unfortunately the government is doing nothing to solve this crisis. It would have been the right time to do it, but once again, it showed a complete lack of vision, and it missed this excellent opportunity. The government pats itself on the back as saying, oh, the system is fine, everything's doing well. But I think that they have to be disconnected from reality not to see that people are suffering. And it would have been an excellent time to reform the entire system, to help Canadians, to help the families. But the Conservatives didn't want to do anything about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate my colleague's speech on this. It's obvious that he understands the difficulties that people are experiencing and the challenges ahead, the importance of this bill, and we all know the importance of this bill. So I just want to maybe comment with respect, and I'd like for him to comment on some of the witness testimony that came before. And here's Tyler Summers. Canada's big six banks have reported new record first quarter profits totaling over $7 billion, which is up 5.3% compared to 2011, and have done this while raising bank fees and cutting jobs in the sector. Also, we have Duff Conacher from the CCRC, who explained that past government actions have been ineffective in ensuring Canada's big banks and other companies are not making excessive profits from gouging customers and cutting services and failing to lend to job-creating Canadian businesses. So I just want him to comment how important it is for us to at least have and put in place the amendment that the NDP has actually put forward that would talk about transparency and accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And indeed, it is a problem. As I explained earlier, I have worked with banks, and so I did dealings with people employed there. I dealt with people who employed there, and now a lot of them have voted for me because there is a balance. We have to strike a balance between the financial system and people who work in banks will even tell you there is something happening that is to the detriment of consumers, and this is a wide-ranging problem. So, and this is what my colleague said, and this is very true. Duff Conacher, who is the coordinator of Democracy Watch and the Canadian Coalition for Community Reinvestment, he says former interventions by the government were not effective. They did not prevent large banks and large companies from making excessive profits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comment there.
Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure. I believe the member had indicated that he might have worked for a bank or is maybe familiar with individuals that work for a bank. I'm a bit unclear on that particular point. But what I wanted to ask the member is that if he did work for a bank, what's his opinions in terms of some of the user fees that are charged? If he could maybe share with us something, for example, ATM charges, interest rates, withdrawal deposit type of charges. Does he have a personal opinion that maybe he could share with us?
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie.
I did not work for a bank, but I'm a lawyer, corporate lawyer. I used to be, actually, because now I'm sitting in the house. But I used to be a corporate lawyer, so I used to work with banks. And also have banks, people who actually voted for me who work in banks. So I am familiar with what's happening in the financial sector. And I can tell you that even people who work in banks will tell you that what they are doing, they know that you have to have a certain balance. You have to know that if you gouge people, when you're making billions of dollars in profit and you're gouging the consumers, people will not be happy. And they understand that balance. Unfortunately, at one point, they are even asking the government to regulate on some of those issues. So we at the NDP are saying that interest rate, you have to cap that in terms of credit cards, and you have to make sure that in terms of how the excessive fees that banks are charging, you have to put a cap on that.
We have time for a brief question and answer. The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and ask him to give us more details on the link between the financial system and the Canadian economy. The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Lambert for her question. When we put forward our amendments to the bill, and they were not large amendments, what we were calling for was to link ministerial approval to the Canadian economy, so to have a link between the two. All we have to do is look at what is in the interest of financial institutions. Instead of the Canadian consumers, there will be an imbalance. So all we wanted was the minister, when he made decisions, to examine what was happening with the Canadian economy as well, but that was refused in committee. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My honourable colleagues have discussed many of the important features of Bill S5 which will strengthen Canada's financial sector to its advantage. I particularly appreciate my honourable colleagues' characterization of the financial system that is only as strong as its weakest link, and for outlining some of the key areas where the government has acted, both within S5 and elsewhere, to strengthen those links that needed most attention. Indeed, the banking sector has expressed its strong support for this mandatory legislation. For example, Terry Campbell, president of the Canadian Bankers Association, has explained that, and I quote, In Bill S5, the government has stepped up to the plate and is proposing that we think are very needed clarifications. I also agree with my colleague's emphasis on the importance of considering health of the whole financial system as fundamental to the growth and success of the entire economy. With this in mind, I would like to dedicate my allotted time to considering one special crucial link in the system in which S5 acts to fortify, and that is Canada's payment systems. Our payment systems is the set of instruments, procedures, and rules used to transfer funds amongst financial institutions, either on their own behalf or that of their customers. This is not to be confused with the various other payment instruments Canadians use, like cash, checks, debit, credit cards, to purchase goods and services, to make financial investments, and to transfer funds from one person to another. The two are not unrelated, however, because these payment instruments, with the exception of cash, normally involve a claim on a financial institution such as a bank, credit union, or Caisse Populaire. Financial institutions, therefore, need arrangements to transfer funds among themselves, which is why the payment system exists. In Canada, the national systems for clearing and settlement of payments are run by the Canadian Payments Association, also known as the CPA, a not-for-profit organization of federally regulated financial institutions. This system has served Canadian financial institutions and their customers well. But in a world of ever-changing demands, technological innovation, increased global integration and competition, no responsible and effective government can afford to let such a system remain static. And that is why Bill S5 takes on action to ensure that this system can meet the ongoing demands of an increasingly dynamic, innovative, and globalized financial system. I must note that the CPA provided input on these measures through an open public consultation process and has told the House Finance Committee that they, and I quote, welcome the incorporation of technical and housekeeping amendments to the Canadian Payments Act legislation to provide greater clarity surrounding our membership. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the payments landscape is changing. For example, since 1996, we have seen both in Canada and abroad increasing cases where clearing and settlement systems do not include banks as direct participants. To better accommodate this development, Bill S5 therefore proposes to amend the Payment, Clearing and Settlements Act to remove the requirement that there must be at least one bank involved. The new definition will allow more flexibility in establishing systems to clear such complex financial instruments as over-the-counter derivatives, or OTCs. This change has the added benefit of allowing the Bank of Canada to oversee the transactions of these complex financial instruments to help ensure that they pose no systematic risk to the financial system. Not only is this prudent, it is also in keeping with Canada's commitment to our G20 partners that by 2012, our OCTs be cleared through central counterparties. Bill S5 also proposes to change the Payment Clearing Settlement Act, allowing the Bank of Canada to disclose information to other regulators of payment clearing settlement systems and to coordinate activities across current federal and provincial jurisdictions as well as with foreign regulators. This will also help us in meeting our G20 commitments by ensuring that Canadian prudential and market conduct regulators have the authority, tools, and information they need to maintain effective ongoing oversight of the Canadian OTC derivatives market. Moreover, the information sharing will help all parties understand the potential risk in these linked systems, building upon lessons learned from the 2008 financial crisis and helping our efforts with the international partners to prevent such instances in the future. Failing to form such links could actually delay our ability to link the foreign systems and undermine Canada's ability to meet the commitments of the G20 nations made. This is a key factor, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member should consider this when debating the timely passage of Bill S5. If that doesn't convince the honourable members to get behind this bill, Mr. Speaker, I will offer another good reason. As many of the honourable members appreciate, Canada's credit unions are a valuable source of financial service in communities across the country. In fact, in recognition of the important role that credit unions play, in Budget 2010, our government created a new legislative framework for federal credit unions to accommodate growth and expansion of the Canadian credit union system and putting them on a more level playing field with other financial service providers. Once implemented through regulation, this will enable those credit unions that chose to do so to extend beyond provincial borders and pursue business strategies that are not limited by provincial incorporation. This change will encourage competition amongst financial institutions and promote a more level playing field within the financial sector, supporting a stronger and more stable system overall. It will also give credit unions a way to expand their sources of funding and diversify their geographic risk exposure. Mr. Speaker, Bill S5 will support these efforts by amending the Canadian Payments Act so that credit unions fall within the cooperatives class in the Act rather than the bank class, giving federal credit unions a more effective voice in the CPA. I'm pleased to report that this measure has been very positively received by the federal credit unions. According to the Credit Union Central of Canada, the national voice for credit unions all across the country, these changes will help credit unions represent their members more effectively at the payments table. In the words of David Phillips, President and CEO of the Credit Union Central, placing the federal credit union in the cooperatives class will preserve and strengthen the credit union system representation at the Canadian Payments Association. It ensures that federal credit unions will be represented by a director who can bring the perspective of cooperative financial institutions to CPA matters. Of course, the credit unions will at the same time still enjoy the long-standing, well-understood and robust governance, liquidity and clearing and settlement framework that they use today. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the honourable members of this House to support the timely passage of Bill S5 into legislation. Thank you. They can do so with the confidence that by making these important improvements to Canada's payment system, they will be strengthening key links to Canada's financial system and better connecting it with the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentare. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, on this issue that we are talking about, we are debating Bill S5. However, we're also debating part of the amendment that was actually tabled on this specific bill. And again, let's just be very clear that the amendment is really to talk about the fact that the immunity resulting from this provision could negatively impact the office's transparency and accountability to the Canadian public with respect to the S5. And that's why we've tabled the bill to talk about transparency and accountability, which is obvious that this government is not willing to support. So again, I'm just trying to get some sense that the fact that this bill was pushed through the House through the Senate, really, and is such an important bill and a crucial bill when it comes to the well-being of finances, not only of the banks but of Canadians as a whole, is why is it that they won't support an amendment that would assure transparency and accountability and would also prevent the time loss as a result of frivolous civil lawsuits? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for a question. We believe that the Act, when read in its entirety, has all the elements of transparency necessary to ensure the best protection of the public, and consumer protection is at the heart of this very legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member can provide a comment as to why it is the government chose to bring Bill S5 through the Senate as opposed to the House of Commons. It seems to be an attitude of the government, and it's been demonstrated on other pieces of legislation that have come before the House to minimize the contributions of members of Parliament on legislation. We all acknowledge that this is very important legislation, and it will pass. But why it is that the government continues to look at ways in which to minimize input and debate inside the House of Commons, where that debate should be taking place on all legislation as much as possible. So why bring it through the Senate as opposed to the House of Commons?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, this House has a very busy agenda and has very capable members, as does our second House, the Senate, which is also equally capable of coming up with very well-crafted bills such as S5. So in their field of competency, they've come through with what we feel is a very good piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Moncton Riverview Dieppe for his comments. And he did make a couple of comments toward the end where he was talking about credit unions and putting them in the cooperatives class. And as he would know, there's a tremendous amount of importance of credit unions in New Brunswick who service our rural areas. And in some cases, if it wasn't for the credit unions, we wouldn't have any services like this in our rural areas and banking services. So I'd just like him to comment, maybe take a minute to comment on the competitive aspects of this and what this is doing for credit unions and allow them to continue to build strength in our rural areas.
Honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
I think the honourable member for his question. Certainly, the credit unions do play a very important role in Canada's economy. Many of the credit unions are in the smaller areas where the bigger banks, of course, have pulled out because of the lack of population. And the fact that they're now becoming full members of this competitive process will, in fact, benefit consumers because we know the credit unions, being of a smaller nature, pay very much attention to its members and certainly will offer very much more competitive rates and certainly sharpen the pencils of the bigger banks, which are sometimes subject to criticism.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A pleasure to rise here today on Bill S5 and the amendments that we're talking about that the NDP has put forth with regards to creating more transparency and accountability for this bill, which we do support the bill. However, we see this as a missed opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because there are so many issues relating to the banking industry right now that affect Canadian consumers and also Canadian companies. And I'm not sure if I was at committee today, so I don't know if it's been discussed at a great deal, but Canadian companies, small and medium-sized businesses, have been hurt exponentially by the banking system in the recent years. And I'll get into that detail a little bit later about that. But it's important to put that as part of the equation as we're talking about this missed opportunity here. And first of all, I'd like to address, as my colleague from the Liberal Party noted, this bill comes from the Senate. And that's a concern for ourselves, is that why would the government table a bill in the Senate and then have it come to the House of Commons? I know my previous colleague from the Conservatives called them equally capable. That's an interesting description for the Senate coming from the Alliance Party, Reform Party base out there when these are unelected, unaccountable individuals. Now, mind you, Mr. Speaker, there's some very, very good people in the Senate. They do some really good work in the Senate, but at the same time, they're not elected and it is not accountable to the Canadian people. So I do not think it is equal. It is not equal in any sense whatsoever. And I'm shocked that a Conservative Reform Alliance person would call the Senate that, because they are politically patronage appointments from the Prime Minister, whether it be from Joe Clark, Pierre Trudeau, Jean Chrétien, to Paul Martin, and now our current Prime Minister. They didn't have to go to the electorate and actually earn their spot and their seat. Once again, there's some very good people there that I've worked with on a lot of good issues, and I respect them a great deal, but there's a big difference between that and then having to go to the person that's actually checking out your groceries or is selling you your car, and they are your boss. They are the ones that decide whether you get to this place or not. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit concerned that it went to the Senate, because I've seen in the past a bill that I worked on, C-393. This is the generic drugs to developing countries bill that we had for tuberculosis, AIDS, malaria, that this House of Commons passed, actually died in the Senate. So the elected body here passed a bill, sent it to the Senate, and it never made it through, even though it should be Canadian law right now, where we can actually provide those that are suffering from tuberculosis, malaria, and AIDS in developing countries medicines that they desperately need. And there's also the bill from Jack Clayton, the climate change bill that was passed in this House of Commons, that again didn't make it out the door of the Senate. So now we have the reverse coming back here, and what we see is a very scoped bill on the banking industry, and I'm glad that the Conservatives are dealing with this. The government is actually addressing some component of it, but let's take a little bit of a back step in history. I think is very, very important. The banking industry, it's interesting. They came into my office a year ago, and they said, "You should be thanking me for the work that we've done and the fact that we have propped up the Canadian financial system because we are structured the way that we are and we did business the way that we were. And I said to them at that particular point in time, I said, well, do you want me to go on my computer or go to my file system and pull out all the decks of summaries that you provided me saying that you had to become like the American banks? And it was the New Democrats that are left here in the House of Commons that fought against that. And I will admit that there were some Liberals, because I've been corrected in the past on this, and quite sincerely by some of my Liberal friends, because it was John Manley under John Chrétien, I was actually under Paul Martin, that was trying to move our banks towards the American model, and we stopped and we voted against that, and it didn't pass. It didn't pass in the House of Commons, and there were some others that actually supported that notion to keep our banks. But it was the conservative, the right wing for sure. I mean, they got up day after day after day to complain about how Canadian banks are going to be swallowed up by U.S. institutions if we didn't actually act at that particular time. And that took on.
Honorable député de Bourassa, concernant.
The member for Bourassa. There's an issue called relevance. When a member says that the government of Jean Chrétien wanted to deregulate the banks, that's completely false. I was part of that government, and I want the truth to be told. The reason why our banks are doing so well today is because the Liberal government did not choose to follow the American model.
The second part of the I first of all thank the member for Bourassa for his intervention. The second part of his intervention, I think, was really more relating to debate on the facts. I would say, however, and this has been a point of possible interest through the course of the day today, the debate today, the question before the House, is on the amendment, and it's perhaps an opportunity to remind honourable members that they may wish to, they have great freedom to explore these ideas around the question that's before the House. They may wish to bring those, tie those ideas together in terms of how they are, in fact, pertinent to the question that's before the House. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will keep that advice in mind and return to the amendment. But it was part of the larger framework that we were dealing with here, is why I was trying to connect the two, is because the assumption right now, or the preposition of the banking industry, is that they have basically propped up the Canadian economy by their wisdom, whereas when you look at history, there was clearly the attempt to actually do something different. But I will go back to the amendment and the issue related to transparency, which I think is really important. It's important in the sense for the bill itself, because it shows that there was an attempt to get an amendment that would clarify, clearly define where there would be some transparency for the banking industry related to transactions. And the bill does actually have some interesting points related to foreign investments and a series of different things. But again, it speaks to the point, Mr. Speaker, that we have this small amendment that has been denied, whereas the banking industry in itself in entirety has not been dealt with in this chamber, and that's a real problem. I started my conversation here today in my speech with the notation about the banking industry affecting consumers and businesses, and I'd like to move to that point, especially the business point, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not sure if it has been addressed here in the chamber so much, where it's a missed opportunity on the credit lending and rates, and the transparency is important for that, because we need to have real decisions made about the lending practices and the lending practices of percentages. And let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. We have a successful automobile plant in Windsor that produces Ford products, and it actually has been very, very good even during the auto downturn, expanding itself as well. And it actually feeds into supplier markets and supplier chains that are very important jobs. Now, these jobs are critical because they have value-added elements to them, but they only pay $15 an hour, and in terms of an auto supply market job, the margin is very small in terms of the profits that they earn. The workers make around $15 an hour. They get a little bit of benefits, And here's the real connection to the bank, is that they've had to rely upon government banking issues versus that of their own bank, because the bank margin for interest rate is so high, it actually eats into their profit margin so much that actually they lose money. So here's an auto plant that produces parts for the Ford Focus in particular. It's automated itself. It has workers that do some manual labor and some industrial labor related to servicing of those, and it does everything from windows, doors, a series of things. Only pays people $15 an hour, and it has some modest benefits, and they have low management overhead, and they're losing money if they have to borrow from the Canadian banks, despite the fact that they're making $25.5 billion in profits this past year. So they have to then rely upon going to the Canadian Business Development Bank or the Export Development Bank to actually borrow the money necessary. So what we're saying here, to conclude, is that we see this as a missed opportunity in the House of Commons to reform our banking industry. It's important for consumers, but again, I'll just conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying it's also important for small and medium-sized businesses that are providing value-added work for the Canadian economy that we're missing out on, and we're losing to the United States even right now and other places because we have a poor financial system that actually doesn't have the borrowing capacity at the rates that are necessary to survive this industry.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député, the honourable Tulin Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my colleague still had quite a bit to say, so I'm going to give him a bit of time to speak on this some more. And I'm just wondering because, you know, certainly this is a bill that is moving in the right direction. But again, maybe my colleague can maybe elaborate a little bit more with respect to some of the amendments that we have attempted to put forward, the one that we've actually put forward, and why it is that we need to move down the road of transparency and accountability, because this is about democracy, not only for today but for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleague for the question. And the amendments really pertain to even actually avoiding some of the legal systems that we have on lawsuits for transparency and making sure that we actually don't get caught up in the courts. It's a very modest approach to make sure that we don't spend more money in the legal system for banking decisions and disclosures that may be necessary for transparency. And I think Canadians want transparency. I look at my file, and I'm dealing right now with the Panama Free Trade Agreement, for example, Mr. Speaker, and transparency is one of the things that we're seeking to get from the government and from the Panamanian delegates, and that they're going to have financial records that are accountable, that we can see that there's not money laundering, there's issues related to drug transfers and a whole series of things. That's what we want, is we want the transparency, and I think most Canadians support that concept.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that Toronto Dominion Bank have just recently told their seniors that their accounts are no longer free. They have to pay bank fees. Now, Royal Bank started it. Now, Toronto Dominion is doing the same thing. TD is doing the same thing, which means that they basically said to the seniors that, sorry, we are no longer interested in giving you services. And it is really unfortunate. I'm wondering what my colleagues think. Seniors, after serving this country for all these years, are now told that they have to pay extra bank fees.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a TD customer since 1986, I'm shocked. I didn't know that from my honourable friend there. And it's unfortunate because you have to look at that extra cost that will not be recovered in the economy, because we know that they're not going to apply that back into the economy. It's going to go to their profit margin, and it won't have the same impact as seniors being able to spend their money on their groceries, on the living day expenses, the prescription drugs, a whole series of things that are actually going to be lost in terms of the actual overall economy. So the seniors are going to have to be stretched in terms of their individual personal budgets, but also local economies as well too, because we haven't seen that recent investment that has been out there with regards to the profits in the banks. It hasn't gone back into the Canadian economy by any means to the degree that it's actually being served. And the user fees are pretty incredible when you think about it, Mr. Speaker. User fees are really, they're non-value added, they're out of control, and one of the actually lower hanging fruits that we can actually do for the Canadian economy is lower the user fees and the expensive service fees that don't have the value added work and put that back to workers that are actually on the ground.
Questions and comments? Question and comment there. The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
The honourable member says he is against bank profits. Incidentally, his party is also against oil companies making profits. And that's a great populist battle cry. At the same time, they claim to be in favor of the pensions of unionized workers. The problem is that pension funds for unionized workers in Canada are overwhelmingly invested in banks and oil companies, which can only pay profits or returns back to those unionized pension funds on their profits. So when the NDP proposes to hammer the enterprises with higher taxes, they're really proposing a tax on the pension funds of the unionized workers they purport to defend. I'm wondering how the honourable member can reconcile those two conflicting points of view.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask you to intervene on this because the honourable member just said I was, quote, against bank profits, and I would ask you to check the blues and to come back to the House against that, because I did not say that in my speech in the transcript. So I would ask the honourable member to apologize for that, because he is saying I said something which is not true, and it is completely fictitiously exposed in the House of Commons here, and I would ask your ruling on that, because I'm tired of those types of things being used against myself, and if it has specific language that you're going to re-quote me on, then please provide that language. And second of all, I would just conclude by saying I am not against bank profits, I'm against banks gouging, and the balance has been lost, and that's what we want to fix on this side.
We're going to go to resuming debate, but on the member's question, I think it's really just a matter of debate on the facts that have been exchanged here this afternoon. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly appreciate this opportunity to lend my voice to today's debate in favour of the timely passage of Bill S5, also known as the Financial System Review Act. While very technical, this is a very important piece of legislation. Today's act is not only the right thing for Canadians, but the right thing for Canada's economy. More broadly, Bill S5 builds upon and complements a range of initiatives that our Conservative government has introduced. Let me discuss some of those initiatives. The housing sector warrants particular attention in light of its role in the 2008 financial crisis and the ongoing pressures arising from the U.S. housing bubble that are still being felt by the American financial system and have slowed that country's economic recovery. In order to protect our housing market from the worst excesses seen abroad, our Conservative government has acted repeatedly and decisively to ensure its stability, especially with regards to the mortgage financing. Mortgage financing plays a key role in providing a reliable source of funds to prospective Canadian homeowners. Prudent mortgage lending standards and mandatory mortgage insurance for high-ratio loans allow Canada to avoid the housing crisis that occurred in other countries, especially in the United States. Since 2008, our Conservative government has taken prudent and measured steps to ensure that this system remains stable over the long term while maintaining economic growth. In 2008, 2010, and again in 2011, our government took proactive steps to protect and strengthen the Canadian housing market, which included reducing the maximum amortization period for new government-backed insured mortgages to 30 years, requiring a 5% minimum down payment and a 20% down payment on non-owner-occupied properties, lowering the maximum amount lenders can provide when refinancing insured mortgages to 85% of the value of the property, requiring buyers to meet a 5-year fixed-rate mortgage standard, and withdrawing government insurance backing on home equity lines of credit. These measures underline our government's continued action to protect the stability of the economy by ensuring leaders' practices are sustainable and the investments of Canadian families in their homes are secure. This will decrease the interest payments of Canadian families by tens of thousands of dollars over the life of a mortgage, helping to improve the financial well-being of Canadian households. It's important to note that because of the measures like these, Canadians do not face mass foreclosures on their homes, and our banks did not require taxpayer bailouts. That's why it's no surprise that Scotiabank Chief Economist Warren Justin says, when you look at what exists in Canada, this is still the best country in the world to be in. Mr. Speaker, the measures in today's legislation will ensure that Canada's economy remains strong in this time of global economic uncertainty and give it the flexibility to adapt quickly and easily. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The honourable member for London North Centre will have 7 minutes remaining in her speech when the House next resumes debate on the question, and of course the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Since 1965, Mr. Speaker, the community of Elmira has attracted tourists from around the world. Since then, hundreds of volunteers have devoted thousands of hours to put on this event and to raise funds for our community. In 1965, organizers hoped for 2,500 attendees. They were overwhelmed by more than 10,000. The Guinness Book of World Records recognized the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival as the world's largest maple syrup festival after recording crowds of more than 66,000 in attendance in 2000. This year, the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival will occur on March 31st. Once again, I look forward to activities like the pancake flipping contest, which I have yet to win, hay rides, and games. I look forward to this rare opportunity where even a dentist indulges his sweet tooth. And most of all, I look forward to a day where the friendliest, most community-minded constituents any MP could be privileged to represent. And once again, Mr. Speaker, I extend a sincere invitation to all honourable members to join me on March 31st in Elmira. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 31st, India will end its quasi-moratorium on the death penalty by hanging Balwant Singh Rajwana to death. Canada has an unwavering commitment to human rights, especially against death penalty. Canada should seize this opportunity to reiterate our stance and encourage India to move in the right direction towards greater respect for human rights of all its citizens. A statewide general strike has been called for March 28th. We are now seeing media reports indicating that border security forces have been deployed in Punjab as the situation is growing increasingly tense. While death sentences continue to be imposed by Indian courts, no execution has been carried out since 2004. And if this goes ahead, it would be the first one in 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I call on the Prime Minister to urge India to abide by the United Nations moratorium on the death penalty and abolish this brutal and archaic practice which allows the state to take a human's life.
The honourable member for Lanark. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2 days' time, I will be publishing a paper on the living tree metaphor, which of course originated in Lord Sankey's 1929 ruling in the celebrated persons case. In recent years, the ruling has been misunderstood as a justification for the courts to redefine words or phrases in the Constitution to reflect the context of contemporary values. March 29th seems an appropriate publication date, as it will be the 30th anniversary of the granting of royal assent to the statute which created the Charter. The living tree was actually intended by Lord Sankey to refer to the non-justiciable usages characterized by Albert Van Dicey as constitutional conventions. Lord Sankey held that the written Constitution has a fixed meaning, which is a natural limit on the growth of the living tree of usage and convention. Thus, he ruled that nothing in the Constitution Act had ever prevented the appointment of women to the Senate, even though such appointments were contrary to 60 years of usage and convention. A more accurate reading of the persons case, and therefore the living tree metaphor, will lead, I hope, to a greater respect for the original meaning of the Charter of Rights, as Lord Sankey would have done himself. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The honourable member for Random, Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, March 24th was World TB Day, an international day of action to mobilize political will to combat tuberculosis. Every year, 8.8 million new people become infected with TB, and 1.4 million die needlessly from this curable disease. Canada is not immune to this epidemic. 63% of Canada's TB cases are among newcomer Canadians, reinforcing the fact that TB is a disease that knows no borders. Tuberculosis remains a global problem, requiring continued global leadership to develop concrete strategies and commit sustained resources toward global TB control. I ask all members of the House to join me and commit to take action as global leaders to prevent death from tuberculosis. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today I speak in support of my community of Sarnia-Lambton, where we have focused on expanding our economy to unleash the knowledge of our local workforce. This means we have had to find innovative projects for our community. The Government of Canada has assisted in this effort with an investment of $15 million under the National Centres of Excellence program, seed money that helped create the Bioindustrial Centre. This week we are seeing a world-leading effort in action as the Bioindustrial Centre hosts the BIC International Conference to discuss the risks to commercialization of biochemicals and bioproducts. Sarnia's economic stakeholders are attempting to link our industrial know-how with opportunities connected to the Alberta oil sands. We have the skilled labour and the fabrication capabilities to play a vital role in this capacity. It is time for stakeholders in Ontario to realize the full potential there is for cooperation with our friends in the Alberta energy sector.
Honourable member for Hull Elmer. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today here in the House to salute the election of our new leader. The NDP is united behind this man of conviction who will lead us to power in 2015. Over the past few weeks, I held pre-budget consultations with the constituents of my riding of Hull Elmer. I met with representatives of community organizations, business people, seniors, and all the people told me that they are afraid of this government. They are not in favor of its policies and the cuts it intends to do. This government should review its priorities because Canadian families need help to make ends meet, not to have their belts tightened. Seniors need to live in dignity, not poverty. On behalf of my constituents, I call on the government to abandon the cuts it intends to do because people in my riding do not want cuts.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I visited the United Arab Emirates and Turkey, building on the visit of the UAE Foreign Minister to Ottawa earlier this month. The successful visit and the dialogue between our Foreign Minister and the UAE Foreign Minister showed Canada's strong engagement with the region. I consulted with the Emirate and Turkish officials regarding bilateral relations and regional issues, security throughout the Middle East, trade and commerce, and travel. While in Turkey, I consulted vastly on the increasingly grave situation in Syria and laid the groundwork for Canada's participation in the upcoming meeting of the Friends of Syria to be held in Istanbul, which will be attended by our Foreign Minister. Mr. Speaker, I took the opportunity to meet with the Syrian National Council, where I once again emphasized Canada's position to support freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law for all Syrian people. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, on behalf of the Government of Canada and the citizens of Southern Alberta, I had the honour of welcoming the world to Lethbridge for the World Women's Curling Championship. The tournament gave us a chance to showcase the spirit of Canadian competition and cooperation. In addition to the many generous corporate sponsors, over 300 local volunteers, including the Lethbridge Fire Department Pipes and Drums, put thousands of hours to make the tournament a world-class success. We're especially proud of Team Canada, skipped by full-time mom Heather Nedwin. She and her team demonstrated Canadian toughness and tenacity by battling through adversity to represent us on the podium after winning the bronze medal. So now, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my fellow parliamentarians, let me say thank you, Team Canada, and thank you to the City of Lethbridge and the hard-working volunteers. Once again, you have made Canada proud.
The honourable member for Abitibi James Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, over the past 6 months, Canadians have heard from 9 excellent candidates from across this country talk about their vision for our country. I had the honor to be one of those candidates and the privilege to meet with thousands of Canadians who want a better country. I take this opportunity to thank my constituents for their support and their confidence throughout this period.
Everyone who supported my campaign, who volunteered their time, and who joined our movement for a better Canada. Finally, thank you to everyone from all nations across Canada who chose to take this opportunity to get involved in the political dialogue of this land, bringing your much-needed voices toward to be heard. This experience, Mr. Speaker, has confirmed my belief that Canada can have the healthiest environment, the fairest society, and the strongest economy in the world. We can make that happen by working together, and with the member from Outremont as our new leader, we, New Democrats, will make that belief a reality. Miigwech.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Mr. President. The Nauru season is now in full swing. During this season, I urge my colleagues to take a moment to appreciate the contributions that Canadians of Iranian origin have made to our country. It's also important to take a moment to stand up for peace, human rights, and democracy in Iran. Our Prime Minister has rightly condemned the government of Iran for its human rights abuses and its refusal to comply with international standards for nuclear responsibility. It's important that we as parliamentarians recognize, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, that our quarrel is with the Iranian regime, not with the Iranian people. In fact, because of the actions of the regime, Canadians of Iranian background now live with increasing anxiety. They're concerned about the security and health of their loved ones in Iran. I share those concerns, and I suspect that my colleagues in this House also share them. I therefore ask all my colleagues in this House to rise to join me in support of people of Iranian background who share our love of freedom, and to wish everyone happy Nowruz, Nowruz Mubarak.
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 7 months, Canadians have seen what real democracy looks like. A diverse and talented group of candidates, respectful debates, and a set of common goals to fix Ottawa, to strengthen our communities, and to form a progressive, inclusive government in 2015. All the while, our formidable caucus, led by the member from Hull-Aylmer, was able to provide a powerful opposition to this out-of-touch government each and every day. Constituents in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, and in fact all Canadians, have said loud and clear that they want to see strong, inclusive and optimistic leadership in Ottawa. And in selecting the honourable member from Outremont to lead us, the party is giving Canadians a strong leader and the best alternative to this government. And Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to work with him and the rest of our caucus as we offer practical solutions to the real problems Canadians face.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to the late Pierre Junot, who died last month and was the inspiration for the Junot Awards.
Of Canadian music, and the spotlight is on Ottawa as the host of the 2012 Junot Awards. Canadian music stars will be converging in the national capital of the best country in the world to showcase their talent and celebrate the success of our vibrant music industry.
Yesterday kicked off the first day of Juno Week, featuring exciting events and musical showcases. We should be very proud of the wealth and breadth of musical talent Canada has to offer to the world as a whole.
In remembering the late Honourable Pierre Junot and in celebrating our amazing Canadian artists.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the conclusion of the Jewish mourning period for the brutal murder of a rabbi and 3 children in Toulouse, France, a horrific attack occurring after the same gunman murdered 3 French North African paratroopers, to express my profound condolences and the members of this House to the bereaved families of Rabbi Sandler, his sons Aryeh and Gabriel, ages 5 and 3, and 8-year-old Miriam Montenegro, to stand in solidarity with the victim communities of such brutal attacks which diminish their sense of security and belonging and serve as a painful reminder of the dangers of homegrown terrorism and extremism, and to condemn the ugly anti-Semitism in the wake of these attacks, such as the desecration of Jewish graves in Nice, the celebration of these anti-Semitic attacks on the internet, and the lauding of them by al-Qaeda. Mr. Speaker, may we remain vigilant in combating all forms of racism, hatred, anti-Semitism, and terrorism, and may the remembrance and memory of these victims serve as remembrance, reminder, and a blessing for us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we were elected in 2006, our Conservative government has consistently stood up for victims of crime, and we've introduced measures to protect communities and families. Every step of the way, the opposition and so-called experts said that there would be a tremendous surge of new inmates in prisons. That simply hasn't materialized. The member from Burnaby, New Westminster, has stated numerous times that our government is spending too much time locking up dangerous criminals, even quoting discredited radical left-wing organizations that have estimated outrageous cost figures, all of which have been unfounded. He even goes so far as to use despicable scare tactics to say that we are cutting programs for seniors to pay for new prisons that don't even exist. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that the annual budget for corrections is a mere 8% of what is spent on old age security on an annual basis. But both of these figures are dwarfed by the cost of $100 billion. That is the cost for law-abiding victims of crime that every year have to pay that price.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today to welcome and support the member from Outremont as the new leader of the NDP and leader of the official opposition. Our leadership campaign encompassed many fine ideas and perspectives from excellent candidates. We thank them all for their outstanding work and commitment. As New Democrats, we stand together with our newly elected leader. We are more ready than ever to hold the Conservative government to account and to show them for what they are, mean-spirited, anti-democratic, and against the interests of average Canadians. I know the member from Outremont is a vigorous and experienced parliamentarian. He will take up his leadership mandate with passion, commitment, and boldness. He has the support of a great caucus, and we're ready to work. Together we will continue the work of Jack Layton and chart a way forward that will defeat the Conservatives in favour of a strong progressive values, social justice, equality and fairness for all Canadians. Félicitations au nouveau chef.
Speaker, our government stands up for the responsible development of our oil sands. Oil sands development is expected to contribute over $2.6 trillion to the Canadian economy and create over 900,000 new jobs from coast to coast over the next 25 years. By contrast, the NDP leader erroneously claims the oil sands are taking more money out of the Canadian economy than they are putting in. And Mr. Speaker, while the oil sands are expected to create $63 billion of economic benefits in Ontario alone, the NDP leader blames Canada's oil sands for a decline in eastern manufacturing jobs, even as he supports a raise in taxes on job-creating manufacturing companies. On top of this, the NDP leader suggested a carbon tax that would kill jobs and economic growth, especially in our energy sector. This opposition to jobs and growth shows the risk the anti-trade, anti-jobs NDP represent to Canadian standard of living.
Hands in your pocket, NDP.
Bravo! Oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we have known for years that the specifications for the new fighter jets was written to favor the F-35s. From the start, the process was rigged. We now learn that the F-35s does not even meet the established requirements. This shows the extent to which it was a rigged competition. Yet the Conservatives have defended the process tooth and nail. They have said that only the F-35s met the requirements, and this is false. And the question is then, why did they say the opposite of the truth? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is completely false. It's clear that Canada needs a replacement of the current planes. That is why we are partners in the F-35 program and have been for 15 years. We agree to continue our participation in the program. We have not signed any contract. We are using the flexibility to respect the budget when it comes to replacing the planes. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, is always opposed to the necessary investments in the Canadian Armed Forces, including in planes that are essential to the men and women who wear Canadian uniform. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Conservatives are so confident that the F-35s meet the operational requirements, they should be willing to table the full list in the House today. Even when they're rigging the process, they can't get a plane that meets Canada's needs. It's way over budget, and they haven't even got any guarantee of proper industrial benefits for Canada, one of the leading aerospace countries in the world. When are the Conservatives going to show some basic confidence with public money and have an open, transparent, public competition to replace the CF-18?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. If the NDP had its way, there would be no replacement for the CF-18. We do need a replacement for our men and women in uniform. As a country, as a responsible ally, we need a replacement for that fleet. And we have pursued that for now 15 years under two different governments, a selection process. We've already outlined enormous industrial benefits right across Canada, thousands of jobs that will be created through this important acquisition. And we do commit, of course, to doing this within budget and maintaining the flexibility that we require to achieve that objective.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We will see what the Auditor General thinks about that, Mr. Speaker. But since we're talking about budget choices, there are other quite strange choices. For example, the Prime Minister went to Switzerland to tell Canadian seniors what would happen with their old age security. It would no longer be the same, that the eligibility age would go up to 67 without any logical explanation, because all indicators show that the system is viable. But just like with the F-35s, the Conservatives are ignoring the facts and showing complete contempt for the healthy management of the state's resources. The Conservatives never said they would touch pensions. Why attack retirees today? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's increasingly clear that the NDP has no concern for the future of our social programs, including old age security, because, Mr. Speaker, where we had 7 working people for each retiree, and then there will be 2 for each retiree. Obviously, Canadians are living longer, and we have to reflect that reality, just like all other countries have done, with changes to ensure the future of our programs for future seniors.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives said nothing to Canadians about their attack on OAS in the last election. In fact, the Prime Minister promised a steady-as-it-goes approach. But instead, the Conservatives are slashing retirement security for families and downloading billions to provinces. Seniors are going to have to work years longer. That's not what the Prime Minister campaigned on. Why are they targeting future seniors with their attack on OAS? And why didn't they come clean about it with Canadians in the last election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm not going to speculate on the budget, as I said yesterday, but let's be very clear. We're trying to make sure that OAS is sustainable for the future, that future generations of Canadians have an opportunity to access OAS. Old age security will become unsustainable on its current path, and ignoring this actually puts future generations of Canadians at risk. Let's be very clear. We're focused on making sure we have a retirement income security system that works for Canadians, unlike the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, they never once mentioned this in their campaign. Why not? They haven't answered that. And OAS isn't their only target. During the last campaign, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We are planning on a 6% ongoing increase to health transfers. We've been very consistent on this," end of quote. But after the election, the Conservatives decided to break this promise and shortchange promises by $31 billion. This will hurt our healthcare services. Why are they breaking their promise and downloading billions of new costs onto the provinces?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to a universally publicly funded healthcare system. Again, unlike the previous Liberal government, which gutted healthcare transfers, we have actually increased funding to record levels. We have announced a long-term, stable arrangement with the provinces and the territories that will see transfers reach historic levels of $40 billion by the end of the decade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when the Air Canada was privatized under a previous Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister of the day, Mr. Mazinkowski, said, and I quote, "The Act would have to be amended if there were going to be any modification concerning the transfer of Air Canada's overhaul centres to another location." That was a very clear indication as to what the Deputy Prime Minister of the day said was in the law and the protection provided to workers. I'd like to ask the government spokesman today if he can tell us, does he agree or does he disagree with the statement that was made by the Deputy Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely clear. The Minister of Transport, first of all, we obviously regret seriously, all of us in all parties, the loss of these jobs. It's very unfortunate for the workers affected. But let's be clear, the Minister of Transport has called upon for legal advice in respect of the obligations that may exist. He's also asked the Transport Committee of this place to study the issue, to call the parties together to get a full and transparent view of the views of all of those concerned.
The Honourable Member for Toronto.
The problem is, by the time the government gets around to doing anything about it, these jobs will have long be gone to El Salvador or somewhere else. That's the problem with the government's answer. Yeah. This government spent $300 million moving a military base from Dubai to Kuwait because they alleged that they were going to be protecting, in the words of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, tens of thousands of jobs in Canada. Yeah. The government cannot avoid its direct responsibility with respect to what is happening to Air Canada. Air Canada is the government's baby. Avio is Air Canada's baby. When is the government of Canada going to take some responsibility for what's taking place?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we all regret when there is any loss of jobs. The reality, though, is that in the past 2 years, we have seen the creation of over 610,000 net new jobs. Now, the leader of the third party would have us increase taxes on employers and businesses in Canada, which would have the result of killing hundreds of thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker, just like he did when he was Premier of Ontario and had the worst economic record in the history of that province. Thankfully, he won't be able to do it to Canada, what he did to Ontario.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. La question, c'est pour...
The question is for the Minister of Industry. Yesterday, his defense for the decision of Ms. Dawson was that no one was really helped. It's almost like saying, yes, I did something bad, but no one was hurt in an accident. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. Now we have a new story, the issue of the hunting lodge in Quebec, and the minister was invited by Mr. Obu. How can the minister explain this? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, there was no conflict of interest. The minister paid for his own expenses during this visit. There was no pressure exerted on the minister, and no one profited from a meeting with the minister. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that this party campaigned against subsidies for sports teams, so there was no conflict here. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Let's go back to the F-35s. We know why the Conservatives were keeping the statement of operational requirements for the F-35s. The F-35s don't even meet the requirements set by this government opposite. The disclosure of this information was dangerous for the credibility of the Department of Defense, and Is that why the minister stood up in the House to say that the F-35s were the only plane able to meet the needs of our armed forces? Why did he mislead everyone?
Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that the replacement for the CF-18s will meet all of our needs. And to this end, Mr. Speaker, Canada has been a partner in the Joint Strike Fighter program for the past 15 years, and we have not signed a contract to purchase any aircraft. And again, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that we have the right aircraft for the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to bungle this file so badly they can't even cheat properly. Yesterday, the CBC claimed to have a document that shows that the F-35 fails to meet at least one mandatory requirement. On the very same day, the government tabled a document in this House signed by the Associate Minister that claims that the F-35 currently meets all mandatory requirements. The obvious question arises, Mr. Speaker, which document is the truth? The one for public consumption or the one kept secret?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, let me again repeat, we will remain committed to the Joint Strike Fighter program. A budget has been identified. A contract has not been signed for a replacement aircraft, and we will make sure that the Air Force and the men and women there will have the necessary tools to do their job, Mr. Speaker, and that's the bottom line.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would seem even military families are not being spared from the Conservative government's attack on Canadian standard of living. Canadian Forces families are very worried about the government's plan to cut the post-living differential, or PLD. PLD allows families of the Canadian Forces to enjoy an equal standard of living no matter where they serve in Canada. Will the Conservatives end this uncertainty and tell families of the Canadian Forces that they're safe and that their benefits will not be cut in the upcoming budget?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's well known to everyone that some decisions have to be taken. The economic reality of the day requires us to be responsible, and we will wait to see what the budget unfolds. If and when that issue needs to be addressed, we will. In the meantime, we're not in a position to speculate.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadian Armed Forces and their families shouldn't have to wait for the budget on Thursday to hear whether or not the promise that was made to them is going to be kept or not. They said there is no change in the amount of PLD that is being administered under a Conservative government. There will be no decrease in anyone's paycheck. Who said that? The Minister of Defence in the last election. The minister owes it to the Canadian people and the Canadian Armed Forces to stand up today and say there'll be no cut to the PLD that our armed forces count on.
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I admire the passion of the member opposite. However, we won't be speculating, and we'll have to wait and see how things unfold in the next little while, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the House, they continue to ignore the greatest electoral fraud in history. Thousands of voters were misled and their fundamental right was violated. How is this government reacting? By throwing all the mud it can to distract people. I don't know. It wasn't me. It was someone else. It was the team in Guelph. My dog ate my homework. This Conservative strategy is simple. It's have their fraudster friends at any cost. Is there anyone, even just one minister, who will do his or her job and demand a public inquiry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Elections Canada is conducting an investigation. We will cooperate with that. I can tell you that all the allegations mentioned by the member opposite are false. Thank you.
Member for Churchill.
The reality is the Conservatives are being investigated. It was Conservatives who pleaded guilty last year because they broke other election laws. As punishment, the Prime Minister appointed those Conservatives to the Senate. The fact is, it was Conservative campaign lists being used to send voters to the wrong polling stations. It is Conservative Party operatives who are under investigation by Elections Canada and the RCMP. Why is the government refusing to admit that this scandal is far-reaching? When will they commit to a public inquiry to restore faith in our democracy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite just said is categorically false. We are aware of a single investigation that's going on with respect to the riding of Guelph. Obviously, our party is fully participating with that. The member opposite completely forgot to mention that, of course, the NDP was caught diverting money into the Broadband Institute. You know that great unifying force in the NDP, Mr. Ed Broadbent? Yes, they were diverting money illegally via the NDP into the Broadband Institute. Shame on them. She should apologize next time she rises.
The honourable member for Timmins, James. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear they don't understand about the issue of fraud, just as they don't seem to understand the issue of ethics. Let's look at our beleaguered industry minister. Now, last week he was found guilty for giving preferential treatment to his buddy Raheem Jafar. Now, this week he's having trouble getting his story straight about that 2009 hunting trip with Marcel Aubu, who just happened to be lobbying Ottawa for $400 million to help build a hockey arena. Doesn't this minister see there's a problem partying with a man who's hitting up the government for taxpayers' dollars? Does he need some kind of help, like some kind of ethical watchdog to help him get through these basic...
The Honourable Minister of Industry. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been on many hunting trips, and like all of those, I assume my share, part of the costs on the trip in question, Mr. Speaker. I went there on my own with my own car. I drove my own car, Mr. Speaker. I brought my own equipment. And, Mr. Speaker, the opposition should focus on what the issues that really matters in Canada. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, never there was any lobbying from Mr. Aubu on my part, neither before nor during this hunting trip, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Sure, he picked up his sleeping bag at Canadian Tire. It's kind of hard to follow his logic because he says that getting busted for Raheem Jafar is part of his ethical education. So was his hunting trip part of his summer camp experience? Or how about moving all that government offices over to his father-in-law's building? Was that about a family togetherness exercise? There's not a rule this government isn't willing to break. When are they going to teach him a proper lesson and kick him out of cabinet?
The Honourable Minister of Industry, once again, Mr. Speaker, I have gone on several hunting trips in my life, and on that trip in 2009, I paid my fair share of the costs. I went by my own means to the hunting camp. One thing is clear, Mr. Speaker, I paid for the cost of that trip, and at no time did Mr. Aubu lobby me during that trip. Thank you. Honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouat-Basque. Mr. Speaker, we knew about the government centres that moved into facilities owned by partners of the Minister of Industry. We knew that he broke the Conflict of Interest Act and that he didn't think it was too serious. We now know that the minister has no problem taking advantage of his friends' hunting camps, even if they're in the midst of a lobbying exercise. The Minister of Industry is still sitting in Cabinet despite his huge errors in judgment. Will he finally step down, or is he going to continue to claim that breaking the law is not so bad? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I would repeat it to my honourable colleague in the opposition with regard to the fact that I was in conflict of interest in 2009 during a hunting trip, which is not the case. I went to the lodge by my own means. I paid my fair share of the costs, like in any other hunting trip that I would have taken. And Mr. Aubu never lobbied me either before or during the trip. Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Transport stated the law is the law. Air Canada will have to respect it. Ensuring the law is obeyed means protecting the centres in Montreal, Toronto, and Winnipeg. It's clear the Liberal leader just read the commitment made by Vice Prime Minister Mazankowski in 1988, and I quote again, none of these centres will lose its importance. Is it the government's intention to make the Right Honourable and very respected Don Makowski out to be a liar? The Honourable Minister of Transport, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the loss of these jobs is devastating for workers and their communities. I ask the Standing Committee on Transport to hear from interested parties in this case, and members can ask all the questions they wish. We have to keep in mind that this is a business decision involving two private companies, Mr. Speaker, and we do not consider a bailout plan for these Air Canada workers. Thank you. Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I come back to some of the facts that occurred in 2009 when the Minister of Industry visited the private hunting camp of Marcel Aubout. What is serious is that at that time, the latter was involved in efforts to find funding, public funding, for a new stadium in Quebec. A senior minister should not have put himself in that kind of compromising situation. And I would repeat, why did the minister act that way? Where was his head? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, once again, I would repeat it. It was a hunting trip like any other that I've taken part in my lifetime. I paid for my own costs. I went by my own car. It was my own means, my own equipment. And never did Mr. Aubout lobby me before, during, or even after the trip. And we campaigned to tell Canadians that the federal government would not fund professional sports teams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just no limits to Conservative corruption. The second breach of ethics by the Minister of Industry, and still he sits in Cabinet. On the In-N-Out scandal, the Prime Minister stonewalled for years, and now, after paying back $230,000, virtually stolen in rebates, he has not apologized to this House or Canadians. And on election fraud perpetuated by the Conservative Party, there is not even a sign of humility from the Prime Minister or the government. Why the utter contempt by this Prime Minister for democracy?
Exactly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
That was quite a laundry list by the member from Malpeque, but I mean, we could, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I think what both the members on this side and Canadians at home, some 34 million of them for the member from Scarborough Rouge River, would really like to know, Mr. Speaker, is where was this indignation from this member when his party siphoned some $360 million, $43 million of which is still missing? Where's the indignation? Why doesn't this member stand up right now and say where that missing money is, Mr. Speaker? That's money stolen from Canadians. This party has stood in defense of Canadians, Canadian taxpayers from coast to coast to coast, and we won't stop, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
2,600 jobs at FUs are being chopped in Toronto, Winnipeg, and Montreal. These workers are desperate, and they are here on Parliament Hill demanding help. Since '88, Conservative minister after Conservative minister have promised to protect these workers, promised to protect their jobs. Now we see none of these promises are worth anything. Nothing at all. Why won't the Conservatives stop breaking their promises and save these good jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that the loss of these jobs are devastating to the workers and their communities. I have asked to the Transport Committee to look into this issue and hear from the parties involved. This is ultimately a private sector issue between these two companies, so we are not contemplating any bailout for Avios or Air Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, when is the minister going to respect his duties and obligations? In Montreal alone, it's almost 2,000 employees who are out of jobs, and all of the Minister of Transport is saying is that we're studying the issue. We know what it means for Conservatives to study the question. They're going to pretend that they're doing something and then forget about it. Is the minister going to stand up and save these jobs and comply with the law? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying yesterday, this is a very complex issue, and giving the analysis, it's easy to say stand up and do something, but this member was at the Transport Committee this morning. We talked about the complexity of the issue. And this is an issue that is being analyzed and will be by the Transport Committee. The members can ask all the questions they wish. She talked about the Montreal region. Our government over the last few years has invested some $600 million. That's pulling up your socks and creating jobs.
Speaker, the thousands of Canadians thrown out of work don't want excuses. They need action. Hundreds of people in Mississauga were suddenly left without jobs when Avio shut their doors. Like all out-of-work Canadians, their families relied on these jobs. That minister keeps stalling, hoping no one will notice. But we've noticed, and Canadians have noticed. Mr. Speaker, when will they act? The Conservatives are failing these families. When will he act?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Devastating, like I said before, for the workers and the family. The Standing Committee of Transport will hear next week or soon, as soon as they can. HoC, Air Canada and the Union, and all MPs will be present. We'll have to ask the question. That's a complex issue, and we will continue to work. And like I said yesterday, I repeated, the law is the law, and Air Canada Participation Act requires to maintain that it's said, and we will have to respect the law, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is any consolation to the 410 employees in Winnipeg who've lost their jobs at Avios. The minister has the right and the power and the authority to act without any further study. I have one simple suggestion to make. Why doesn't he save the jobs and then study the issue instead of studying the issue and maybe save the jobs, Mr. Speaker? These jobs were protected by legislation while Mulroney sold out our national airline. It's up to him to act. His partner, the Minister of Labour, doesn't miss a beat trampling all over labour's rights. Why does he have to study it before he stands up for workers' rights?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is ultimately a private sector issue between these two companies. So we are not contemplating a bailout for Avios and Air Canada, and we will continue to support the workers, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I was shocked and disgusted to learn that in Canada, bookstores that sell a book advising men to beat their wives and keep them at home. Books and advice of this nature fly in the face of values that are dear to the hearts of Canadians. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration tell this House what he thinks of this book and what measures our Conservative government has taken to make it clearly understood that these unacceptable practices have no place in Canada?
Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, obviously, the publication and sale of books in Canada that encourage the abuse of women is terrible, it's unacceptable, and it is disgusting. And I'm sure that all members would agree with that statement. That's the reason why in the Citizenship Guide on Discovering Canada, we clearly state that there are certain cultural practices that are barbarous, including violence against women, which is completely condemned in this country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have to be clear that there is no cultural justification for domestic violence against women in any context in Canada.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador demanded answers from this government about the death of 14-year-old Burton Winters. DND officials said first that weather was the reason that search and rescue helicopters weren't deployed. But reports obtained by the Fifth Estate show that the weather was well within military flying guidelines for safe flying on January 30th. The Premier has a simple question that this government needs to answer instead of blaming the province. If weather was not an issue, why weren't the cormorants deployed? Were they holding them back in case there was another emergency, as one admiral has reported? Why did they fail Burton Winters?
Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the death of this young man is a tragedy, and our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, his friends, and of course the community. The military has updated their procedures in response to this incident and others, Mr. Speaker. We will do our best always. Our men and women are trained to do that, and they make that commitment.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Newsflash, Mr. Speaker. Too much spin makes people sick. First, the military blamed the weather for failing to send a search and rescue helicopter to find Burton Winters, only the weather wasn't bad enough to keep a chopper on the ground. Then they blamed communication protocol, only no one had ever even heard of the callback protocol. What stopped the search and rescue for the 14-year-old boy wasn't broken equipment and misplaced priorities. Mr. Speaker, when will this government take responsibility and establish a full and independent inquiry into Canada's search and rescue system?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, to regret the loss of this young person is a tragedy, and we all grieve over it. I must add, though, that following this tragedy, this incident, the Canadian Forces reviewed its responses, and at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, protocols were reviewed, and in relation to its support of ground search and rescue events, and this has been done in consultation with our partners, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Quebec. My colleagues have just demonstrated the importance of having an effective search and rescue system, but the Conservatives are not listening. We in Quebec have developed an expertise that is specific to the needs of Francophones who are using or live near navigable waterways. The Quebec Marine Rescue Centre has developed special relationships with many stakeholders, including the staff of 35 911 centres in the province. This relationship with these stakeholders is critical to saving lives. By closing the Quebec Centre, we are destroying that expertise. When will the minister come to Quebec to justify the logic of this decision? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
The member's question has been addressed thoroughly many times in the House. The measures underway maintain the present levels of marine safety and even lead to improvements as responders are able to work side by side in the same centres. All affected sub-centre coordinators were offered relocation work at joint rescue coordination centres, and the decision to accept or reject the transfer is, of course, a personal matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, the reason we keep asking the question is because their plan isn't working. The minister claims that the grouping of search and research centres will decrease costs and improve services, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, it will cost less to simply keep the Quebec Centre open. So to be understood quickly in one's own language is essential. It can save lives. Will the minister recognize that he's on the wrong track, and will he reverse his decision? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, and as stated many times, all language capabilities will be put in place so that there will be no danger for individuals, mariners, and we will continue with the plan as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to the new operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber, St. Barbe, Vert.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Premier Dunderdale joined the call for full accountability from the Minister of National Defence for the errors his department made during the ill-fated search for 14-year-old Burton Winters. The Minister's reply to the Premier, the full Minister's reply, was swift and direct. Provincial authorities bear the bulk of the responsibility by waiting until hour 21 and hour 50 to request help and by not following the infamous callback protocol to maintain their priority after being denied. My question is to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Does he agree that it's the Dunderdale administration that bears full responsibility for the operational failure to find Burton Winters?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Associate Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again to repeat, the death of Burton Winters is a tragedy, and we all grieve over that. The province was the lead, Mr. Speaker, and with respect to the ground search, and the rescue and provincial assets were requested prior to the Canadian Forces being asked to assist. Mr. Speaker, I can also assure you that and the member opposite that following this tragic incident, the Canadian Forces reviewed its response protocols in relation to this matter, and those changes are being implemented.
Member for Humber St. Barbara Bear.
Mr. Speaker, the province was apparently the lead. Well, we know the very existence of the infamous callback protocol was exposed to be a fraud. Claims that it was bad weather that grounded aircraft were also found to be false. The real problem? Every search and rescue asset in Goose Bay and Greenwood had broken down, and the cormorants in Gander were being held in reserve for someone more important than a 14-year-old Inuit boy. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what's worse, the cover-up or the crime. I want to ask the Minister of National Defence, when can we expect a full inquiry into this matter?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the matter has been reviewed, changes have been made, protocols have been upgraded, and those changes, Mr. Speaker, will hopefully help us in the future going forward. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, all we can do is our best, and it wasn't too long ago that one of our search and rescue techs lost his life on one of these missions, Mr. Speaker. So there's no end of commitment on the part of our men and women to do the job for Canadians in distress, and they do that day in and day out.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, this government is willing to shell out billions on planes and prisons, but it won't spend the money required to give Canadians the services that they paid for. 1 in 4 Canadians can't even get a response to their EI claim within a month. Mr. Speaker, people can't wait months to pay their bills or buy their groceries. Unemployed Canadians need help faster. Will this government help laid-off Canadians and their families by providing the services that they've paid for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government's focused on economic growth and job creation. We're also committed to making sure that the benefits individuals are entitled to, that they do receive them. That's why with EI processing, we've increased the number of full-time staff by 475. We've transferred individuals from part-time to full-time. Over 120 individuals doing that. We're doing what we can to provide the best services possible to Canadians so they get the benefits they receive.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, time and time again, this government demonstrates its contempt for the unemployed. The number of Canadians actually receiving employment insurance has declined. Only 39% of out-of-work Canadians are now getting EI. But while the caseload has gone down, the wait times have gone up. This government's cuts to Service Canada have gutted its ability to provide these vital services to Canadians. Will the minister protect the Canadian families by guaranteeing that this budget will not erode services that the hard-hit Canadians rely on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I won't speculate on the budget, but as I just mentioned, and I will repeat again, we have shifted the number of individuals that are available to do EI processing, increasing by actually over 500 individuals, either from part-time to full-time, or making sure we just have new workers doing EI processing. We're going to do everything that we can to make sure that the services Canadians deserve, they receive. And our Service Canada workers are doing a great job at it.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister arrived in South Korea to lead Canada's delegation to the 2012 Nuclear Security Summit. With countries like Iran and North Korea that continue to obfuscate their nuclear activities and ignore their international obligations, it's clear that no nation is immune to the consequences of a nuclear terrorist attack. Will the Parliamentary Secretary please tell this House how Canada has played a leadership role in the global efforts to end and fight nuclear terrorism?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Our government believes that nuclear terrorism is one of the biggest threats to global security. Yes. Sadly, no country is immune from the consequences of a nuclear terrorist attack. Canada has been a leader in the global effort to prevent nuclear terrorism, and we are pleased to be delivering on our 2010 summit commitments. We are working in places like Mexico and Vietnam to keep nuclear materials safe and out of the hands of terrorists. Through our global partnership program, Canada has invested more than $85 million for nuclear security work in Russia, Mr. Speaker. But it is vital that we continue to work together with our allies
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the F-35 does not even meet its own mandatory minimum requirements.
Right.
Nevertheless, the minister was so keen on a premature announcement that 6 weeks after seeing the statement of requirements, he announced that the F-35 had been selected. Why, Mr. Speaker, mandatory minimums for prisons, but not for planes?
Yeah. The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to the Joint Strike Fighter program. A budget has been allocated, and of course, as we've stated many times, a contract has not as yet been signed for the replacement of the aircraft, and we will make sure that the Air Force has the aircraft necessary to do the job asked of them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Natural Resources insulted Aboriginal communities, calling some of them socially dysfunctional. Remarkably, he then defended the insult as supportive of economic opportunities for Aboriginal peoples. I invite the Minister to now extend an apology in this place, and could the Minister also explain how killing the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Partnership Program offers hope that his government's touted commitment to the very Aboriginal communities most impacted by major industry will actually benefit.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government has a jobs and economic prosperity agenda. That is the agenda we've been pursuing with our Aboriginal peoples as well. We have demonstrated great progress. We continue with pilot programs across the country that deal with jobs and skills development. This is an important area. It's one of the outcomes of the Crown First Nations gathering. We're making real progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the main obstacle to peace and stability in Syria remains the Assad regime and its backers who persist in killing Syrian civilians. Canada's position has not changed. Assad must go. The aspirations of the Syrian people to live in peace must be met. Could the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on the actions the Government of Canada is taking to ensure that no one removed from Canada faces an undue risk of death or torture at the hands of the Assad regime?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Due to the conditions in Syria at the hands of the dictatorial regime, the Canada Border Services Agency has placed an administrative deferral of removal on Syria on March 15th. That means that we will not be removing anyone to Syria unless they are a danger to Canadian society. Canadians can rest assured that our government will continue to enforce the law and ensure that our streets and communities are safe from foreign criminals and terrorists, even those from Syria.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's promised Arctic naval base at Nanisivik has been downgraded to a fuel cache in an unheated shed. In 2006, the Prime Minister promised to build a deep-water port at Iqaluit that could be used by the military. This would be vital infrastructure that could help the people of the Arctic reduce their costs and build a prosperous territory. Instead of photo ops and empty rhetoric, this government should have focused on getting the job done for Northerners. When is this government going to realize that the best way to protect the Arctic is helping the people who call it home?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's North is central to our government's vision for Canada and the future, and we continue to develop an Nanisivik station to serve as a docking and refueling station for the Royal Canadian Navy and other government vessels operating in the North, Mr. Speaker. Through our Northern strategy, our government continues to increase Canada's presence and sovereignty in the Arctic, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of Avios workers are on Parliament Hill today to be heard by the government. They are asking that Air Canada keep its maintenance centre in Montreal as set out in the Air Canada Public Privatization Participation Act. The government spends its time putting on shows about law and order and is collaborating with this rogue company which is breaking their own law. Will the Minister of Finance stop hiding, he who is named in an order in Council decree as responsible for enforcing the law and assume his responsibilities by obliging Air Canada to respect its obligations. Will he stop being complicit in this financial sham? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, we recognize that these job losses are devastating for the regions, but the witnesses will appear before the Committee of Transport and answer questions. We have to remember that these are two private businesses we are talking about. Yes, and we don't plan any. We don't have any plan to save those companies. We've invested $600 million in Montreal region for that aerospace business.
Attention of honourable members, the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2012 Governor General's Awards in Visual Media Arts: Margaret Dragoo, Jen Peacock, Yana Sturbach, Ronald Martin, Diana Nemiroff, Jeffrey James, Royden Rabinovich, and Charles Luton Brain. The honourable member for Toronto Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it's a very simple point of order. I came into the House a little bit after 2 o'clock and noticed that the member for Winnipeg, Charles Wood, was with us again. I just want to say how delighted all of us on this side of the House are to have him back with us looking so well.
The House appreciates that warm welcome. Pursuant to an autre point d'ordre, l'honorable deputy.
Point of order. The honourable member for Saint Bruno Saint-Vin. Mr. Speaker, I would like to call to your attention the remarks made by the Minister of Transport, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean, during question period. He made remarks to my colleague, the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine, that were inappropriate, I feel. I understand that he is in deep water, but out of respect for his female colleagues, even though we don't have the same ideology, I think he should apologize to my colleague, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Minister of Transport, I have never shown any disrespect. We sometimes exchange harsh words, and I've never intended any offense to anyone.
An order made earlier today. I will now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we want to highlight the remarkable work carried out by the member who was the interim NDP leader for the past 9 months. During that period, the member for Hull-Aylmer worked tirelessly, and on my behalf and on behalf of all the caucus, I want to thank her warmly for her great work. She fulfilled in an admirable way the role that the late leader, Jack Layton of our party, gave her. She showed no hesitation, even though the task was huge, and she achieved her expectations.
Strength, talent, determination, and courage. She has nurtured the flame that Jack lit. She has traveled the country to meet with struggling families and to strengthen our support. And she has maintained unity within our party, while all the while maintaining us at the highest level, as the most recent opinion polls tend to demonstrate. She deserves and has earned all of our respect and admiration. Her experience, professionalism, and determination to pursue the vision of the NDP have helped us continue to move forward during the last 9 months and deliver results for Canadians. Elle s'est battue.
She has fought to defend Canadians' interests. She has fought for jobs. She has fought for Aboriginal people to have better living conditions and fair funding for their schools. She has fought to stop the drug shortage, and she has fought against election fraud.
He got results for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And thanks to her work, the NDP is closer than ever to forming its first government in the 2015 general election. She has all the qualities of a great leader. We can depend, and I know I can depend, on her character, on her experience, and on her deep knowledge of our party as we continue to work to serve Canadians. Encore une fois.
Once again, a big thank you to our colleague for her remarkable work in very difficult conditions. We are very fortunate to have her among us. We are extremely thankful for everything you have done. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer, for the work she has carried out with courage and determination. Despite our differences of opinion, I must note that this Honourable Member has distinguished herself by the passion that inspires her and by her hard work. She inherited the very difficult task of replacing a leader who left a profound impression on his political party and of forming the official opposition. As newly elected Member of Parliament, she found herself thrust into the spotlight literally overnight. One can imagine all the pressure that can place on one individual as they need to keep their party together through uncertain times. But the Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer has behaved with great aplomb. She will pass the torch to a new leader that I want to congratulate now. While some might be content to celebrate their newfound freedom, I'm sure that the Honourable Member will continue to work hard to keep her party together. Today, I want to join all the other members of this House in thanking the Honourable Member for her excellent work, which she has carried out with dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the last interim leader still standing, it's my pleasure to join in the tributes. I hope the member will appreciate that I will be speaking perhaps with I hope a little more humor about the challenges that I know that she has faced, because I know of some of the challenges that I have faced. The unending deference, affection and loyalty of my colleagues at all times, the lack of criticism that marks every day, both publicly and privately. The member from Hull-Elmer has discovered what I consider to be one of the basic rules of political life, and that is that the only time people say something nice about you are the first couple of days you arrive, and then the last couple of days you do the job you're in, and in between it's a mixture. But I just want to say quite seriously to the honourable member, she is in the time that she's been here to have been put at the leadership of her party as a new member was a tough challenge, and it's a challenge that she met
with good humor, with great dignity, and with great ability. I want to congratulate her for the work that she has done and for the continuing strength which she continues to hold. I also want to say to her and to all of us in the House that there are several things in which she can take great pride. The fact that there was never a note of nastiness or negativity in the style of her questions, that she brought real passion and concern to the issues that affect all of us. And I think it's something which, on our side, we take note, and we have watched her performance with great respect. I think that particularly with respect to the changes which she has advocated for in the field of education affecting Aboriginal people, the proof will be in the pudding on Thursday as to what the impact of that has been. But I know that she's brought great passion to that issue, as have a number of other members in the House. Je veux dire,
I want to say to my colleague that as an interim leader, I am familiar with some of the challenges of the position. She carried out her duties with great honor and integrity, with humor, and always with an understanding of the importance of the work without taking herself too seriously. I want to congratulate her on the work that she has done, but I know that she has years ahead to contribute to the work of the House of Commons. Her career in politics has just begun, and as a member, she will now have an opportunity to take part in debate and to continue the work that she has begun. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say a couple of nice things about the newly elected leader. This won't happen very often in the future, of course, so it is important to say those things now. The Liberal Party has taken note of the remarkable victory that was his at the convention, and we congratulate him. We wish him all the very, very best for the future, but not necessarily the success that he keeps talking about in his speeches. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a good moment where we can congratulate the member for Hull-Elmer on her remarkable work, and she will continue to do that work, I know. Honourable member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also pleased to pay tribute to the member for Hull-Elmer for her work as interim leader of her party. It was not easy to take over from Jack Layton, who was so loved throughout Quebec and Canada. But guided by Jack's principles, by his vision and determination, and also by her own experience as a union leader, she was up to the challenge of keeping the troops united, the challenge of enabling new members to learn about our parliamentary system, the challenge of dealing daily with the media, the challenge of coordinating the demands of her party effectively, and the challenge of preparing for a new leader. So, bravo, congratulations to the member for Hull-Elmer on her involvement, generosity, dignity, and work for her party. In closing, I would also like to congratulate the new NDP leader, the member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased as well to speak and add a few words of congratulation and tribute to the member of Hull-Elmer.
Before either of us entered federal politics, and I know of her struggles for pay equity, the great work she did through PSAC and other national unions, I recognize that I am now losing the only other woman leader of a federal political party. I don't want to make the member for Toronto Centre nervous, but I certainly hope it won't be long before there's another woman leader of a federal political party in this place. I want to say to the member for Hull-Aylmer, all of us know that she took the reins as interim leader in times that could not be more difficult, more emotionally draining, more challenging. I don't know that anyone could have done it better, and I give her my congratulations. Thanks from all of us for maintaining the discourse in a way that was both respectful and inspiring. I'm glad she's not leaving this place. It can almost sound like we're saying goodbye. We're not. But those of us in this chamber who value integrity, passion, and commitment are grateful that she served as she did as interim leader.
Non-Honorable Deputy Hull-Aylmer.
Honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all the political parties for their tributes, my leader. I'm very proud of what we have done, and I am very honored to have had the opportunity to have played this role, and I want to thank Jack, even though he isn't here, for this opportunity to serve my party. It was a great experience. Yes, it was emotional, it was stressful, and everything else that you have mentioned about these tasks. However, it has been a great honor to serve our country, serve Canadians, and it has always been a pleasure for me to meet with Canadians across the country who are expecting so much of us, of our political party, and of our willingness to move forward on Canadians' needs.
Waiting for all the support, especially my caucus. I really want to thank you. You have been behind me all the time.
Pursuant to the order made earlier today, I wish to inform the House that because of the statements made earlier today, government orders will be extended by 15 minutes. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Senate.
Bill S5, the Financial System Review Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 7 minutes left to conclude her speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to finish this important speech. This government has also made improvements to Canada's financial system by introducing effective consumer protection provisions for consumers of financial products. Unlike the NDP, this government understands the needs of Canadian consumers and has a proven track record of standing up for them. That's why, since 2006, this government has protected consumers with new credit card rules which will require consent for credit limit increases, require a minimum 21-day grace period on new purchases, full disclosure for consumers, and limit other anti-consumer business practices, introduced a code of conduct for the credit card and debt card industry to help small businesses deal with unfair practices, and banned negative option billing for financial products. More recently, as part of Budget 2010, this government took action by introducing new measures to empower consumers of financial products. This included implementing a new code of conduct on mortgage prepayment information, beginning to implement the task force on financial literacy's recommendations, starting with the creation of a financial literacy leader in the government, banning the distribution of unsolicited credit card checks. That last initiative has been warmly welcomed by consumer groups. Indeed, at Finance Committee, a consumer group stated, and I quote, "The government touched on the credit card checks and the reduced period of access to your money. That's a very good step forward for Canadian consumers, of course. The amount of money that Canadian consumers can access is also a good step forward." As a result of these actions, Canadians can have confidence that they will be provided clear and relevant information when faced with important financial decisions. Decisions that impact not only themselves, but also their families. S5 builds on this government's proven record of improving consumer protection by making important changes to federal financial institution statutes. And in particular, this bill increases the maximum administrative penalty that the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada can levy from $200,000 to $500,000, and confirms that Canadians, including bank customers, are able to cash government checks of amounts less than $1,500 free of charge at any bank in Canada. Again, this is only a continuation of this government's long and proven record in standing up for Canadian consumers. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize there is always work to be done to ensure the continuous stability of Canadian financial system, and that ongoing vigilance is vital. Indeed, that's why we are pushing for the timely passage of the Financial System Review Act. Renewing Canadian financial institution legislation on a regular basis has resulted in a robust and effective financial system that is aligned and more responsive to developments in the financial markets and the broader economy. Moreover, passing this legislation maintains the long-standing practice of ensuring regular reviews of the regulatory framework for the financial institutions, a unique practice that sets Canada apart from almost every other country in the world, and a practice supported by those in the industry. Commenting on Canada's unique practice of having mandatory reviews, the Canadian Bankers Association said, "We believe strongly in the importance of ensuring that the legislative and regulatory framework is reviewed regularly, and for that reason, we were pleased to see that the bill proposes retaining the sunset clause for financial services legislation for 5 years." The Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association said, "The industry is very supportive of the bill and urges that it be passed in a timely manner." Clearly, today's Act provides for a framework that will benefit all participants in the financial services sector, both financial institutions and everyday Canadians. Mr. Speaker, renewing Canadian financial institution legislation on a regular basis has resulted in a robust and effective financial system that is aligned, responsive to developments in financial markets and the broader global economy. In summary, I would encourage all members to join in our efforts in ensuring the strength and stability of Canada's financial system and support the Financial System Review Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Marde. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, my Conservative colleague, for her presentation. My question is simple. We say that this is a very important bill. It is a review of the financial systems. It is a bill that includes a lot of the economic stability initiatives. We know the government is heavily in favor of stability. It is something that's extremely important. And I would like to ask my colleague, why did the government not take this opportunity, since this bill is considered so important? Why didn't it take the opportunity to do broader consultations with regard to the review as presented in this bill? Why did it not take this opportunity to consult more broadly?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question. Our government began consultations in September 2010. We received 30 submissions from a wide range of groups, and the honourable member also knows that the review is mandatory and takes place every 5 years. I would encourage the honourable member and all of the opposition to do the right thing and stand up for consumers and support this legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member from London North Centre makes many great remarks in her comments. I wonder if she could comment further on how this bill will affect constituents and Canadians who require financial products and financial services.
Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester. Our Conservative government is making a number of changes to the federal financial institution statutes that will enhance the protection of consumers and financial services. These changes include confirming that Canadians, including bank customers, are able to cash government checks in the amounts of less than $1,500 free of charge at any Bank of Canada, and increasing the maximum penalty for a violation of the consumer provision consistent with penalties for other violations under financial institution statutes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague from London North Centre why the large bank ownership threshold has been increased.
The honourable member, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that great question. In 2001, the Government of Canada established a large, widely held bank requirement. In 2007, our Conservative government increased the threshold from $5 billion to $8 billion to reflect the growth of large banks. Since then, the sector has continued to grow. To reflect that growth, the large bank threshold is being increased from $8 billion to $12 billion.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marde. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak about the Bill S5, an act to amend the law governing financial institutions on behalf of all my constituents in La Salle-et-Marde. We can no longer open a newspaper without seeing a headline about the Canadian household debt levels if the tsunami that resulted from the laissez-faire financial crisis in 2008 did not hit Canada as hard as it did the United States. It is because of the regulation of our financial sector. It is urgent that we maintain and reform regulation of our financial institutions. In order to do that, this House must strongly commit to involving Canadians in the review process in order to help protect our constituents, require the transparency of our financial institutions, and promote independent reviews of acquisitions. Finally, we must launch public consultations to allow various stakeholders to talk about the impact of the amendments proposed in the bill. Broader consultations than were done. I would like to talk to the people of La Salle-et-Marde to explain why I support the bill and act to amend the law governing financial institutions at second reading in order to ensure that it gets greater consideration at committee. This bill from the Senate makes amendments not only to the Bank Act, but also to 12 other acts. My official opposition colleagues have already talked about a number of the technical aspects regarding amendments to regulations concerning financial institutions, and I'd just like to talk about it in general. S5 will ensure that substantial foreign acquisitions will require ministerial approval. The Act will increase the widely held ownership threshold from $8 billion to $12 billion for a number of shareholders with votable shares. Banks controlled by foreign governments will be able to hold minority shares in Canadian financial institutions and banks. The bill will increase and expand the supervisory and enforcement powers of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, or the FCAC. And finally, the bill tightens provisions to prevent tax evasion by Canadians who do business with foreign bank subsidiaries. That said, this bill raises a number of concerns. First of all, why did the government give the Senate, a chamber of defeated Conservative candidates, the task of putting forward such important legislation as the review of our financial institutions? Second, will this government give the elected members of the House of Commons the time they need to carefully examine this bill? In order to have a bill that really takes to heart the protection of consumers and Canadians, the government must consider adopting measures that are not currently set out in the bill. Here are a few. The approval of substantial foreign acquisitions by financial institutions cannot depend solely on the whims of the minister as set out in the bill. These important decisions should be done without any political interference by the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. We must put in place regulatory mechanisms when it comes to the banking and financial sectors, mechanisms that are transparent in practice and not just in principle. This means that we should look at the possibility of regulating all hidden fees and ensure that their disclosure is mandatory. It is essential also that the committee responsible for scrutinizing the legislation regulating our financial institutions hears from expert witnesses on risky mortgage loans that are cause for alarm of no less than the Governor of the Bank of Canada. As elected officials, it is our duty to protect consumers and Canadians. Canadian financial institutions announced last year profits of $25 billion, and yet debt has become the ball and chain of Canadian households. If Canadian household debt is the ball, the stagnation of salaries of the middle class, abusive interest rates, extremely high interest fees, and loan contracts are the chains that tie Canadians to their debts. Unfortunately, too many people in my riding are among the growing number of Canadians with overly high debt loads. The Association Coopérative d'Économie Familiale de Sud-Ouest, Montreal, which I met with last week, is a cooperative association for families. It works on the front lines and works with people in southwestern Montreal who are looking for ways to better manage their expenditures and their consumption. They have heard all the stories. They talk about people who come to collect or who come and call every day at all hours to collect what they're owed. People can't sleep at night and are isolated during the day. People no longer have the choice but to consider declaring bankruptcy. Their distress is real, and protecting Canadians must become a top priority. So we really must ensure that we do something. But perhaps the most important recommendation that I would like to make is that the government take advantage of the financial institution review to ask the opinion of Canadians to learn about their concerns and the issues that concern them. In this regard, the government could take lessons from the best practices developed by the NDP. The NDP, for example, has just concluded public consultations across the country to learn about the concerns of Canadians about the cuts and the government is considering making to the old age security program from coast to coast. We organized local forums to allow those who elected us to talk to us about the impact these cuts would have on them and members of their families. For example, recently in Ville-et-Marde, we organized a citizens' conference on reforming our pension system. In a packed room, we heard from some 100 of our fellow Canadians who are concerned about the vague allusions made by the government about the cuts they're planning to make to old age security. People spoke and we listened. The NDP encourages a dialogue, and the government should do the same thing in looking at this bill on the regulation of financial institutions.
C'est dans tout cet état d'esprit.
It is in this. This is how I wish that the bill had moved forward. That is, with greater consultations. I will support the bill, which does put in place adequate review of the financial system, and I hope that in committee, the committee members will have an opportunity to make the necessary amendments in order to ensure that it is an even better bill for all Canadians. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, I received a document for one of my credit cards that said that interest rates would go up to 29.5%. It's almost 30%. It doesn't make any sense. Does my colleague believe that the government could have expanded its study in order to talk to people like us who must also pay almost 30% on their credit card? Perhaps there could be some suggestions in this regard. The member for Les Allemandes.
It's really the point that I was raising, and it really completes what I was saying in my speech. That's to say that very often, as consumers, we do have responsibilities, but it is also that responsibility that has to be shared by those who are the issuers of the cards and by the banks, so that there are clear and transparent rules. We owe this to our co-citizens, that these rules be clear and transparent and not hidden and misleading.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, I was listening with great interest about how my colleague has been consulting her constituents about this issue, about how she's been, talking with them about how cuts are going to affect their lives. It's also very interested in what she had to say about co-ops, which I think are really an important and very undervalued part of our society and banking structure. I'm just wondering if she could elaborate a bit more on her thoughts in terms of how cooperatives and co-ops contribute to the financial side of our economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Les Allemandes. Indeed, I would like to thank my colleague for that very pertinent comment and for having raised that very important point. We forget that the whole cooperative system existed much more broadly at one point in time, and that more and more often we're turning to huge institutions where people feel invisible and vulnerable. They feel powerless. So this cooperative system allowed people to indeed be able to feel that they had some power to establish fair rules for everyone.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pontiac. I thank my dear colleague for her very interesting comments, and I wonder if she is wondering, as I am myself, why the Conservatives aren't keeping the possibility of regulating ATMs for consumers, and also the possibility of examining hidden fees. I wonder why the banks don't have to reveal all of their fees in this legislation. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Aymar. Thank you very much for the question. These are excellent questions, and indeed, we always wonder whether, or why rather, for one transaction the fee is so much and for another it's different. There's certainly not a standardization, and there's a lack of transparency that results in general confusion for people. And we all suffer from this. All Canadians do, because they have to pay for fees that are often hidden, unfair, and overly burdensome. We have time for one brief question.
Resume debate. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North regarding the environment, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe regarding seniors, and the Honourable Member for Cardigan in respect to fisheries and oceans. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on this important bill. Today is a very opportune time, obviously, to be actively pursuing the passage of Bill S5, an act to amend the law governing financial institutions and to provide for related and consequential matters. Our government undertook a review of our financial sector and the legislation that governs it with the understanding that we live in an ever-changing world of evolving technology and financial sector innovation. The technical measures contained in this bill will ensure that Canada's financial sector regulatory framework stays ahead of the curve and accommodates these developments by actually mitigating risks, creating new opportunities, and helping Canada's financial sector maintain its international reputation as a world leader in terms of its strengths and stability. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report to this House that this legislation was undertaken after a lengthy period of time of open consultation with Canadians from coast to coast to coast to ensure that Canada remains a global leader in financial services and maintains its sector advantage. Indeed, this financial sector advantage was fundamental to Canada's remarkable economic performance throughout the global financial crisis of 2008. And our world-leading recovery from that episode in terms of jobs and growth. Our advantage underpins this overall health that is found in our economy. And that's why, in the wake of the financial crisis, our Conservative government took action to modernize the authorities of the Bank of Canada to support the stability of our financial system. This allows the Bank of Canada to redistribute wealth and liquidity to financial institutions, buttressing them against the immediate aftershocks of the crisis and maintaining the vital flow of credit to Canadians and businesses during the so-called credit crunch. While many foreign banks had difficulty raising capital on global financial markets during the crisis, Canada's financial system remained stable, well-capitalized, and underpinned by one of the most effective regulatory frameworks in the world. Then, to further safeguard our financial system moving forward, we introduced in Budget 2009 measures to strengthen the authorities of the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation. In short, this enhancement will contribute to the financial stability and protect insured deposits by giving CDIC a great variety of tools to manage the resolution of a troubled financial institution. An important element of this change is that it allows CDIC to establish a bridge institution known in the trade as a bridge bank to preserve the critical functions of a financial institution facing trouble and to help maintain overall financial stability. Mr. Speaker, among other things, Bill S-5 is important because it includes a number of technical refinements to ensure the effective implementation of this bridge bank tool. And it includes other measures that will contribute to financial stability. We have seen all too clearly in recent years how heavily interconnected the structure of global finance has become, and this can pose unintended risks right here at home. That is to say, bad or risky decisions can have repercussions that can travel right around the world and land back at your doorstep with a whole lot of unpleasant financial consequences in tow. And not just for the banks themselves, but for the people and businesses that depend on them. Mr. Speaker, all governments have an obligation to weigh these risks. This is particularly important as Canadian banks expand into foreign markets and foreign players similarly enter the Canadian market. But with Bill S-5, the Canadian government will have another tool at its disposal to take action when it considers these risks to be unacceptable. In short, Mr. Speaker, this bill will reinstate the requirement for significant foreign acquisitions of financial institutions to be approved by the Minister of Finance. While this rule would rarely be used, indeed since 2004 there have only been 4 instances where this provision would have been applied, there's no doubt that this kind of oversight should be brought back. Michael King, finance professor at the Ivey School of Business, says, and I quote, "This kind of a rule is actually one of the reasons why Canadian banks weathered the financial crisis so well over the years. Canadian banks have done well, and it's helped the Canadian economy to have such stable banks." While Alec Bruce, noted Times and Transcript columnist, has reported that the finance minister has a point. When our banks top up their foreign holdings in this environment, they do in fact, in essence, import many of the efforts that they've made overseas and reject all of the contagion that comes overseas as well. This also builds on recent stabilizing measures we have introduced to secure the financial sector. Budget 2011, for example, announced the government's intention to establish a legislative framework for coveted bonds, which are debt instruments secured by high-quality assets such as residential mortgages. This will make it easier for Canadian financial institutions to access this low-cost source of funding and help create a robust market for covered bonds in Canada. Consumer protection is another area where we have taken decisive action to strengthen Canada's financial sector. In 2009, for example, our Canadian government acted to protect Canadian credit card users. The measures we introduced mandated that the inclusion of clear and simple information on credit card application forms and contracts would be required, and would also require clear and timely advance notice of changes in rates and fees from card providers. We've also limited credit business practices that don't benefit consumers. For example, we require credit card insurers to provide consumers with a minimum 21-day interest-free grace period on all new purchases. When consumers pay their balance in full by the due date, we also require a minimum 21-day grace period on the billing period, as well the consumer if they have an outstanding balance that needs to be carried forward. And we've moved key information such as interest rates, grace periods, and fees out of the fine print buried in credit card applications and contracts and into a prominent summary box so that consumers signing an application know exactly what kind of financial arrangement they're agreeing to. This measure also provides a clear picture of their debt load as they pay it off. These initiatives are in effect today and are providing Canadian consumers with precisely the kind of financial information that leads to better decision-making. These measures, like those in Bill S-5, reflect the understanding that every part of Canada's financial system must be resilient and strong for the benefit of individual consumers, businesses looking to raise capital, or the banks and other financial institutions that can help them realize their goals. That's why Bill S5 is focused on those areas that must be fine-tuned so Canadians can continue to rely on one of the world's best financial systems for years to come. I would therefore encourage the honourable members of this House to support the timely passage of this bill and to join our government in its ongoing efforts to build and maintain Canada's financial sector advantage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague across the way what he thinks of the very few number of people who contributed to this internet consultation.
For Winnipeg South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when this bill was first introduced in its previous form in 2010, there was an extensive consultation period that was launched. The internet, of course, is one way for which people can provide feedback to the government, but there are many other forums, as he's aware of. There's other processes that we as government receive information, and I think that this process has been one that's been productive, and we have obviously a good bill today before the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech today, which outlined several of the very important technical parts of this S5 bill. He spoke about, of course, the bridge bank protection for which provided to financial institutions in trouble by CIDC. He also spoke about the plank which allows ministers to approve any foreign company that wants to come in and take over a domestic financial institution. But I'd like to ask him specifically a bit more about what he commented on when it comes to consumer protection and the clearness and openness and transparency that is going to be required of credit card companies, because I think that's a very important part that protects the consumers across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, I think this builds on a transparency and advertising philosophy that has been something that consumers have come to expect in recent years, and I'm very happy that it's something that is also going to be applied to credit card distributors, people that provide credit, though it is obviously a financial service that is needed, and they are companies that should be able to profit from their service. At the same time, they need to provide information that is transparent and provides consumers with the information they need to be able to make proper decisions.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Jean Lebel.
Speaker, I'd like I thank the honourable colleague for his presentation. I would like to ask. It's one thing to be able to see the information, and I appreciate that aspect. Is there anything in the bill that it's one thing for you as a consumer to know how much you're getting dinged. I'm just wondering if there's any aspects of this bill that look to curtailing some of the, seemingly gouging practices of banks as far as fees and interest rates.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, I think obviously it's important that people are able to have a fair interest rate, and ironically we may be living in the lowest interest rate moment in world history. I know recently in Canada, 5-year mortgages have dropped to historic lows of 2.99%, though perhaps I'll maybe move to another realm, which I think the member was asking about, was in relation to probably credit card fees. And as I said earlier in a previous answer, I believe that these companies who are engaging in offering credit to sometimes people that don't have excellent credit should be able to earn a living off of that, and it's up to the consumer, I think, provided the information is provided, to choose whether or not to take part in that type of credit facility.
Time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his detailed and passionate remarks. I'd like to ask the honourable member if he could tell the House what the process was for the consultation.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for doing incredible work since she's been elected to this House. She's been a real pleasure to work with, and I am honored to be her colleague. As I was saying earlier, there has been an extensive process of consultation. I see that you're asking me to wrap up, but there is always ongoing consultation when you are involved in processes that engage the public in such a wide degree that this bill has. It's really an ongoing consultative process, and with the sunset clause in 5 years, of course, we will be continuing to consult.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Oh, sorry. I was deep in conversation there. As Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. You see, we not only talk out loud here, we also talk to each other in a very, very kind way. So I want to say to my honourable colleague from the NDP, just give me about 10 minutes. We'll discuss it then. Anyway, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll be brief here today. I do want to talk about this on several occasions. I had a chance to go through the legislative summary for Bill S5, and I must say that always an impressive lot, over at the Library of Parliament. Always very impressed. I want to thank them for their research. Their names are, and I want to mention them for the record, Mark Mahabir, I hope I can pronounce that correctly, and Adrian Young, both of the International Affairs, Trade and Finance Division, Parliamentary Information and Research Service. We don't always give them the credit they're due, so I hope that goes just a small way towards in acknowledging the work that they do for us here in the House of Commons and the Senate as well. Yes, indeed. Bill S5, an act to amend the law governing financial institutions and provide for the consequential matters and related to that. The committee reported the bill from the Senate on 15th of December 2011. There are no major amendments that was made in the Senate, but certainly it came with, as it's described here, as observations. Now, the bill amends 4 primary statutes under which federally regulated financial institutions are governed. And they, of course, would be the Bank Act, the Cooperative Credit Associations Act, the Insurance Companies Act, and the Trust and Loan Companies Act as well. And there are also major amendments to other certain provisions regarding the financial institutions of our country. So, the Bill S5 contains various measures updating the law governing financial institutions. As I've mentioned, the shares of a Canadian financial institution being held by foreign financial institutions controlled by foreign governments is one of those, and certainly a timely matter given the world of finance that we are in. We certainly experienced it several years ago as we slid into a recession caused by some, initially sparked by some financial tools that were in the United States, certainly, in many cases, and that, of course, wreaked havoc around the globe for all financial institutions. Asia, the European Union, which is now suffering through this, and austerity measures have followed suit as a result of that. Certainly, this illustrates to us and to the entire country that we are certainly intertwined with the rest of the world as far as financial institutions are concerned. So certainly something that causes headaches for many people in one part of the world. Those headaches will reverberate around every corner of the world, given that the financial institutions and the technology that we use to trade out there currently gives you an idea of how important this is when it comes to international institutions. The acquisition of foreign entities by Canadian financial institutions. As a matter of fact, we're now seeing financial institutions in this country, banks, for example, bigger investments around the globe. We certainly see it in the United States currently with institutions such as Toronto Dominion and others. Also into Europe, into Asia. You get the idea. Certainly, in a country the size of this, certainly gives you an idea of just how good we are at and how large our financial institutions, as we are able to be a major player around the globe. The widely held ownership threshold for banks, which was always a contentious issue, it certainly was contentious when I first came here in 2004, 2005, and continues to be. The authority of the superintendent of financial institutions over certain types of transactions. the administration of unclaimed insurance deposit accounts by the CDIC and the Bank of Canada, the insolvency of financial institutions, and the liability of the CDIC when acting as a receiver during receivership of an insolvent financial institutions. Also very important at this point. The restructuring of insurance companies and the liability of officials and employees of the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions and Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. So when we look back, this really got its roots into C-37, which was back in the June of 2006. It was a paper entitled Financial Institutions Legislation Review, the Effective and Efficient Financial Services Framework. The legislative changes included greater disclosure for consumers in relation to investment products, very important, and complaint procedures, the introduction of electronic check imaging and clearing, and an increase in the widely held threshold for large banks from $5 billion to $8 billion in equity. And this reminds me of the legislation that we dealt with not too long ago when we talked about copyright. What we're seeing here is the proliferation of technology right now that allows us to transact around the world instantaneously, and as a result, the legislation has to run to keep up with the changing technologies around the world. As I mentioned, copyright. Now, of course, in our banking, financial institutions, it shows you not only the speed and the brevity by which the financial transactions are able to go around the world, but it also gives you an idea that the scope has become much larger, and certainly the depth of the banking institutions as well. So therefore, we have to look at this and update legislation. As was the copyright bill as well, somewhat of a new concept when you take 4 or 5 years and you have to review it after that, but nonetheless a concept that is certainly necessary. We're seeing now that the sunset provision, the Bank Act, the Cooperative Credit Associations Act, the Insurance Companies, and the Trust and Loan Companies Act contain a statutory sunset date set out some time ago. The legislative changes will include greater disclosure for consumers in relation to investment products and complaint procedures. So there you go. So we go through the updating measures that were contained in C-37. That was introduced in the House on 27th of November 2006. So in order to have the sufficient time, we went through this review, and it went from 24th of October to 24th of April 2007 in order to accommodate that. So that puts us in the place we are now as we go through the review once again, as it was introduced in the Senate as Bill S-5. Went through the 3 readings, went through the committee procedure, and it came back with some of those observations. Clauses 53.2, 53.3 require a Canadian bank to obtain approval from the Minister of Finance prior to acquiring control of a foreign entity if, and this is important, if the bank has equity of $2 billion or more, and the value of the foreign entity's consolidated assets in combination with the value of the consolidated assets of the bank's other foreign control acquisitions in the past 12 months exceed 10% of the value of the bank's consolidated assets prior to the preceding 12-month period. I hope you got that, because there will be a test at the end of the speech. At least probably not, as I excite the masses here, talking about financial institutions. The Minister, in contemplating the acquisition, can take into account all matters considered relevant in the circumstances, including the stability and best interests of Canada's financial system. Certainly, we go back to that Canada's financial system and the emphasis that we're putting on this to make sure that it's suited for Canadians. We know that in the past we have faced this primarily from breakdowns in financial institutions around the globe. If one gets trouble, we'll say, finds turbulent waters through the area, you'll find that that ripples throughout the global system, and therefore we have to make sure that our system is able to withstand some of the shocks that occur around the globe. So the sunset clauses to renew the following acts, as I mentioned earlier. Now let's take a look at S5. It doesn't represent a significant change in policy per se. It is crucial that the existing sunset clauses are extended so that Canada's statute for financial institutions do not expire, and the expiry date is around April 20th, 2012. S5 is not what I would call an ambitious bill, certainly. It doesn't significantly change Canada's banking policy or address Canada's record levels of household debt. However, Canada's banking laws are set to expire. In opposition, now, one thing you can point out about this government, I mean, the Conservatives called on the previous Liberals to follow the U.S. example and deregulate the Canadian banking sector. Now, I do remember that when I was here at the time. It was quite a debate, so I'm sure there are certain stands that all members of this House took in 2003 to 2005 that I'm sure they wish they had back. And now, in light of what has happened around the world, around the globe, when financial institutions, measures such as these become certainly critical and very important for us to consider. Now, we will support S5 at report stage and third reading because of this. And again, I revert back to what I said earlier, which is, given the intertwined nature of the financial institutions around the globe, it certainly falls upon us in this House to have this debate so that we can make sure that the regulations are updated in light of certain troubles around the world, and certainly with the advent and the proliferation of technology that allows us to pass our money around the world and invest. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and for his intervention, and of course for all his knowledge and for testing us as members of Parliament. I made a note, and so we'll wait for the test. But one of the interesting things that my colleague talked about was a lot of the things that are in this, and what I've been noticing is what is actually missing from this bill. There are a lot of things that the government could have put in this bill, but they chose not to. One of the things that we in this party, the New Democrats, have been talking about for the last couple of months is the lack of support for the Ombudsman of Banking and Services and Investments, OBSI. The government had a choice, and this was something that happened way back in 2006 as well, even a little further. The government had a choice to bring forward legislation to ensure that consumers and small businesses would be protected if they had a complaint against one of the large institutions. And that's the job that OBSI does. And just in the front page of the Globe today, OBSI is now worried, and the board is considering closing because of this government's inaction. Would it be fair to say, and I'd like to get my honourable colleagues' questions from this through you, Mr. Chair, that it's time that this government start to look at what's missing and to listen what other organizations are saying about putting stuff in that will help small businesses and consumers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I want to thank my colleague. Yes, he's absolutely correct. One of the things that I've always been interested in participating in for youth, especially in my riding, was the issue of financial literacy. And he points out some of the factors like having an ombudsman, which is ideal in this particular case because of so many instruments out there and so many ways to invest from your basement, for your living room, for just in front of your laptop, that now that it becomes overly cumbersome to know all the rules and certainly how all the regulations about this. I think what he's getting at is the debate to bring some of the elements of consumer protection into this are absolutely necessary. I certainly do. Now, I don't know if this is particularly where we go with this. I think this is S5 is to update the financial regulations, certainly in this country, so that they are in tune with other things. I would agree with him that we should have a larger debate on this, and certainly from the eyes, at least from my opinion, it should be focused on the protection of the consumer in light of the increasingly larger institutions that are out there. So I want to thank him for his question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech of the honourable colleague from Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Terra Nova should be the name of his riding, but we'll talk about that another time. I wanted to ask if he has any views of speaking of things that aren't in the Act, and I hope this won't be a troubling question. The financial transaction tax was mentioned earlier today in debate by a Conservative member as something that the Conservative Party opposes. The Green Party supports it. I'm wondering if the honourable member has any thoughts about bringing in an international levy at a very, very tiny level that would create funds that could be used if we were to have another collapse of the highly speculative derivative market globally, which in my view is still not adequately regulated.
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I think that opens up fascinating discussion. Certainly, if we're talking about an international levy, I'm assuming that in minuscule amounts. Certainly it would, as far as a cushion or protection. I don't think the government would be adverse to talking about that because they did bring in the security fee for people traveling in airports, so I would call it a traveler's tax, if you wish. But nonetheless, they certainly see the importance of bringing in some of these fees or particular levies for the sake of protection of the consumer, or in that case, protection of the traveler. So I would look at the financial, the levy itself that she's talking about. I don't have much knowledge on that, but I certainly would consider it if in the end it provides the consumer protection, not just for, well, any particular consumer, but also for employees in case of bankruptcy, environmental hazards. One of the things I would like to see is that some kind of international levy for businesses regarding environmental hazardous waste. When a company winds itself down and leaves, who cleans up after them? There's no money available for that unless, of course, it's on a military base or something of that sort. But what about for industrial bases? Now, I may be getting off topic. I think I am. But nonetheless, I should probably clue it up there.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to speak to Bill S5 today. Today we have discussed many of the important features of Bill S5, which will strengthen Canada's financial sector advantage. As many speakers before me have noted, this is a mandatory routine act. Moreover, it includes many technical or administrative amendments that can be somewhat classified as housekeeping. However, there are a few more substantive measures that address current global and domestic trends that I would like to highlight today. The financial crisis highlighted the importance of evaluating the overall size of financial institutions, their global linkages, and the impact these factors have on financial stability and the best interests of Canada's financial system. In response to lessons learned, today's legislation proposes to reinstate an existing ministerial approval for select foreign acquisitions of financial institutions. While Canada's sound financial system is a model for countries around the world, and we want to ensure that it remains secure, the global banking crisis nevertheless highlighted additional risk factors that support more oversight of large foreign acquisitions. To provide historical background, prior to 1992, banks were prohibited from owning a foreign subsidiary. In 1992, the government of the day amended the legislation to allow federally regulated financial institutions to own a foreign subsidiary or hold a substantial investment in a foreign institution with the approval of the minister. In 2001, that requirement for ministerial approval and review by the Department of Finance was repealed, and oversight was limited to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. However, since 2001, the global banking crisis has highlighted additional risk factors that support the need for greater oversight to keep our financial system secure. As such, we are reinstating in today's Act some of those historical oversight provisions that were repealed in early 2001. This Act would simply add ministerial approval if a federally regulated financial institution acquires a major foreign entity which increases its assets by more than 10%. The criteria that the minister could consider are hardwired in the legislation, those being the stability and best interests of the financial sector. The timeline for approval is also hardwired. The legislation requires the minister's consideration in 30 days, or it will be deemed approved. This would likely only apply rarely. In fact, since 2004, there have only been a small number of cases where this proposed legislation would have applied. The reactions from academics, bankers, and the Superintendent of Financial Institutions herself have been quite supportive of the provision. I would like to share some of their reactions with the House. Michael King, finance professor at Ivey School of Business, stated, and I quote, "This kind of a rule is actually one of the reasons why Canadian banks weathered the crisis so well over the years. Canadian banks have done well, and it's helped the Canadian economy to have such stable banks." Terry Campbell, president of the Canadian Bankers Association, stated, and I quote, "That power was given to OSFI, and now it is back with the finance minister to, in our view, give him a full suite of tools as part of his oversight of the financial system in Canada." And finally, Julie Dixon, the superintendent of financial institutions herself, stated, and I quote, "We fully support that decision. It makes sense for the Minister of Finance to ultimately have the ability to approve. It's just going back to the way it used to be." Today's Act will help ensure that Canadians continue to have a strong and secure financial system that they can rely on. Canadians are proud that, unlike Europe or the U.S., we did not have to nationalize or bail out banks with taxpayers' money. Canada has shown the value of ensuring a well-regulated financial system, and that's something that has been recognized around the world. Mr. Speaker, Canada was ranked as having the soundest banks in the world by the World Economic Forum. The influential Economist magazine has also proclaimed, and I quote, "Canada has had an easier time than most during the recent global recession, in part because of a conservative and well-regulated banking system." Canadians use financial services every day, be it using their credit card, cashing a check, going to the bank, or signing a mortgage. I think you would agree, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians deserve to be treated fairly when using these products and be provided with clear information before agreeing to use them. Indeed, since being elected in 2006, our government has taken important steps to address consumer concerns and make financial services products more consumer-friendly. Those measures have included protecting consumers with new credit card rules, such as requiring consent for credit limit increases, a minimum 21-day grace period on new purchases, and full disclosure for consumers and limiting other anti-consumer business practices. Bringing in a code of conduct for the credit and debit card industry to help small businesses dealing with unfair practices, as the code will help ensure fairness, encourage real choice and competition, and protect businesses from rising costs, and banning negative option billing for financial products, and there's much more. Mr. Speaker, our government agrees that making financial services products more consumer-friendly is an important goal. In today's legislation, we are making a few important changes to federal financial institution statutes, including confirming that Canadians, including bank customers, are able to cash government checks in amounts of less than $1,500 free of charge at any bank in Canada, and improving consumer protection by increasing the maximum administrative penalty that the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, or FCAC, can levy from $200,000 to $500,000. This also brings FCAC penalties in line with other financial regulatory authorities, like the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions and the Financial Transactions Research and Analysis Centre. This is in addition to consumer-friendly measures we announced in Budget 2011, like banning unsolicited credit card checks, moving to protect consumers of prepaid cards, beginning to implement the Task Force on Financial Literacy's recommendations, starting with the creation of a financial literacy leader in the government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was only last month that we introduced the Financial Literacy Leader Act to move forward on the financial literacy front. I could go on to outline other very important components of this bill, but I will close by encouraging all members of this House to support this very important mandatory and routine legislation so as to ensure that it is passed without delay so that we can continue to enjoy a strong, stable financial sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lefjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Sudbury mentioned earlier, the NDP is particularly concerned with what is not in the bill compared to what is in the bill. So I would ask my Conservative colleague this. First, I'd like to say that with regard to protecting consumers, Canadians continue to be taken in by the banks with high interest rates, abusive interest rates on credit cards, despite record profits for banks. Last year, we're talking about $25.5 billion, while Canadian salaries are on the decline. So my question is this: why in this bill did you not ensure better protection for consumers? Well, why did you take the position of Canadian banks instead?
The Honourable Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. What we do know is that we have a very sound financial system and that it is a model for countries around the world. And so, indeed, in fact, for the 4th year in a row, Canada was recently ranked as having the soundest banks in the world by the World Economic Forum. I believe that ensuring that we have a sound banking system ultimately benefits consumers. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to talk about what parts of the bill actually were included in this act. The 4 principal acts that govern the financial sector: the Bank Act, the Insurance Companies Act, the Trust and Loan Companies Act, and the Cooperative Credit Associations Act. As we know, all have their sunset dates renewed for 5 years. There are also changes related to related statutes, such as the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions Act, the Bank of Canada Act, the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation Act, and the Canadian Payments Act. So I think there's been a fairly broad inclusion with some of these organizations in this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member on her speech, talking about several very important planks that are contained in S5. I'd like to see if she could expand on some of the consumer protections that we've talked about. I know that we've done some work on expanding the transparency that consumers are going to receive when they receive their credit cards and make applications to their credit cards, and there's several other measures to protect consumers. I wonder if she could expand on that.
For Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. I appreciate the work that he does on our Government Operations and Estimates Committee. As I said in my opening remarks, since being elected in 2006, our government has taken many important steps to address consumer concerns and make financial services products more consumer-friendly. I mentioned that we have introduced new credit rules, such as requiring consent for credit limit increases, the minimum 21-day grace period on new purchases, and full disclosure for consumers, and limiting other anti-consumer business practices. We've also brought in the Code of Conduct for the credit and debit card industry, and this helps small businesses dealing with unfair practices. Mr. Speaker, this bill takes in the concerns of consumers. It also ensures that we have a strong financial sector.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech given by my colleague, and I must say that there is a very major concern shared by all my colleagues here with regard to foreign acquisitions by financial institutions. Now it is subject to the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and now under the bill it would be a ministerial decision. So let's be clear, when we look at the ministers in this cabinet, we have to admit that there's a double standard going on. How can my colleague justify taking away this responsibility from a neutral stakeholder for somebody who would maybe be partial?
Rosetown, Bigger, a short response, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I will simply point out when it comes to the approval of foreign acquisitions being returned to the minister, we know that, again, our financial system is a model for countries around the world, and it's something that happened in the past, and many of the quotes that I gave during my speech support this move being made. This simply requires ministerial approval when a federally regulated financial institution acquires a major foreign entity that significantly increases its assets by more than 10%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and it's my honour to once again rise and speak to this bill. But it was just over 1 month ago, Mr. Speaker, I stood in this House to speak to this bill, and in my speech, I warned the government that the biggest failure of this bill was, in fact, what is omitted, specifically a provision to ensure that banks were mandated to participate in the Ombudsman for Banking Services and Investments dispute resolution mechanism. And I know there's been a lot of talk on this side about their consumer protection plan. Avoiding this and ignoring this piece completely leaves consumers in the cold. I know they talk about their voluntary code, and they've done nothing to address the online or the e-commerce need for the voluntary code. And I know they talk about their credit card interest rates and what they've been doing on that. But you know what? Putting the font and making the font bigger on a bill does nothing to help the consumers. What it does, it lets them know how long it's going to take to pay it off. And they're doing nothing to actually support consumers with this. It's mind-boggling how they can say one thing, Mr. Speaker, and do another. But then 2 weeks ago today, Mr. Speaker, I participated in a Finance Committee hearing on this bill. Witnesses from both Option Consuméritaire and the Canadian Community Reinvestment Coalition echoed the testimony of Doug Melville, the Ombudsman and Chief Executive Officer of OBSI, that the economic regulatory system that Canadians rely on has been negatively affected by this government turning a blind eye to banks leaving the OBSI system. In his opening statement, Mr. Speaker, Jean-François Vinette from Option Consuméritaire said that the organization is, and I quote, highly preoccupied with what Mr. Douglas Melville mentioned earlier, that the banks not only chose but pay for the dispute resolution business that tries to resolve the complaints that consumers send against them. The lack of independence of such a structure and the conflict of interest between banks and the business hired to resolve disputes against them by consumers doesn't guarantee consumer protection in Canada and access to a neutral party. We're asking the government that all financial institutions that are federally regulated be obligated to offer OBSI for complaint resolution by consumers. That's our key message. We hope the government will understand this and that it is common sense. Unfortunately, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we don't seem to have common sense coming from that side of the House. Tyler Somers from the Canadian Community Reinvestment Coalition recommended that the government ensure that all federally regulated banks are required to use the Ombudsman for banking services and investments to ensure consistency and independence in the resolution of customer complaints. And the government's response, Mr. Speaker, in what is meant to be a systemic review of legislation governing the banking system, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance complained that the witnesses were addressing issues that had been missed by the legislative review. Apparently, the government didn't want to hear how to further improve the banking system. It only wanted to hear witnesses tell the committee what a wonderful job it had done. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, that isn't true. Unfortunately, due to the government's decision to make this system review a technical bill with a very narrow scope, the government stopped parliamentarians from bringing forward the amendments required to make this bill the type of banking review that will help consumers, help small businesses, and help the economy as a whole. Today, business sections in some of Canada's top media outlets are reporting that the OBSI's Board of Directors has approved a scenario for winding down operations if the government continues to allow banks to opt out of their OBSI system. The board is worried that their credibility as an independent ombudsman is being undermined by banks leaving the OBSI system if they disagree with OBSI's decisions. The closure of OBSI's banking arm would be dreadful for consumers and for small businesses in this country, Mr. Speaker. The problem with allowing banks to choose their own firms to manage dispute resolution is that the banks become the firm's customers. And as the old adage goes, Mr. Speaker, for any business to thrive, the customer is always right. How can consumers trust any decision made by a private firm when they know that the bank is the one writing the paychecks? As Mr. Melville very eloquently put it when he appeared before the committee, Mr. Speaker. A service hired by the bank and that consequently has the bank as a client creates the perception, if not the reality, of a loss of critical independence. The service will know who it is they need to please in order to keep the business, and it's not the individual making the complaint. It is a clear conflict of interest. The problem with the government not addressing the issue of the banks leaving OBSI is that this is entirely a problem of its own making. In Budget 2010, this government announced that the banks would be required to be a member of an approved third-party dispute resolution mechanism, but it did not explicitly state that it must be OBSI. As such, both RBC and TD took this as a carte blanche to pull out of the OBI system and move to a private dispute resolution system without the appropriate regulations, Mr. Speaker, or legislation being brought forward by the government. Both the banks and OBSI have been in regulatory limbo for the last 2 years. The government has had many suitable opportunities to bring forward the required changes, the most notably which is the financial review, which we are currently debating, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time, Mr. Speaker, for the government to own up to its mistake and make the OBSI participation mandatory. Customers at TD and RBC are already paying the price. These customers are being turned away from the new private dispute resolution provider. They are being told that their complaint is not within the firm's mandate. They are being discouraged from making their complaint, or their complaints are simply not properly followed up. If OBSI is to shut its doors to banking complaints, all bank customers in Canada will be subject to this level of misinformation and diversionary tactics in order to ensure the happiness of the private dispute resolution provider's customers. Guess who it is, Mr. Speaker? The banks. The irony, of course, is where do Canadians who have complaints with TD and RBC try to turn for help with bringing their concerns forward? To OBSI. I will be supporting this bill, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as it needs to be passed by April 20th in order to ensure to comply with the Bank Act and to ensure that we do not add increasing insecurity to the economic and financial markets within Canada. However, it is with a heavy heart that I will be supporting this bill, not because of what is in it, but because of what could have been, Mr. Speaker. This bill is truly a missed opportunity. In closing, I would like to repeat the words of Mr. Melville in his opening statement before the Finance Committee. Should banks be permitted to choose their own provider of dispute resolution, in essence to hire and pay for the organization that will judge and rule on their market conduct, I ask you this. If the banks were given the choice of being regulated by the Department of Finance or some private for-profit body of their own choosing, whom do you think they would choose? Very obvious, Mr. Speaker. The government has a role in ensuring the stability of the financial systems. And the only way to ensure the stability of the banking sector is by increasing consumer and small business confidence, which was shaken by the financial crisis. If consumers and small businesses do not believe that they have access to an impartial ombudsman, if they have a complaint with their bank, there will be no way to guarantee their confidence. The government needs to act now to ensure this is not the case. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to answering questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for Sudbury for that speech, and particularly for his passion in defending the rights of consumers and protecting consumers, as well as for representing very admirably his constituents in Sudbury. I would like to ask him this question. What are the consequences for consumers in terms of protection of consumers given that there is not an independent body, such as the one that he mentioned, the Ombudsman's Office, and the consequences of not having an independent body or organization when you have complaints regarding banks.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and, of course, all of her great work that we do together on the Industry Committee and many other places. And I know we've spoken and we've discussed recently e-commerce and mobile payments and how the voluntary code isn't reaching into those areas yet. And, you know, when we're talking about OBSI, here's an organization that was created 15 years ago approximately at the request of the government of the day, because the industry at that time wasn't protecting consumers and small businesses, and the consumers and small businesses had nowhere to go when they had a complaint. So they created this great organization. It's in place, and now, because this government has chosen not to act, not to put the legislation in place to keep these guys around, they're going to disappear. This isn't about, I've lost $50 in my bank account. Where can I find this $50? This is about when a mistake was made on a mortgage. This was made when a mistake was made in retirement savings, and what we can see happen on the far end of the spectrum is people losing their homes and losing their retirement savings because they're choosing not to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Just very quickly, talks about the OBSI, but in this case, what about the role of the FCAC as well? Wouldn't that be beneficial for many of the multiple providers to the system?
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Well, of course, the FCAC provides a very positive role to consumers and to the banking institutions. But when we're talking specifically through you, Mr. Speaker, about protecting small businesses consumers and giving them an avenue to ensure that they're not being taken, and when I use taken, by the banks, they provide those necessary rules and regulations. FCAC provides, they're looking at competition. They're making sure that there's fair competition in the market. But, a mistake being made by the bank has nothing to do with the competition aspect. It has, I need resolution when a bank makes a mistake. And the average citizen, the average small business, the average consumers doesn't have the deep pockets to take on TD or RBC or any one of the large financial institutions. And so what the consumers need to be able to have is an organization to be able to have those pockets, to challenge these guys in court if need be, and to make sure there's some fair resolution. That's what OBSI does. That's why this government is dropping the ball in protecting consumers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
My honourable colleague on all the work he's done to protect consumers in this country. Well done. I have a particular concern as a New Democrat. I have issues with concentration of power when we're dealing with too high of a concentration of power. And financial institutions are now subject, according to this bill, to ministerial approval rather than approval of the superintendent of financial institutions. So I wonder if these decisions risk to be made on a partisan matter instead of being without political interference.
Well, Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to once again thank my honourable colleague from Pontiac for his question and his involvement on this file. I know we've talked about things that we can do to help his constituents and other issues in the past relating to consumer protection. The overall concern, if we're using OBSI as an example, and that's what I've been talking about quite a bit because of the serious ramifications that could result from this government's inaction on this file, to start to see more control being taken away from nonpartisan, independent organizations right across the country is worrisome, is truly worrisome. Because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that there's fair, independent resolution for consumers and small businesses. I don't know if we'll see that when we start involving partisan decisions. So we need to ensure we're bringing forward organizations and supporting organizations like OBSI. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for the riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke and the beautiful Upper Ottawa Valley, it's my pleasure to have this opportunity to highlight some of the very important measures in the legislation before us today. Bill S5, the Financial System Review Act. We're fortunate in Canada to live in a country with a stable democracy governed by a political party and a Prime Minister who has created a climate in which Canadian businesses can thrive, generating profits and jobs. We respect the average Canadian who pays their taxes, works hard, and plays by the rules, something they expect the leaders in public office to do the same. We're not afraid to stand up against big business or big labor when they break the rules or the laws. We take the time to communicate regularly and honestly with the people of Canada. We have a realistic and uplifting vision of the future of this country, one that respects those who present opposing positions, while at the same time ensuring that individual human beings are treated with dignity. And it's important to keep what we have, that which makes Canada the best place to live in this world today. That includes the public institutions which govern our society. We are fortunate in Canada to have a strong and safe banking system, a system that's been declared the safest banking system in the world for the past 4 years in a row by the World Economic Forum. The International Forbes magazine has ranked Canada #1 in its annual review of best countries to do business. And 5 Canadian financial institutions were named to Bloomberg's most recent list of world's strongest banks, more than any other country. The measures in today's legislation will further ensure that our financial system remains a Canadian competitive advantage and that consumers receive the highest possible standard of service. Bill S5 includes measures that will improve efficiency by reducing the administrative burden on financial institutions and adding regulatory flexibility. It'll expand the consumer protection framework, including enhancing the supervisory powers of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada on FCAC, and update financial institutions legislation to promote financial stability and ensure Canada's financial institutions continue to operate in a competitive, efficient, and stable environment. The Act will facilitate clarifying that Canadians are able to cash government checks under $1,500 free of charge at any bank in Canada, improving the ability of regulators to share information efficiently with international counterparts, reducing the administrative burden for federally regulated insurance companies offering adjustable policies in foreign jurisdictions by removing duplicative disclosure requirements, promoting competition and innovation by enabling cooperative credit associations to provide technology services to a broader market. As a Member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, a geographically large rural riding in Eastern Ontario, one of the issues I deal with on a regular basis is the lack of service in rural areas. Several years ago, I found it necessary to contact the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, the FCAC, regarding the closure of a rural bank. The branch was in the community of Whitney, South Algonquin Township, which is east of Algonquin Park. The closing of the only financial branch in an area represented an extreme hardship, particularly for residents without a vehicle. Those with a vehicle faced a 70-kilometer trip to Bancroft in all kinds of weather where their accounts were to be transferred. Access to basic financial services is something that most Canadians take for granted. By working together in the community, we were able to come up with an acceptable alternative. A credit union set up a satellite branch in a local grocery store, a location that has better hours and more accessible location than was previously the case. That arrangement is still working today. And I mention this as an example, as the legislation before us today expands the supervisory powers of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. In my experience, I appreciated the ability to turn to the agency. I support that capacity and the continuing need to protect financial consumers in Canada. The determination to continually strengthen our financial system has served this country well. It helps explain why our nation's economy remains solid and sustainable under recent global stress. However, Canadian banks must also understand that they operate in a highly competitive environment and that they must be prepared to respond to the specific needs of Canadian consumers. Our government is committed to ensuring consumers are protected in their dealings with financial institutions. With a growing array of financial services offered to and used by consumers, making sure that Canadians have the tools and knowledge necessary to be confident in their financial decisions is a priority that we take seriously. Earlier this month, for example, the Minister of State for Finance announced the government is moving forward with several measures to protect Canadian consumers and help them achieve greater control over their own finances. These measures, part of Budget 2011, include a proposed ban on unsolicited credit card checks and a new, shorter check hold period which takes effect August 1st, 2012, as Canadians will have more timely access to their own money. The fact is that credit card checks are considered to be cash advances, which generally incur higher interest rates and fees and do not offer an interest-free grace period. The proposed legislation, the regulations banning the distribution of unsolicited credit card checks, will amend the Credit Business Practices Regulation to require federal financial institutions to receive the express consent of borrowers before distributing credit card checks. This will help to ensure that Canadians understand fully the terms and conditions of using these credit instruments and the obligations and the implications that entail from both a payments and household budget perspective. At the same time, a new code of conduct on mortgage prepayment information was also announced. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, or FCAC, has come out in support of these proposed changes, saying FCAC welcomes the changes that government is proposing to make FCAC Act. The changes are technical amendments or clarifications to existing provisions. FCAC will monitor adherence to the code. Participating institutions will provide a link on their website to the agency. Lenders will make available a toll-free number so borrowers can speak to staff members who are knowledgeable about mortgage prepayments. This improved disclosure will give Canadians important new details to help them make well-informed financial decisions. Mortgage lenders will provide details on any obligations or penalties home buyers might incur when paying down their mortgages. This includes prepayment privileges, an explanation of the charges, a description of factors that could alter charges over time, and customized information about the borrower's own mortgage. Most importantly, the code requires this information when consumers are making key decisions, such as at renewal and in annual statements. After all, if people don't understand the information provided to them by financial institutions, we can never accomplish our goal of empowering financial consumers. Mr. Speaker, these regulations will not sit and gather dust on a shelf. Instead, they will be overseen by the FCAC.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pérébouché. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague across the way mention that the banking sector in Canada was very safe and stayed that way throughout the upheaval of the last few years. And I'd like to ask her if, in her opinion, the consultations and the provisions in this bill really do promote or protect the consumer, or is it more in the interest of these institutions? Because what we saw in the States, unfortunately, is that financial institutions asked for all of these freedoms in terms of their activity, and that seems to be where we're headed here. So I'd like her opinion on that.
Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the reviews that were done and the stakeholder meetings, information and recommendations were taken from consumers. Consumers held the highest priority. And I just want to speak a little bit more about the FCAC. And in doing so, the FCAC will continue to do its part to help inform financial consumers in Canada by developing plain language educational material on a wide range of financial products and services. And this is something during the consultations that was requested of consumers.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My New Democratic colleague spoke a few moments ago, and we know that speculation is highly responsible for the problems we've had in Canada since 2008, and that's why I was disappointed to see in this Conservative government bill that there's a lack of banking regulation. The government refuses to even consider the possible regulations in order to restrain the kind of speculative activities that could happen on the stock market that don't in any way contribute to job creation and financial stability. We know that a lot of retirees saw their savings melt away because of financial speculation, and I asked why the Conservative government, with this bill on regulation of financial institutions, did not regularize this kind of speculation more.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are continuing to work on the aspects of securing the speculative market. Further to the FCAC, the agency has also, on request of consumers, developed innovative approaches such as mortgage calculator that quickly determines mortgage payments and the potential savings resulting from prepayments. It has also introduced online tools that help consumers shop for the most suitable credit card and banking package for their needs. The FCAC also created 2 tip sheets to help Canadian consumers looking for more ways to save money, one on choosing the right banking accounts and another on keeping the service fees low.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and also for her work on the Industry Committee. Cooperation that we have on the committee is good, and I know that she wants to work on protection of consumers, and I'd like to know what the situation really is. So I'd like to ask my colleague on the government side if she feels that this bill really takes into account the concerns of consumers, particularly in terms of transparency on banking fees that are charged to them. Does she feel that this bill goes far enough?
Or Nipissing, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her kind comments on the Industry Committee. And in one of our recent studies, we heard a great deal of testimony on the subject of credit cards. And to that, we'd like to speak that thanks to the new measures recently announced, that the upsetting practice and others are coming to an end, along with other recent changes, such as requiring a customer's consent before raising credit card limits. The government has shown a commitment to its province to improve banking regulations in Canadians' favour. And this is welcome news, I believe, to my colleague opposite.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are here because indeed we must be. We are talking about this 5-year review of the financial system here. It should have happened, the last one happened in 2007, so it's important that we study this. like most of my colleagues have said, the NDP will support the bill at second reading, particularly because we want the Finance Committee to deal with it in detail. Also because the gun's really being held to our head, because it has to be passed by April. Having said that, that doesn't mean we don't have serious concerns about this bill. One is the government wanting to pass this bill so quickly. What we've seen is that this is a process that has been really reduced, less than a month of consultation. It was done very quickly, where some 30 briefs were received, most of which weren't even signed. So I think in terms of consultation among the broader public, that leaves a lot to be desired, which is too bad, because even though we have to redo this, it really does affect portfolios of Canadians and Quebecers, and therefore we're really sorry that the government is in such a hurry. I think it's a process that is serious and should have been taken seriously. That hasn't been the case as far as we can see. Another concern is the fact that this bill comes from the Senate. Why? We could have begun these consultations here and begun the study of the bill here in the House with a much more in-depth process, and for which we would have had a longer time to do that, rather than having it studied in the Senate and then it's really almost a ratification that we are looking at here by the House of the Senate's work. So I think that one of the big difference between the two chambers is that we are elected parliamentarians, we have a mandate from our constituents, and these are the same people who are directly affected by the provisions of this bill. And we, as elected parliamentarians, are the ones who will just simply have to comment on this and on the work that was done in the chamber next door at the Senate. It's a very important bill, and it's really unfortunate to see that this process was taken so lightly. A third perception is the right of veto that the government has given itself. This was alluded to earlier, and that concerns major foreign acquisitions. And the first is that this affects banks that have a capital of at least $2 billion. And this is an issue of combining the global consolidated assets of these banks. If this goes beyond 10% of the value of the consolidated assets of the bank, the acquiring bank.
So this process is called a ministerial guarantee because our Canadian financial system is so healthy. But there are banks that do want to expand abroad, and the government says it wants to prevent the acquisition of businesses that do not have the same risk aversion level. But what I find of concern is that the government would only have 30 days to review a foreign acquisition, and if the period expires, then the transaction is deemed to have been accepted and agreed to by the minister. At a committee meeting on Bill S5, my colleagues tried to get answers about this provision, but there was really nothing reassuring from the Minister of State. And in answer to the question asked by the member for Brunswick-La Prairie and also by the member for King's Hands, a Liberal member, about the Office of the Superintendent for Financial Institutions, there was no reassurance either, because we were told that if the 30 days expired, then the request would be agreed to. So there is a loophole. If the government wants to take credit for Canada's healthy financial situation, then it is going to have to guarantee transactions abroad. Banks did not have the ability to have only a single shareholder that would have over 10% of the voting shares, but this is being changed. The thresholds have been kept, but what is changing is the threshold for for the situations in which the provisions will apply. There will be an increase to help banks grow more quickly. We need to make sure that banks take their responsibilities very seriously when it comes to debt. The government is doing the right thing by broadening the definition for consumers and so on. However, the government is on the wrong path when it comes to consumers' rights. How can the government support financial literacy, and it has had a task force and so on, and say that personal and individual household debt is not necessarily that important? The government has said that interest rates are going to rise. Canadians must understand that if they have debts, they have to think about the cost of that debt that will be increasing. It is important to understand that banking and financial regulation has to both enable the system to develop and expand and protect the public. And that is why rules must be both impartial and neutral. One good example, in my opinion, is the problem where major banks are allowed to opt out of the Ombudsman for Banking Services and Investment System. Last year, Toronto Dominion and RBC withdrew from the system. Would it have not been a good idea in the current legislative review to improve the system and make it mandatory? That is a good question. Instead, the minister said in committee that there will soon be regulations on internal and external mechanisms for conflict resolution. In 2011, in the OBSI's report, the Ombudsman's report, last week, it was published, and it indicated that there were difficulties. The decision by Toronto Dominion and the Royal Bank of Canada to withdraw from the process made it so that the complaint process lacked credibility. We have therefore allowed the banks to take over the dispute resolution process. I think that the issue of consumer protection is primordial, and we have a great opportunity right now to deal with it. We can also address the excesses that contributed to the crisis in 2007, 08, 09. This process was taken lightly. It was not conducted properly. This review process started in the other chamber, not here. Why are we being pushed to fast-track this? It has to be done by April 20th, according to the government. We've got the Bank of Canada to deal with. Yes, we will support the bill in second reading. Why? Because we have no choice. That doesn't mean that the government doesn't have a responsibility here, because the government should have conducted the process properly so that the 5-year review had time to be done properly. We need to protect consumers, and we are going to end up with a bill that has flaws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-Léman. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague. I have a hard time pronouncing the name of his riding, but we work together on the Industry Committee, and we have dealt with electronic commerce and other issues on the committee. But I would like to know more generally how he sees the government's approach to regulation and the laxism shown by this government when it comes to rules applying to our financial institutions, the risks that that may pose to consumers and the economy. The honourable member for Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you. The member for Sudbury is really the expert here, and I deferred to him. This is a relevant question because there is a tendency to think that regulations are an obstacle, they are heavy, and they interfere with the economy and with commerce. The regulations should be reviewed and improved. Are there regulations that could be useful? How can we protect consumers without rules? Because the market is not going to do that by itself. The main object of the market is to produce profit, which is not necessarily a bad thing because profits are reinvested and create jobs. However, when we talk about regulations, there are useful regulations. In the United States, for example, if there had been better regulation in the banking industry, we might have avoided the crisis there in the banking system over the past few years. One of the main problems was this lack of regulation. It doesn't have to be heavy-handed. It has to be smart regulation. Questions and comments?
Pontiac.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. In my riding, people are very concerned about the overbilling by major banks. I'm shocked as well. It is incredible to see how our money is taken by the banks right and left. I would like to know from my colleague what this bill could have done to really protect consumers in the case of the major bank. The honourable member. Thank you. I would like to thank the member for Pontiac for his question. The fact that we are dealing with this bill in such a hasty manner means that we are not dealing with it in detail. The banks are covered by a voluntary code, but it is voluntary even if in many cases they adhere to it. If they don't comply with the code, they are not punished as they would be if we had a mandatory code. There would be some disciplinary action. I think that a voluntary code is fine if it works, but there should be measures in the bill to indicate that if the voluntary code does not prevent certain excesses, then the government should have the possibility of taking action to protect consumers. Of course, not to interfere unnecessarily in the economy. The government has not only the right but the responsibility in certain cases to protect the needs of all consumers, and this might be one of those cases. Do I have specific regulations in mind? Not necessarily. I hope the committee can review this, but the bill does not go into that.
Resuming debate. Please, the débat.
Resuming debate.
Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was actually just sending a note and saying, when am I up? And you got up and said, I'm up. So I'm ready to go. We always have to be prepared. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to S5. And I've been listening to the debate here this afternoon and listening to the comments of my colleagues. And although the NDP has been supporting this bill, we do find it a bill that has a very limited form, and it really misses a very big opportunity to address a whole array of consumer issues and consumer protections for Canadians. And that's very unfortunate, but unfortunately that's what we've come to know of this government. I do have to say that I would point out that this bill was originated in the Senate and I think it's rather surprising to know that it did begin in the Senate, and I think we would be interested to know why it started in the other place that's unelected, because the House of Commons obviously is a place where we're directly elected, and it seems to us that it's only legitimate that a bill would begin in the House of Commons and then go to committee and follow the usual process. So it is very concerning that this bill began in the Senate, and you would think that the government would have given respect to the House of Commons and given it first reading and second reading here. We know that this bill is being portrayed as a very technical bill, and that it's changing the Bank Act and 12 other acts. And I think even more the reason to go through this carefully, because we know that often the devil is in the details, and that when you look at amending a large number of acts, some significant changes can take place. And yet I've noted that this bill, when it went to committee, only had 3 sessions. So there was a very, very limited review, and very few witnesses were able to be called. So again, this is very concerning. And I would put this in the context of a larger pattern that's emerging with this government, and that is that they, if bills are introduced here on the floor of the House of Commons, they're rushed through. We've seen time allocations, gag orders, closure to limit debate, and now we're seeing that bills are being introduced and debated in the Senate as opposed to the House of Commons, and then dealt with in a very perfunctory and rapid manner at committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that that's not a good sign. And especially for a bill of this nature, it reminds me of a budget bill where, because of the enormous amount of technical details, it's easy for important details to be overlooked. Consumer protection is something that the NDP has paid an enormous amount of attention to, and I know that Jack Layton, our former leader, he pressed this, and our Consumer Affairs critic, the member for Sudbury, has done an enormous amount of work in bringing forward in the House of Commons the issue of consumer protection and how people are being gouged and ripped off by financial institutions. For example, Mr. Speaker, we know that last year that bank profits were a whopping $25.5 billion. I mean, that's really astounding. We have a financial sector industry that's incredibly, not only healthy, but incredibly profitable. And at the same time, we know that many people are getting laid off. My colleague this afternoon from the NIMO couch, and I thought did a brilliant job of pointing out how fewer and fewer people now qualify for employment insurance. I think she said only 39%. And while the need for EI goes up and the qualification goes down, the length of the waiting time is also going up to about 4 months. And so I want to say that because to me it's part of this picture that on the one hand we see growing income inequality in our country. We see more and more people who are working part-time jobs. They're not working at good paying jobs. They're working at minimum wage jobs, or they're getting laid off. They can't qualify anymore for EI because of the government's incredibly onerous limitations and restrictions. And then on the other side of the coin, so to speak, we see record bank profits. We see these major financial institutions that are making an exorbitant amount of money. And so it does create a society where there's a widening gap between wealth and poverty. There's a growing gap in income inequality. And when you put into that picture the corporate tax cuts that have taken place, the billions of dollars that we've lost in public revenue that could be providing for public services, when we look at the budget that we know is coming on Thursday and our fears about that budget and what will happen in terms of its impact on ordinary people and their ability to access needed government services, this is a picture that's very, very disturbing. So we look at this bill today, S5, in that context. And for us in the NDP, I have to say that I'm very proud that we stand on a principle and a priority of protecting people, of protecting consumers, of protecting people's jobs, of saying that we do have to have an economic plan, that we do have to have a jobs plan, we have to have a financial plan. we have to have fair and progressive taxation. And so this bill that presents itself as a technical bill and does some brings forward some changes that I think are useful, overall it is a massive lost opportunity to actually provide much better protection for consumers. And I know that, you know, most consumers feel completely powerless when it comes to dealing with financial institutions. You talk to anybody who's had, you know, a complaint. I know I get them in my writing office, and we do write letters to the banks. We often will write to the ombudsperson of a bank or of the banking system overall, and put forward just some individual complaint that, you know, in the overall scope of things is not massive, but for that individual person, the fact that they feel like they've been ripped off, that they've been gouged, or they haven't been listened to by the banking institution is something that I think really plays into the feeling of cynicism that have about the people who run the financial institutions and who make very powerful decisions. And so I'm very proud that we in the NDP have always made it a priority to stand up for consumer rights, to stand up for consumer protection, because we do know that Canadians do get gouged by service charges, by user fees, and by abusive credit card rates. And again, this is something that the member from Sudbury has raised so many times in this House. And the idea that there are sort of voluntary systems in place is almost laughable. I mean, we've seen this with the drug shortages that we've been debating in this House, where we had an emergency debate just not 2 weeks ago. It's the same thing. So when we have a very serious systemic problem, whether it's drug shortages because the marketplace is controlling what's going on, and now where we see with financial institutions and people who are being gouged, the response of this government has been to say, oh, well, let them get together and let's see what they'll do on a voluntary level. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not good enough. And so I do feel that this bill falls far short. It's a piecemeal approach to what we actually really need to do in terms of consumer protection in this country. And it worries me that with this bill, and reading the background on the bill, it's very clear that there was very little consultation done. I think there were about 30 submissions, and they were mostly from associations or sort of from a technical point of view. So there was very, very little consultation that was done on this bill. So we have to ask why. Is it because the government knew that if it actually did engage in a adequate public consultation, that they'd be opening up Pandora's box and getting a whole mass of feeling, complaints and frustration from Canadians? So it's very unfortunate there wasn't proper consultation done for this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, just in wrapping up, I'd like to say that we support this bill for the limited progress that it makes, but it's very disappointing that yet again this government missed the mark, and they have failed to take the adequate protections for consumers in this case. And so people will still be out there, left out in the marketplace, feeling like they don't have a voice. And I hope they know they do have a voice in the NDP, and that we'll continue raising these issues in Parliament to ensure that there is proper regulation, there is proper protection, and that the rights of consumers are upheld. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires. The honourable
questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member from Vancouver East, for her great speech and for all the great work that she's been doing in the House. And I can recall a specific scenario a few months back in her riding where a constituent of hers was very concerned about some mortgage insurance and how that mortgage insurance was being paid but was never actually paid for by the insurance company when needed. And what we've been talking about on this side of the House is what's not included in this bill. I can think of many other people that have written my office. An individual named Craig who talked about how he had the same type of unfortunate circumstance that related to him relating to mortgage insurance, relating to consumer protection. You know, this government completely drops the ball when it comes to this file. And you know what? I can see the work that she's done with her constituents and how it affects from coast to coast to coast. I'd like to hear my honourable colleagues' comments on this subject. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, and he's entirely correct, that we actually both worked together on really what was, in a way, a difficult case, but in another way it wasn't. And it involved a constituent of mine whose parents had bought mortgage insurance, and when one of the parents died, they thought that they had mortgage insurance, only to find out that they didn't. Because of the way the rules work, and it was really a huge shock to the family to find out that they thought that they had bought a protection for the eventuality that they would be in a situation they found themselves in, and that they would be able to pay off their mortgage by an insurance plan, only to find out that it wasn't worth the words that it was written on the paper it was written on. It was worthless, and it's a very good example of how consumers can act in good faith and believe that they're operating the way they're meant to operate, and they are hopefully getting clear and honest and frank information from financial institutions, only to find out that literally the small print is so difficult to understand, or the way it's being presented, that they actually get ripped off. And so that's a very good example of what this bill could have done, because I know that we both wrote to the minister, we raised this issue, and we urged that there be changes made. It did involve provincial jurisdiction as well, but there was a federal role involved. And so it's a great example of the kind of thing that should have been done with this bill to protect consumers. You know, these are elderly people who put some money aside on the basis that they believed they were going to be protected, only to find out that they, in effect, got ripped off. So it's when you hear these kinds of stories, and that's just one story, you realize that the system is not working properly. And it's too bad that this bill is not focusing on the needs of those individuals, and the fact that we could be helping them with a bill if it was looking genuinely at consumer protection.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for her speech on the subject. We know that she's very competent in this regard, as are other colleagues, and I would like to ask her whether this impression that I have that once again, from our friends opposite, they're once again listening carefully to big lobbies instead of favoring the average citizen, like the All-American article, as we have seen in the past.
For Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that's an excellent point, and I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague. And again, this has become a too familiar pattern. You know, it's a scary place out there. People try to navigate the marketplace. They try to play fair. They try to figure out what's a good deal and what isn't. But unless there are proper regulations in place for consumer protection, then people do end up getting ripped off. And when we have a government that is hell-bent on listening to basically their friends and paving the way through sometimes deregulation, sometimes by legislation that actually helps these financial institutions, then we can see that it's just ordinary Canadians and consumers who get left behind. And I think that's very, very worrying. And again, I think the pattern of that and the gap of income inequality and people feeling they've got less and less resources and information to actually deal with the marketplace and have a sense of integrity about what's going on is very, very concerning, and it's something that we'll keep pressing in this House.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. Mr. Julian, seconded by Madame Reynaud, moved that Bill S5 be amended by deleting clause 212. Qu'a-t-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
que tout ce qui...
All those
The House wants it defeated on division? Is that correct? Accordingly, the amendment is defeated on division. Now the question is on the bill at report stage. The motion is as follows. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Clement, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the law governing financial institutions to provide for related and consequential matters, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes. Accordingly, the motion is adopted. I declare the motion carried. When will the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Just for the benefit of members, when we took the voice vote here on the bill at report stage for concurrence, I did hear at the end members indicated that it would be on division, and so really we need to have a voice vote in that case. So we're going to go to a voice vote. This is on the bill at report stage. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Accordingly, the bill carries. When I appreciate members' cooperation and participation here this afternoon. Accordingly, the bill stands carried. The bill is carried, and it is carried on division. When will the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. The Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at whatever time we're supposed to end today, 5:45, so we can move on.
Is it agreed that we see the clock at 5:45? Yes, it is. So agreed and so ordered. Now, it being 5:45, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M313 on the Governor General in the name of Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Ms. Morani, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the Governor General should exercise the same financial discipline that the government is asking of the public, and that the government should make the Governor General's salary subject to the general tax regime. Debate. The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolet Becancourt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in fact, the motion that I tabled states that, in the opinion of the House, the Governor General should exercise the same financial discipline that the government is asking of the public, and that the government should make the Governor General's salary subject to the general tax regime like for all other citizens. You will understand that this motion was tabled when I discovered, by verifying in books in the library with research assistants, that the only person in Canada who doesn't pay taxes is the Governor General, and that it is included in the Income Tax Acts. There is a small paragraph that states that the Governor General is not subject to the general tax regime. So this leads me to ask many questions. You know, at a time when everyone is concerned about the budgetary measures that will be coming out in the next budget as we speak, we are talking about cutting state expenditures, controlling expenditures, cuts in social transfers, social services, and transfers to the provinces, cuts to health. Starting in 2016, we will remember that in 1994, the federal government paid 50% of healthcare costs of the provinces. It has now decreased to 25%, and with the measures announced by the minister, it will be 20%. So there are cuts everywhere, cuts to government agencies, preparing for cuts to the fisheries, cuts to Agriculture Canada inspectors. There have been cuts in the area of the environment, major cuts. They're closing search and rescue positions in the Quebec region. They are merging EI centers to cut costs. They are cutting in the public service. They are announcing drastic cuts, in fact, and they are cutting with regard to seniors whose pensions will only begin at the age of 67 instead of the age of 65, an additional 2 years that for many people who live in poverty will seem a very long time, and this will also affect the provinces. So there are a great many expenditures that are being cut. We're talking about restrictions, cuts. We're talking about reviews of all federal agencies. But ultimately, one thing is clear, people are paying more and more and getting less and less back, except for one person, and I'm talking here about the Governor General, who has no limit in terms of expenditures and gets $135,000 in salary without paying a cent in tax. And further still, after 5 years of service, this person receives their salary for life. It's surprising. So I think that it is normal under those conditions for somebody who has an honorary title, I would remind the House, without any ministerial responsibilities. It is an honorary position. This person has been appointed, is not elected, and is exempted from paying income tax on their salary. It makes no sense. The only person in Canada who has that privilege, and this is set out in the law, is the Governor General of Canada. This is not reasonable or fair, and this situation must be rectified. Let's say it right away. This has nothing to do with the person occupying the position, no matter who that person is, who that person appointed to that position is, independently of their great reputation, their experience. The Governor General, like all other citizens, must pay his or her fair share of income taxes and do their share to ensure this country can continue to function. Furthermore, this person has many privileges that are quite exceptional. This person is fed, clothed, housed. A car is provided. There is a private chauffeur. And international travel, as much travel as that individual wishes, are paid for on the government's Challenger jet and planes provided by the Canadian Forces. The minimum that this individual could do with their $135,000 salary is to ensure that the salary is not exempt from income tax. We should recall that a few years ago, the Queen of England decided herself to pay income tax. She herself made that request. We should also remember that the Governor Generals of Australia and New Zealand do pay their share of income tax, as do other citizens in those countries. Today's motion asks that the federal government pay income tax, but should we not also ask questions about the fact that the Governors General of Canada immediately receive, following serving a term of 5 years, a pension that is equal to 100% of their salary. This makes no sense whatsoever, Madam Speaker. I don't know anyone in the world who gets that kind of a pension after only 5 years of service. That is 100% of their salary. For example, Ms. Jean, who left her position at the age of 53 years of age, I believe, gets 100% of her salary for the rest of her days. And the same is true for Ms. Clarkson, who was Governor General for 5 years and who now gets a pension that is equal to 100% of her salary for life. And if either of them should pass away, their spouse would receive 50% for life. For example, one of the spouses of a Governor General, the Honorable Romeo Leblanc, has been getting for 17 or 18 years 50% of that salary. That is the principle that the spouse should receive something that is acceptable, be it a man or a woman, except that it's based on an amount that should be more balanced. An MP has to sit in this House for 25 years in order to get the maximum salary, which is 75%. Lieutenant generals will only get it at the age of 60. That is a pension. The lieutenant generals of the provinces will get a portion of their salaries as a pension. This is not in my motion, but I would urge the government to take action with regard to the income tax being paid, but also to rectify the fact that the pension is for life and equal to 100% of the salary and begins immediately without taking into consideration the age of that Governor General. It's unacceptable, and we have to review this incomprehensible position. No one gets 100% of their salary for life, particularly when we talk about somebody who is in an honorary position. And talking about honorary titles or positions, this position which, based on tradition, was established because we are members of the Commonwealth, and so we accepted to follow British parliamentary tradition, and so the Lords voted in the British Parliament, and the Senate, and if there are amendments, they go back to the House, then they're returned back to the Senate, and obtain what we call then a royal assent. So it takes an individual who officially signs the papers on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and yet this individual who is appointed with time has gained powers that are similar to that of head of a state, and that is the Governor General has the ability to travel around the world at the cost of tens of thousands of dollars, and has in his or her employ many staff, but ultimately the real role of the Governor General is to sign bills.
Would it not be more reasonable, within the context of budget cuts and the will of the government to reduce expenditures, that the Governor General have an office within Parliament with 3 or 4 employees, and that they sign bills, if it happens once or twice a month, and that we consider this an honorary position. But the problem is that with time, the Governor General is taken as a head of state. So the Queen of England has designated that person, following the suggestion of the Prime Minister, to represent her here. And it is therefore not the role of the Governor General to go and travel around the world. He doesn't represent Canada in the world. He represents the Queen of England in Canada. He should therefore stay here and take care of his business or her business, which is to sign bills. that, having passed through a third reading in the House of Commons and having gone through the process in the Senate for where it may be changed or amended, and then receives royal assent. The role of the Governor-General is to sign that royal assent. So let's stop these extravagant expenditures in travel, and let's give the Governor-General the role that he or she should have, which is to represent the Queen in a Commonwealth country. And I would also emphasize, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, that we stop with this monarchical madness that the government is obsessed with now. The picture of the Queen is being posted in all of the embassies of Canada around the world. We want to put the word royal on all of our planes and boats. We want to repaint all of these ships, warships, and planes, and redesign the military's uniforms. And if we do that, that'll cost a fortune once again. And once again, it's this royal madness that we have. And another thing is honoring the 1812, the War of 1812. Canada didn't exist in 1812. It began in 1837. That was a war we had with the United States at the time. So we're going to spend $78 million to commemorate that war. It's a war of the British Empire that we're talking about, not a Canadian one. And we're also going to spend $3 million printing medallions or medals up because of that. Is that the time to spend this $100 million when we're talking about cutting back jobs in the public service and in public other entities like CBC, for example? When we have such far-flung regions in the country, we need that service of an entity like the CBC. But no, we're going to have all of these parties to celebrate the monarchy. I have a question to ask in conclusion of members of Parliament here. I'm a Quebecer, and I'm very proud to be so. I identify with Quebecois symbols, but are you proud to be Canadian? Why do you identify with the signs of the monarchy, this vestige of colonialism? Why do you not identify with Canadian symbols if you are proud to be Canadian? I'm proud to be a Quebecer, so I say let's stop these useless expenses that I can't understand. And let's not give the Governor-General the role of a head of state, whereas his real role is just to represent the Queen and sign bills. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Thank you. The Honourable Member has the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really hurt to hear a member of the Canadian Parliament speak in that way. It surprises me, and it really hurts me to speak of the monarchy as some kind of royal folly. It's incredible to me to hear that in this House, and I really want all Quebecers and Canadians hear this clearly, because I have a question for my colleague, and I have a great deal of respect for him in other domains, but in this area we have a problem. He has just said that he is really attacking the monarchy, and that is indeed his real intention with this bill. So I'd like him to say clearly to Quebecers and Canadians that he really supports the head of state, the Queen of England, who is the Queen of Canada. I would like to hear him say that right now. The Honourable Member. Well, Madam Speaker, with all of the respect that I have for this member, with whom I have sat on various associations, including the one on French languages, I have to smile when I hear that comment. When I talk about royal folly, I'm talking about the government's obsession with the monarchy. I never spoke of it during the campaign. I never talked about it during other times. And I haven't said that about the other parties. I'm sure if they consulted the Bloc or the NDP or the Liberals, if they asked us about the efforts that they made to put aside all of the paintings in the embassies that we have and replace them with the portrait of the Queen, I don't think we would have agreed. This is the obsession of this government, this Conservative government, to bring back all these royal symbols. For 30 years, Canada tried to find Canadian symbols to identify ourselves with. The CBC, Petro-Canada, repatriating the Constitution. These were all symbols to bring back the word Canada and all of these symbols. But now what I'm seeing, I've talked about my Quebec, my pride in being Quebec. I want that to be present on the world scene. But I said, if you're proud to be Canadians, have Canadian symbols and not British ones. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my Blockiste colleague, for this motion, 313, which is asking the government to make the Governor General's salary taxable, because the Tax Act clearly says that this person's income is not taxable. People in Chicoutimi-Le-Fier, when this was made public, were absolutely astonished. And I agree with my colleague. Whether you're in a sovereigntist party or a federalist party like ours, as a Quebecer and as someone from Chicoutimi-Le-Fier, I also find that the Conservative government has an obsession with the monarchy, that they're trying to shove this down our throat, if you will. And so I didn't really have a question for my colleague, but I just wanted to say that I'm really pleased with this motion, and I'll support it. The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu-Nicolas Bécancourt. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier for his comments. And obviously, I think that most Quebecers, whether they're supporters of one party or another, and I think many Canadians outside of Quebec, I think that people coming from the various ethnicities that make up the mosaic of Canada today don't identify with the monarchy. They don't identify with this symbol. And the government didn't carry out any consultations on this. And it's in this regard that I say that they have this folly for the monarchy. It's the Conservative Party that incarnates that, and they haven't done this in consultation with the other parties. To come back to my motion, it's just an issue of social justice as far as I'm concerned. Someone earning $135,000 a year should pay tax like anyone else. He is fed, and his room and board are paid, his transportation is paid, and I think that it's the least that he could do. And it's up to the government to ask him to think about doing so. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to this motion, this private member's motion, M313, presented by the Sovereigntists of the Bloc Québécois, which proposes to tax the Governor-General of Canada's salary. And, Madam Speaker, before beginning, I would like to say to what degree I am disappointed that the Bloc Québécois has chosen to play the dog-eared card of political division here. As we have just heard, my colleague's intent was not really one of economic interest for the country, but rather he's hiding that. In fact, well, it's not really hidden at all, indeed. He just said that he wants to attack the monarchy here in Canada, and that's shameful. Indeed, rather than concentrating on the issues that are important to Quebecers, like the economy or fighting against crime, the Bloc always opts for divisive policies. This is a philosophy that is totally disconnected from Quebec families and explains why the Bloc Québécois has practically been wiped off the electoral map. While the Bloc is doing petty politics, I will present some important facts that will feed into the debate.
The 60th anniversary of Her Majesty's accession to the throne as Queen of Canada, Canadians have chosen to commemorate her service and dedication to our country. Our Conservative government has embraced this historic opportunity to celebrate the traditions, the history, the symbols, the values, and institutions which make our country great. The Jubilee will highlight how Canada has evolved over the past 60 years under Her Majesty's reign and look to the future of our nation and how our young people will contribute to our democracy. Pendant 60 ans, Sa Majesté.
For 60 years, Her Majesty has revealed to be a perfect example of selflessness to the benefit of Canada and Canadians by showing resolute devotion and goodwill. The Diamond Jubilee is an occasion to render homage to Canadians who, like Her Majesty, have been devoted to their families, their communities, and their country. At the same time as we're celebrating the reign of Her Majesty and the leadership that she inspires in Canadians, we are also reflecting on the history and the tradition that the Crown has embodied since the foundation of our country. Canadians understand and recognize the great role that the Crown has played in the unification of our country, a unification that was not the result of a revolution, but that was arrived at through consensus, peaceful. Madam Speaker, I ask, please, if the Bloc Québécois continues to interrupt me, I hope that the Speaker will do something so that they know that there are rules here in Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In truth, the constitutional monarchy represents an upholding of democratic principles acquired over time and that rely on the rule of law and the respect for fundamental rights and freedoms. The Crown is the principle that underlies our institutional unity, and it is a central element of our Parliament and of our democracy. The Crown serves in the background discreetly to ensure the continuity and responsibility of the government. When we think of the monarchy, most Canadians evoke a visit by the Queen or of a member of the royal family, the throne speech by the Governor-General, or perhaps the visit of Lieutenant Governor in a community, or the awarding of a prize to a deserving citizen. This visible presence of the monarchy is of fundamental importance. It reminds us that the Crown and its representatives are living symbols of our freedoms and of our collective institutions, and they are the guardians of our democratic governance system. It is at the very foundation of democracy and national unity in Canada. Madam Speaker, I am so disappointed that the Bloc Québécois separatists presented this motion with only a view to petty politics.
The Governor-General is indeed a visible and present reminder of our ties to the Crown. The most important characteristic of our constitutional monarchy has been its ability to adapt to the ever-changing needs of our democracy. Indeed, the responsibilities of the Governor-General have evolved over time, along with the evolution of Canada as an independent and sovereign nation. The Governor-General has important parliamentary responsibilities, such as to ensure that Canada always has a Prime Minister and a government in place that has the confidence of Parliament. Furthermore, he or she sets out the government's program by reading the speech from the throne and giving royal assent, which makes acts of Parliament into law. The Governor-General is also Commander-in-Chief in Canada. He visits military bases and honours our brave men and women in uniform on behalf of the Queen. He also fulfills important ceremonial duties, such as recognizing the achievements of outstanding Canadians, receiving foreign dignitaries, travelling overseas as a representative of Canada's head of state, and hosting official events. But perhaps the principal role of the Governor-General, beyond constitutional duties, is to promote national unity and identity, something, unfortunately, the Bloc Québécois does not recognize. In cities and towns from coast to coast to coast, he participates in community events, visits hospitals and schools, celebrates important anniversaries, and supports a wide range of organizations. The Governor-General encourages Canadians to be proud of their country and to work together to build strong and compassionate communities. It is through an appreciation of ourselves as a unique people that we come to a fuller appreciation of our unity and pride in our country. La charge de gouvernement.
The Office of Governor-General is the oldest institution in Canada and is an uninterrupted link with our earliest years as a country. Since 1952, the appointment of Vincent Massey began at the beginning of an important era in the history of this responsibility here in Canada. In fact, and since that time, Governor-Generals would be Canadian citizens who would represent Her Majesty the Queen while being loyal and real witnesses to the richness of Canadian society. For more than half a century, 11 Governors-General have come from all regions of the country, including Vincent Massey, Georges Pivanier, Roland Michelin,
Jules Léger, Edward Schreier, Jeanne Sauvé, Raina Titian, Romeo Leblanc, Adrian Clarkson, Michael Jean,
and David Johnson. They reflect of our bilingual and multicultural reality, and above all, they show a real will to represent the Canadian Crown with dignity and to use their office to showcase Canada and what Canada has the best to offer. Clearly, Madam Speaker, this role is the very meaning of national unity and the legacy of Governors-General that have succeeded one after another. As exceptional Canadians, both Francophones and Anglophones have used the office to consolidate our country, and during this time the Bloc has been obsessed by political games that are not at all in the interests of Canadians.
This, the year of Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee, we celebrate the service and history of the Queen and her representative here in Canada. As our country has matured, Canada has adapted the Crown to suit its needs as a clear reflection of our regional, bilingual, and multicultural character. Once again, I'd like to express my grave disappointment with the Bloc for again ignoring economic growth and jobs and everything else that matters to Quebec families. Canadians and our Conservative government know that the Crown embodies our past, our present, and our future. But most important of all, the lasting legacy of a united Canada that I'm proud to call my home. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to express to Canadians and Quebecers across the televised viewership that I am very disappointed. The entire time I did my speech, the Bloc Québécois heckled and made comments that were absolutely unrealistic, disrespectful of not only the Crown but Parliament. They have absolutely no respect for what is being said. Je suis tellement désolée pour les Québécois.
I'm so sorry for Quebecers who have no representation here by the Bloc Québécois. And, Madam Speaker?
God save the Queen.
À l'ordre.
Order, please. Order, please.
Je rappelle.
I would remind honourable members that we need order.
Est-ce que c'est pour un rappel au règlement?
Is this no? No point of order? No questions and comments at this point in the debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. I would call for order, please, here in the House.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to motion M313 and to indicate to my colleague, the member for who has introduced this, that we will be supporting it here in the NDP. I listened to the Conservative member, and her speech was really concentrating on this idea of God save the Queen. But really, this is an issue of fairness, as my colleague said, the member for the Bloc Québécois. This is nothing personal against the Governor-General, whom we met when we were newly elected. And he lives in a very nice place, and he is very nice. And so we are not against him, but he earns $130,000 a year. We are in financial difficulty. We know that we all need to do our part for the economy. And we are working on behalf of Canadians and Canadian families. So it's a question of fairness. The Governor General makes a good salary, and he also has access to $19.8 million for the office and activities of the position. So that is a lot of money, and we feel that it is reasonable for salary that is earned here in Canada to be taxed. It's just a matter of fairness. He does his work, we do our work, and as members, we are taxed, and other people are as well. So it's just that everyone should do their fair share, including the Governor General. If I have the time, I will speak about certain Governor General's decisions in the past that I do not agree with. In the NDP, we support a progressive taxation system, and that means that everyone has to pay their share. So the salary is quite high considering what families earn, including in my riding. There are many people in my riding of Beauce-la-Prairie who have trouble making ends meet at the end of the month. So we want to promote the monarchy, it seems, when we look at this government's policies and have the word royal in titles. And as my colleague has said, there are certain excesses when we see the expenditures to promote the monarchy. So this is not a case of being for or against monarchy, but we are certainly in favor of social justice. Even the Queen voluntarily has decided to pay income tax. So this is something that should be expected. New Zealand, Australia, in 2011, the government of New Zealand followed the example of Australia and decided to impose taxation on the Governor General's salary. And I think that this is a reasonable thing to expect here in Canada as well. Why do we feel that this should not be the case? So that is, why do the Conservatives feel that? It does not seem to be well-founded. The point is that the Crown apparently should not be subject to taxation. But when we look at the facts, the Queen herself has decided to pay income tax. When we look also at the benefits that the Governor General has, I've mentioned the operating budget. And once again, the amount of that budget is not in question. Perhaps the government and the Governor General could review that, but really we need to look at what is done in the provinces and the situation there. We know that lieutenant governors' salaries are subject to income tax. So I think that this goes without saying. This is nothing to do with ideology. This is not anything that is out of the ordinary. When the government uses arguments like the economic situation and the need for austerity, then it doesn't make sense to say that the Governor General should not pay his fair share. If we want to have a fair system, then this must be the case. I don't agree with the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance who said that Quebecers would not agree with this motion. I think that Quebecers and Canadians want social justice. If we have to pay income tax, why should someone else be exempt? In certain cases, as I've said, this isn't a penalty, but I'm thinking of a recent Governor General who decided to prorogue Parliament. It shows that Governors General can play a decisive role. And I don't know if I can say the words that I would like to say, but the Governor General could have changed something. So this is an important role. But she agreed to prorogue government, and this was very, very disappointing. I think I asked the current Governor General the question about what he would do, and I did not get an answer really, but there we go. I think that Canadians will understand that the point here is that someone working here in Canada, regardless of who we are, should pay tax. Some people will be pro-monarchy or anti-monarchy, and that's a fact. But we feel that this is a good motion and we will support it. So once again, this is really in line with other changes that have been made, for example, in Australia and New Zealand and in the provinces, as I've mentioned. These salaries are subject to taxation. I don't know why the government is not supporting the motion. The government is saying that we have to work hard, we have to tighten our belts, and then we see all these full portraits of the Queen up. We see royal being put into titles for the military. But this is just a question of social justice. We have other examples. We've got the G8, G20. We've got the F-35s. These things show that the government is not governing well. They are not supporting this motion, and all of these things together show that they are not listening well to Canadians. They are not really sensitive to the financial situation we're in. They want to cut pension benefits on the backs of seniors, and yet they are happy to have the Governor General not pay income tax. I think that this is a very dubious kind of approach. The parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance talked about the monarchy and the importance of the monarchy. She praised the Queen, the Governor General, and the other Governors General in the past and all the things that they have done for Canada. But I might like to ask whether the Governor General would agree, like the Queen did, to voluntarily pay income tax. I think anyone who has a sense of fairness and social justice would agree. I think that if we are all being asked to do our part, I am prepared to do so, and I think the Governor General should be as well. Before deciding on their position, I wonder whether there were consultations with the Governor General. If they had looked at what the Queen had done and what is being done elsewhere, they would have understood that any good salary should be subject to taxation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on this issue because I think that it is very important. The Governor General plays an important role, and one of the roles is as a symbol. It would be a good message to send, a good symbol, if the Governor General paid tax like everyone else. I would like to make a proposal while expressing support for this motion. I don't know if the government is listening, if the parliamentary secretary is listening, but I think we could all agree if my proposal is accepted. So we will be supporting the motion, and the Governor General's salary should be subject to taxation. Right now it is exempt. Given that this is a legislative expenditure that is approved by by Parliament, then Parliament can change this so that taxation can be applied. So there's no constitutional amendment that is needed. There are three reasons for imposing income tax. Liberals support more transparency. That is the first reason, and that is why in 2001 the Liberal government replaced the non-taxable benefits for members by taxable benefits, and our salary is now taxable. There is indexation that applies, and it's based on the cost of living index. So there's no reason that the Governor General should be exempt.
Mentioned. All of Canada's provincial lieutenant generals pay income tax. Both Australia and New Zealand have amended their income tax legislation to make the salaries of their governors general subject to income tax. And even the Queen voluntarily pays income tax in the United Kingdom. Indeed, the Queen pays income tax. From the official website of the British monarchy, one may read, the Queen volunteered to pay income tax and capital gains tax, and since 1993, her personal income has been taxable as for any other taxpayer. 1993, we are in 2012. The Queen has always been subject to value-added tax and pays local rates on a voluntary basis. God save the Queen. In Australia, in 2001, the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997 was amended to remove income tax exemptions from the Governor-General. In New Zealand, although the Governor-General's allowance remains tax-exempt, in 2010, the Income Tax Act 2007 was amended to make the Governor-General's salary taxable. Though in New Zealand, the salary was also increased to reflect this change. The salary is 311,000 New Zealand dollars, which means approximately 253,000 Canadian dollars. In Australia, the Governor's General salary in 2010 was 394,000 Australian dollars, which means approximately 410,000 Canadian dollars. So to recap, because it's a lot of numbers, to recap, in New Zealand, 253,000 Canadian dollars for a Governor General per year. In Australia, $410,000 per year for their Governor General. Conclusion, it seems that Canadians have their Governor General for a bargain. En effet, en 2011, le salaire du gouverneur général du Canada,
the Governor General's salary was $134,970. If this income had been taxable, the governor would have had to pay $42,767 in tax, and the net income would have been $92,203, given the federal and Ontario taxation rates. $92,203 for the Governor General of 33 million Canadians, compared with $253,000 for the Governor General of 4 million New Zealanders and $410,000 for the Governor General of the 23 million Australians. It seems to me that it would be quite reasonable for Parliament not only to impose taxation on the Governor-General, but also to increase the salary a little bit. That is why, given the economic context right now, Parliament should change the salary of the Governor-General before tax to avoid a punitive salary cut. After all, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Il n'y a pas eu de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nipissing Timiskaming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in the House today about Canada's proud tradition of constitutional monarchy. Unlike the separatist Bloc Québécois, our Conservative government appreciates the monarch's fundamental importance to our democratic governance. Since our earliest days, we have looked to the Crown for inspiration. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight Canada's special relationship with the monarchy and its privileged role as a member of the Commonwealth. The Queen has a unique relationship with Canada, entirely separate from her role as Queen of the United Kingdom or of any of her other realms. Her Majesty personifies the state and the personal symbol of allegiance and unity for all Canadians. Although many of her duties have been delegated to the Governor-General, the Queen herself has a very personal involvement with Canada and with Canadians. Her service and dedicated to this country is especially apparent in her support for the important work of Canadian charities. The Queen's patronages include the Canadian Cancer Society, the Canadian Nurses Association, the Canadian Red Cross Society, the Royal Canadian Humane Association, and Save the Children Canada. The Queen also has a special relationship with the brave men and women of the Canadian Forces, acting as Colonel-in-Chief of various regiments, including the Royal Regiment of the Canadian Artillery, the King's Own Calgary Regiment, the Royal 22nd Regiment, the Governor-General's Foot Guards, the Governor-General's Horse Guards, the Canadian Grenadier Guards, the Regiment de la Chaudière, the Calgary Highlanders, the Royal New Brunswick Regiment, the 48 Highlanders of Canada, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders of Canada, the Royal Canadian Air Force Auxiliary, Canadian Forces Military Engineers Branch, and the Air Reserve. Although she resides in the United Kingdom, the Queen honors Canadian achievements. For example, she hosted a reception for Canadian achievers at Buckingham Palace in 2005. And through regular visits to Canada, the Queen meets as many Canadians as possible in every region, community, culture, and area of Canadian life, traveling to Canada over 20 times over the course of 60 years together with the Duke of Edinburgh. She made her first visit as Princess Elizabeth in 1951, traveling 10,000 miles using every means of transport imaginable and attending a square dance at Rideau Hall. Since then, the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh have visited all the provinces in Canada and have been witness to many historic occasions. In 1957, the Queen officially opened the first session of the 23rd Parliament, becoming the first reigning Canadian monarch to read the speech from the throne. And in 1959, the Queen opened the new St. Lawrence Seaway with President Eisenhower and visited many remote districts never before seen by a reigning monarch. During that visit, the Queen undertook her first and only foreign visit as the Queen of Canada when she met President Eisenhower in Washington, D.C. In 1967, Her Majesty celebrated the centennial of Confederation with a visit to Expo in Montreal. And while in Ottawa, she cut a 9-meter-high birthday cake right here on Parliament Hill. The Queen has also been a welcome present at a number of important sporting occasions. She opened the Olympic Games in Montreal in 1976 and officiated at the opening of the Commonwealth Games in Edmonton in 1978 and in Victoria in 1994. In 1977, the Queen shared her Silver Jubilee celebrations with Canada, and in 1982, the Queen traveled to Ottawa for the patriation of the Canadian Constitution, a fundamental demonstration of how our constitutional monarchy has grown and adapted over time. To mark her Golden Jubilee in 2002, the Queen toured Canada extensively, visiting British Columbia, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, and the National Capital Region, as well as making her visit to the new territory of Nunavut. On her last visit in 2005, the Queen described the warmth and affection she feels for Canada. And as in all our visits down the years, whether watching a chuck wagon race at the Calgary Stampede or athletic prowess at the Montreal Olympics, whether listening to an Inuit song of greeting in Nunavut, or the skirl of the pipes in Nova Scotia, I've always felt not only welcome, but home in Canada. And all Canadians look forward to welcome her back again this summer to celebrate the Diamond Jubilee, the 60th anniversary of Her Majesty's accession to the throne as Queen of Canada, and a time to celebrate our country's achievements. The Jubilee year is also a time to reflect on our friendship with the Commonwealth, a voluntary organization of 54 independent countries united by their shared history. Dedicated to the promotion of democracy, human rights, good governance, the rule of law, individual liberty, egalitarianism, free trade, multiculturalism, and world peace, the Commonwealth also serves as a forum for a number of non-government organizations we know as the Commonwealth family. Probably the best known for the Commonwealth Games, an international sporting event frequently held here at home in Canada. These organizations strengthen our shared culture through sports, literary heritage, politics, and the law. Indeed, our relationship with these countries is so privileged that we do consider the Commonwealth countries to be, that we do not consider Commonwealth countries to be foreign to another. Designated diplomatic missions between Commonwealth countries as high commissions rather than embassies. And just a few weeks ago, Canadians celebrated Commonwealth Day along with 2 billion people from all across the globe. The theme for 2012, Connecting Cultures, is about sharing our traditions and customs with one another. In the words of our Governor General David Johnston, in a world where our means of communication have become lightning fast, humanity must learn to see beyond borders and beneath the veneer of appearance to discover how much we truly have in common. As head of the Commonwealth for over 55 years, the Queen personally reinforces the links by which the Commonwealth joins people together from around the world, filling an important symbolic and unifying role. Whether traveling overseas to meet citizens and their leaders, presiding at the opening of a sporting event, or presenting her annual Christmas and Commonwealth Day messages, the Queen acts as a personal link and a human symbol of the Commonwealth as an international organization. Madam Speaker, as Canadians, our democratic traditions define and unite us. Unlike the separatist bloc, who seeks to play the tired politics of division at every turn, our Conservative government is proud of traditions, history, symbols, values, institutions which make our country great, all of which are embodied by the Canadian Crown. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and God save the Queen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After that last speech, I'm not sure if we're here talking about the Queen and the monarchy or debating the motion that's presented to us about the Income Tax Act and the Governor General's salary. But either way, I'm here to stand to speak in favour of Motion 313, which calls on the government to change the Income Tax Act so that the Governor General's salary becomes subject to the general tax regime. And let's give some background to this motion. It is worth pointing out why the Governor-General does not currently pay income tax. The tax exemption dates back to an old understanding that the British government was not able to tax the Crown, and this tradition was passed on to the Commonwealth countries such as Canada. However, in recent years, this tradition has been challenged. In 1993, the Queen agreed to voluntarily opt in to the income tax regime in Britain. In 2001, Madam Speaker, the Australian Governor-General became subject to the Australian income tax regime, and New Zealand followed suit just last year. The private income of the Governor-General, such as his pension and income investment, is already subject to income tax. And as such, the argument that the government should not tax the Governor-General is tenuous at best, Madam Speaker. Similarly, the lieutenant governors of all the provinces are subject to the Canadian income tax regime, and as such, taxing the salary of the Governor-General would meet national and international precedents. Madam Speaker, I would like to take a quick opportunity here to pay tribute to the great work our current Governor-General, David Johnston, does. Mr. Johnston was born in my hometown of Sudbury, and I know the people across Sudbury are very proud of Mr. Johnston's achievements. Prior to being named as the Governor-General, Mr. Johnston served as the Dean of the University of Western Ontario Law School, as the Principal and Vice-Chancellor of McGill University, and then as the President of the University of Waterloo. And, like many Sudburyans, Mr. Johnston is a hockey fan, and he himself is a very talented hockey player who captained the Harvard varsity hockey team and who was twice named to the All-American hockey team. Madam Speaker, and the Governor-General has in recent weeks been a strong proponent for further investigating concussions in hockey, which is an issue that is very near and dear to my heart as the role of NDP sport critic. So when great Canadian athletes like Sidney Crosby spend months on the sidelines, and when sport headlines are dominated by who is not playing rather than those who are, something is amiss, Madam Speaker. Sports concussions are a serious issue that not only superstars but amateur young athletes from coast to coast to coast also affect, and I'm glad that inspiring Canadians like the Governor-General are happy to go on the record about this important issue, which our government seems too happy to ignore. The point I wish to make here, Madam Speaker, is that it's not incompatible to hold positive views of the Governor-General and to believe that his or her income should be subject to income tax. This is not about the Governor-General per se. Rather, at the heart of the matter, this is a question about fairness. The revenue that the government will receive from taxing the Governor-General's income in the terms of the federal budget is very, very small. We know that taxing the Governor-General's income isn't an answer to paying down the government debt. But, Madam Speaker, what this revenue represents is worth far more the dollar value. It represents making sure that all Canadians pay their fair share. I believe in a progressive tax structure, as do all members of the official opposition. And in my model of a progressive tax system, there is no room for an individual to make $138,000 a year tax-free. This is not a new idea, Madam Speaker. Since the 35th Parliament convened in 1994 and following the Queen's opt-in to the British income tax system, a number of bills and motions dealing with this exact topic have been introduced in Parliament. And yet neither the Liberal nor the Conservative government since that time have seen fit to implement the simple amendment to the Income Tax Act, which would close the loophole, Madam Speaker. Canada needs a progressive tax system, and that has been undermined by both Liberals of the past and the Conservatives. Far too many breaks go to the well-off and the influential. Unfortunately, I feel that this Thursday's budget will only continue this trend. This government's failure to address the concerns of average, hard-working Canadians is something that needs to be addressed. While this motion in itself will not change the government's misdirection, by passing this motion, Parliament can send a message to the government that this is time for an economic strategy that puts hard-working Canadian families first. Ultimately, this motion, in my mind, is symbolic. It is a symbol that during hard economic times, when Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, when young Canadians are finding it increasingly hard to find jobs, when big businesses are getting big tax breaks, but families can't get a break on their bills, that we, as parliamentarians, are here for them. And that we are going to do something, Madam Speaker, to help them. That we believe in a tax system that is fair and focused on improving equality and giving a break to people who deserve it, not to people with friends in the right places. In December of last year, Madam Speaker, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development released a report which stated that since the mid-1990s, inequality in Canada has been on the rise. How is my time, Madam Speaker?
I regret to say I must interrupt the honourable member, but when this item reappears on the orders of the day, he will have 4 minutes left to complete his intervention. La période politique.
The period for this private member's business has now expired, and the order goes to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Proceed to the consideration of motion S201 under private member's business.
Affaires émanant des députés, considération en deuxième lecture du projet de loi.
Second reading of Bill S201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day in the name of Mr. Reagan.
Mr. Reagan, seconded by Mr. Sims, moves that Bill S201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise this evening to introduce Bill S201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day. This bill was sponsored in the other place by my good friend, Senator Terry Mercer. And of course, the Senator proudly represents the north end of Halifax and is very familiar with philanthropy and fundraising, having committed a good part of his life, in fact, to fundraising as a profession. And he's in fact made numerous attempts to bring forward this legislation in the Senate, and I'm certainly pleased to play really a minor role as a sponsor in the House. Of course, Madam Speaker, I hope that all parties and all members will support this bill. I think it's a worthwhile initiative, and I hope members will show their support. This act would designate the 15th day of November every year as National Philanthropy Day. Let me, if I may, enumerate the purposes of this bill. First, it will increase public awareness of National Philanthropy Day, which is already celebrated, as a time to say thank you to those who give throughout the year. Secondly, it will focus public attention on the major accomplishments that are made possible because of contributions, because of people giving in a whole bunch of ways and in various amounts. All those philanthropic contributions are important. Thirdly, it will honor key local individuals and corporations for their philanthropic endeavors. And fourthly, it will recognize local fundraisers and volunteers, thanking them for their time, talent, and dedication. I think we can all think of lots of examples of the kinds of people who ought to be recognized on an ongoing basis for the wonderful contributions they make to volunteer and charitable organizations. This type of nationally recognized day would encourage schools, community groups, and individuals to become more aware of the impact of philanthropy and get more involved as a philanthropist or a donor or as a volunteer. The day would also be used to recognize and pay tribute to the great contributions that philanthropy has made to our lives, our communities, and our country. And I think we can all think, I'm sure, of ways that people giving, people supporting financially various organizations, that we've all benefited from these things. You know, even if you've played minor hockey, you probably had somebody sponsoring your sweaters or something like that. We certainly did for our jerseys at times when I was in minor hockey. And there are groups that give to so many things. You think of the Lions Clubs, the Rotary, and so many other groups that work hard year-round to raise money so that they can support worthwhile initiatives in their communities. You think of the hospital auxiliaries, the many, many groups that ought to receive recognition and who need our support. First held in 1986, National Philanthropy Day celebrates the endless daily contributions of individuals and organizations across the world that they make to countless causes and missions. And of course, many of those causes are outside Canada. Many causes that Canadians support are international, particularly in the developing world. Last year, there were more than 100 National Philanthropy Day events and activities across North America, with over 50,000 people taking part in those events. So that's a significant day, and I think this would help to make it even larger, making it official in Canada. 16 Canadian events honored philanthropists and volunteers in most major Canadian cities. But in fact, we need as a society to rededicate ourselves to charitable giving, to philanthropy. Because in fact, Canadian giving has dropped for the last 3 years to about $7.8 billion in 2009, which is down from an all-time high of $8.5 billion in 2006, according to Statistics Canada. Even more significantly, the percentage of Canadians claiming charitable deductions in their tax returns has dropped from 24% in 2008 to 23% in 2009. And of course, that doesn't sound like a very big drop, but the impact in dollars is enormous. In fact, that leaves Canada with approximately 5.6 million donors. And I think we've all, as members who have connections to volunteer groups in our communities, we've all seen the dwindling ranks of volunteers and the challenge that many organizations have replacing the volunteers they have as volunteers serve a period of time and then move on and decide to either take a break from that activity or go on to another organization. The charitable sector in Canada has more than $100 billion in annual revenues. It possesses even more than that, of course, in its net assets. And the charitable sector is approximately equal in size in this country to the economy of British Columbia. Now imagine that. Imagine an economic activity that large in this country and its importance, and what an impact it has across this country and all our communities. And if that's dwindling, it sure as heck needs our support. It sure needs us in this small way through supporting the recognition of National Philanthropy Day to say this is important, and it's important to get behind giving in Canada and to recognize people who do that and who volunteer for activities. Furthermore, the charitable sector in Canada is made up of more than 161,000 organizations with over 1.2 million paid staff and 6.5 million volunteers. So that's another way that it has a big economic impact in this country. Both at home and around the globe, as I was saying earlier, Canadians are recognized for our generosity and compassion, and we can be very proud of the many Canadians who go abroad and work, let alone the millions who volunteer here at home. And I think we all continue to be inspired by the dedication of volunteers who give freely of their time to improve the lives of others, because that's really what charitable giving, what volunteering is all about. Through Senator Mercer's persistence, dedication, and hard work, the Senate passed this bill on several occasions, and I hope this time it will, in fact, we'll have time to do this, and that it will be passed by my colleagues in this House. Because every one of us is a beneficiary in some way or other of Canada's generous spirit of volunteerism. And this philanthropy is exemplified by organizations like Beacon House, a food bank in Sackville, Nova Scotia, that actually serves part of my riding and part of my colleague from Sackville Eastern Shores riding. And that food bank, I can tell you, depends on the generosity of people who care about their friends, their neighbors, and primarily about people they haven't even met and they aren't going to meet, because they give in support, whether they give at their local church, their Sunday church service, or whether they give donations in cash. Sometimes they'll bring food, but also cash. In fact, it's valuable to know, perhaps, that often a food bank might be better off receiving cash as a donation because usually they can get food wholesale where you and I can't, and therefore they can get more food for the buck if you give them $1 than they can if you go spend it at the grocery store. But they're not going to say no, obviously, and people who decide they want to give food are to be thanked for that and be recognized as well. Larger organizations also, like Feed Nova Scotia, formerly the Metro Food Bank, which collects and distributes food to more than 150 food banks and food programs, meal programs, that across my province, Nova Scotia, And this is an organization that thrives under the care and support of many, many Nova Scotians, as well as corporations in Nova Scotia. The Feed Nova Scotia sends me its annual report each year, and I note the number of corporations that make donations in kind. Some of the food companies like Sobeys and Loblaws and others that give massively, really, on an annual basis in a way that I think should be recognized. And that's an important part of getting the job done, making sure that people who are going hungry are getting fed. Nationwide, Canadians give more than 2 billion hours a year of their time to help others, and 2/3 of all Canadians donate to charitable organizations each year. And we have to, I think, encourage that and try to increase that. It's in recognition of these immeasurable contributions that we look to recognize National Philanthropy Day every November. Alors, Madame la Présidente.
And so, Madam Speaker, I hope that my honourable colleagues will support this excellent bill. I thank my colleague, Senator Terry Mercer, for his efforts, and I hope that my colleagues from all parties will agree. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Pleased today, of course, to rise on Bill S-201, which calls on the government to designate November 15th of every year as National Philanthropy Day. As was mentioned already by my colleague, this has been celebrated for the first time in 1986, and since then has gained momentum across the continent. It has been adopted by many organizations as a day to reflect on their achievement and to honor and recognize those who contribute to their community. The Prime Minister, when he announced the Volunteer Award, said, "Across Canada, volunteers are the backbone of community life." But Canadians do not just give at home, they also contribute abroad. Canadians has recently contributed to disaster relief in Japan, in Haiti, and in East Africa. Canadians have volunteered in great numbers to assist those in need when they are called upon. Volunteers need to be acknowledged and honoured for their work. National Philanthropy Day would be a moment when we can celebrate the acts of kindness and giving that Canadians have demonstrated in Canada as well as internationally. We should also be inspired by the words of our Governor-General, who in a recent speech said, "I urge people to give what they can to a cause that is meaningful to them, and let us celebrate all those who contribute because they truly understand that the philanthropic spirit of our country. After all, when people come together, extraordinary things happen." Today, I would also like to mention a group of people that we do not usually think of when we talk about philanthropy, those who give their time in the military reserve. There are 114 reserve units across Canada located in communities across this country. One such person is a person in my riding, Madam Speaker, Major Kiss, who just came back from a 13-month tour of duty in Afghanistan on Friday. He's a major, he's a reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I said he just came back after a 13-month tour of duty in Afghanistan, and he was welcomed back to our community by firefighters, by York Regional Police, by hundreds of people who came out from the community to celebrate his safe return and to celebrate what he has done for this country in Afghanistan. But what makes this person even more special, Madam Speaker, is that he's actually also a volunteer firefighter in the town of King, which is, of course, a very large geographical community. But he gives of his time not only abroad, but he also gives his time right here in our community in King Township. So one of these special Canadians who understands how important it is to give back to our community. And since the year 2000, Madam Speaker, there have been more than 4,000 primary reservists who have been deployed in the Canadian Forces operations in Afghanistan, Haiti, and other international expeditionary operations. These are people who believe in Canada and what Canada is doing at home and abroad. In addition, reservists often help or participate in cultural events, parades, festivals, and other public events in communities across Canada. In a recent speech, the Prime Minister also said, "Service in the reserves is a form of volunteerism, of giving back, of giving particularly to our country, and it is the very highest order." Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight another gentleman from my community, a gentleman by the name of Matthew Kerr. Now, Matthew is a resident of my hometown of Stouffville. He's a hard-working family man. He works every day, very long hours, and yet here's a gentleman who still finds the time on evenings and weekends to volunteer as an auxiliary police officer for the York Region Police. Now, this is a gentleman who also understands how important it is to give back to your community. And you can see this gentleman, you can see Mr. Kerr at festivals, you can see him at parades, you can see him volunteering and keeping our community safe, making sure that the events that we do across our community, across my riding, are the best events, and also contributing to what makes my community and other communities across this country such a great place to live, and what makes our country such a spectacular place to be. He is like Major Kiss, who I mentioned earlier, just came back from Afghanistan. These are individuals who understand that this country is a great place to live, but we also have to give back, and that philanthropic spirit is not just what you can give in terms of monetary resources. It's often what you can give back in terms of your time. And these are two individuals that have taken time away from their families to help make our community a better place to live, and I salute them. This year, Madam Speaker, we should also consider recognizing another person who's an excellent example of someone who's dedicated her life to philanthropy. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, our head of state and Queen of Canada. This year, Canadians join the celebrations of Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee, 60 years of service to Canada and the world. In a speech given on her 21st birthday, she famously said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to our service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong." She has kept this promise to Canadians for over 60 years now. Madam Speaker, it is clear that Canada would not be the country it is today if it were not for volunteerism and philanthropy. Each year, millions of Canadians demonstrate the spirit of giving, and the sense of caring can be found in all aspects of our society. We should be proud of our achievements as a country and as individuals. This bill will set aside just one day a year to recognize and to honor those people that make Canada such a great place to live. Again, people like Matthew Kerr, people like Stephen Kiss. The people, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity in November to participate in the President's Banquet for the Markham Fair. This is a community fair that has been going on in my community for decades. And at that President's Banquet, a remarkable thing, we had one volunteer, a grandmother from my riding named Jerry Seeley, a survivor of cancer, who was celebrating 45 years of volunteering at the Markham Fair in my riding, Madam Speaker. But what was also remarkable is the amount of people who were celebrating, not only Ms. Seeley, who was celebrating 45 years, the volunteers who had served for 40 years, 30 years, 35, 20, 15 years. These are people who give of their time, take time away from their families to volunteer in our community. We would not have the spectacular community that we had if we didn't have volunteers like Jerry Seeley. And in fact, the whole family has become an important tradition in that family to give back to our community through the Markham Fair. And Madam Speaker, I'm extraordinarily proud of people like that. I'm proud of people like Matthew Kerr. This Friday, we have another organization in my riding, and a member statement I had the honour of giving before our last constituency week. I talked about the expansion of the Markham Stouffville Hospital and all of the people who have donated to make that hospital even bigger and better. This Friday, there's another event taking place in my community where people from the community, led by a gentleman by the name of Khalid Usman, will be coming together. They made a pledge when the hospital needed to be expanded. They made a pledge that they would go out there and raise $1 million to help in the construction and the expansion of the Markham Stouffville Hospital. And these are people who went into the community, asked people, everyday people in my riding, would you help contribute so that we could expand our local hospital? And this Friday, they will be, I'm told that they will be not only meeting their goal of raising $1 million for our local hospital, that they will actually be exceeding that goal of $1 million, and they will have an extra contribution to other vital, important community services. This is the type of thing these are the type of people that we are recognizing. We are recognizing the people like Khalid Usman, the people like the Seeleys, the people like Matthew Kerr and Major Kiss, people who understand that it is extraordinarily important to give back to your community, that what makes this country such a spectacular place to live is that we have individuals who work hard every single day but still find the time to give back to the community like these people have. And I support the motion that, or the bill that is before us. And I know that all Canadians look forward to that one day a year when we can actually single out all these people who have given so much to make our communities, our province, and our country the best place in the world in which to live, to work, to raise a family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am just so thrilled to be up here once again today to be able to speak to another private member's bill. And this time, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill S201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, sponsored in this House by the honourable colleague from Halifax West. As the former executive director of the United Way in Sudbury, this is a subject that is very near and dear to my heart, and anything which encourages charitable donations is certainly praiseworthy in my mind, Madam Speaker. In essence, the goal of this bill is undisputable, and I believe that all members of this House, as well as the majority of the Canadian public, will be in strong support for the recognition of a National Philanthropy Day on November 15th, which this bill proposes. But before I delve into the merits of this legislation, let me provide some background and context. This day was celebrated for the first time on November 15th, 1986, and Canada was the first country to officially recognize this day back in 2009, when the Honourable Minister of Heritage gave a statement in the House declaring that henceforth, November 15th would be known as National Philanthropy Day in Canada. Since then, there have been 6 attempts to formally enshrine November 15th as the National Philanthropy Day in Parliament. However, all 6 attempts have been stymied by prorogations and elections, and unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the bill ultimately died on the order paper. So, I think it's safe to presume that this time, after some delay in Parliament, we will officially enshrine November 15th as National Philanthropy Day in Canada. It's important to note, Madam Speaker, while nearly 70% of Canadians made a charitable donation in the last 12 months, I truly believe that a National Philanthropy Day will heighten public awareness about the importance of charitable giving and will ultimately raise this figure to the point that nearly 100% of Canadians will be engaging in charitable activities on a regular basis, with the majority of Canadians indicating they expect to give the same or more to charity in 2012 than the $487 average which was given in 2011. It appears that enshrining this day might have the effect of driving further charitable giving. I think this is a completely achievable goal, Madam Speaker, particularly if you take dollars and cents out of the equation. I think you do this, you'd already find that close to 100% penetration in the charitable sector, as low-income Canadians, who often can't afford to give financial contributions, do indeed give their time to charitable organizations. I can think of many people who are unable to give financially who but dedicated their blood, sweat, and tears to the United Way Centre Sudbury District when I was the executive director there. It's these contributions which give rise to the claim that Canada is one of the most charitable countries in the world. And while we're changing to Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize that Sudbury, my own community of Sudbury, Mr. Speaker, is the 4th most giving community in Canada. And I am very proud. I am very proud of the people of Sudbury who always give of their heart, Mr. Speaker. Of course, you know what? And speaking of miners, someone mentioned miners. The miners at Steelworkers, the Steelworkers Local 6500, when I was running the United Way and over the last few years, they were able, with the INCO and now Vale, were able to come up with a $1 million contribution through employment giving, through employee giving, and through employer contributions to the United Way. That $1 million, Mr. Speaker, went to help fund 64 programs in our community. That was a fantastic endeavor. And of course, enshrining a day to encourage people to give, we'll only see more and more of this happening each and every day. You know, Mr. Speaker, as well, philanthropy has been vitally important historically to Canada. From organizations like the Shriners to the Lions Club to the hundreds of Rotary clubs right across the country, of which I am a former member, our nation has become what it is today through acts of passion. Unfortunately, I had to resign. Unfortunately. Dedication and charity, which the individual members of these organizations have given to their communities and the country more broadly. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the time, I know because you're going to give me the time soon, to name all of these organizations which do great charitable work right across the country. But needless to say, Mr. Speaker, there are thousands who do great work but often do not receive the recognition they so rightfully deserve. And I'm glad to say that some of them this year will be getting a Queen's Jubilee Medal as well. Although I can't name each great organization individually, only I have given 10 minutes to speak on this subject, I would also like to use this opportunity to recognize some of the great donors who contribute so much in my riding of Sudbury. Jerry Lougheed Jr., Joffrey Lougheed, who just last week was awarded the Sacred Letters at Huntington University, Abbas Homayed, and the late, great Dr. James Graspy, who unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but would contribute at times $5,000 to specific organizations. And he was a great leader in our community, and he is sadly missed. Mr. Speaker, it's not just individuals who make important contributions to communities across the country. For instance, in my riding of Sudbury, mining giant Inco, which is now Vale, had a remarkable track record in terms of making charitable contributions which benefit the whole of Northern Ontario. For instance, the Maison Valley Hospice provides valuable, compassionate care to the families of terminally ill patients from right across northeastern Ontario. The contribution which the hospice makes to the community cannot be taken for granted, Mr. Speaker, and truly, without the support of corporate contributions, we would not be able to continue offering respite to patients and their loved ones. I, too, Mr. Speaker, am very proud to say that I'm the honorary chair of their Wheels for Hospice. It's a motorcycle ride that raises money every year for the hospice, and it's something I'm very proud to be involved with on a yearly basis. Mr. Speaker, another noteworthy corporation contribution which merits applause is Bell Canada's Let's Talk campaign to raise awareness about mental health. In fact, the campaign is so well regarded that the Association of Fundraising Professionals will honour Bell Canada as this year's most exemplary philanthropic company with the 2012 Freeman Philanthropic Services Award for Outstanding Corporations. I would like to applaud the work of Bell Canada for this campaign, while also pointing out that this is one example of how corporate charitable contributions are vitally important. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I truly hope that this bill will receive unanimous support in the House, as I truly believe that philanthropy helps Canadians, and this bill would encourage Canadians to make more charitable donations, whether they be financial or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, truly, without the work of thousands of volunteers in our community, without the donations of literally thousands of people in each and every one of our communities, we would not have the great services that are offered in each and every one of our communities. So from coast to coast to coast, I tip my hat, as I'm sure every MP in this House does, to say thank you to everyone who gives to charity, who gives of their time, who gives of their resources, and we are a better country for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this today, as it was put forward by my honourable colleague from Halifax. I want to congratulate my colleague from Sudbury as well, who brought in a fantastic speech about the area of Sudbury and the giving that they do, all the way from the lowest contributor and financially, all the way up to Valley, which is involved into the hospice, I think is what it is. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. I get a nod from my friend from Sudbury. Now, I do want to talk about many factors. I want to talk about many things in National Philanthropy Day, and what it means, and the symbolism of it is certainly grand for this country. A recent survey pointed out that Newfoundland and Labrador is once again the most giving province of any province in this country. I say that, I thought that would get a rise out of my colleague from St. John South, Mount Pearl. Apparently so. He's my biggest cheerleader in this speech. I do want to say also that I recently attended two events that I found them to be quite sad, is an understatement, and that is two people in my riding passed away. One was a gentleman named Dean Cross. He's from Lewisport. He's a volunteer firefighter. All the volunteer firefighters were there, many from around the entire area. There were also people there not only with firefighting uniforms on, there were people there with hockey jerseys on because of what he had given to minor hockey. There were people there from the different organizations that he had been involved with, including the Air Cadets. People from the military were there. There were a lot of uniforms there, and it goes to show what it takes for one individual to make such a large impact on a community of that size, and not just that one community of Lewisport, but the entire region. But that's the service that he provided and the time that he gave. Another example, prior to that, I went to the funeral in Glovertown of Forby Adams, who owned a company, construction company. He too was a giving individual to the entire region, not just in Glovertown. His entire family was there. And by saying this, we look to them as community leaders because of what they provided, not just in the work that they've done, the hours that they've spent doing this, but also the money and the donations that they provided for one very simple reason, and that is they knew that it takes a community to help them feel safe, to help them feel good about their own communities. And for that reason, we do things like National Philanthropy Day, because for this day on November 15th, we pause and say, look, if it weren't for these people, where would rural Canada be? And of course, I speak only from rural Canada because right now, well, I'm from rural Canada, 195 communities in my riding in Newfoundland and Labrador. And if it weren't for those individuals who give not only of their time, but also of their money, it wouldn't be possible to have these service organizations, volunteer firefighters, the volunteer search and rescue, all of these organizations by which that we raise our families around because we love our communities. So this is just a token of our appreciation as parliamentarians to support this, of which we are, and I'm glad to hear. National Philanthropy Day. It's a type of day we encourage schools, community groups, individuals to become more aware of the impact of philanthropy and get involved as a volunteer. That's right, the volunteerism that we've experienced around this country is quite phenomenal. And as a result, our communities are that much stronger for it. I do want to say a great thank you to my colleague in the Senate, Senator Terry Mercer. Terry Mercer, in his speech in the Senate, I'd like to quote him because I thought he summed it up quite well. And he said, this is from Senator Mercer, "For most of my career, I've been a fundraiser for various organizations across a number of fields of interest and in various parts of the country. The joy of helping and working with others is very dear to me and is something that I know is dear to all of you. National Philanthropy Day occurs annually, November 15th. When we all pay tribute to hundreds of thousands of volunteers across Canada who make our lives better. Thousands of people, hundreds of events across North America participate in celebrations each year, and it keeps growing." Here's a final passage from his speech. Again, the statistics bear out the impact of the voluntary sector. In Canada, over 2 billion volunteer hours are given, which is the equivalent of over 1 million full-time jobs. What better way to say thank you to these volunteers and those in the charitable sector than by having the federal government officially recognize by enshrining it in the legislation the tremendous impact this has on our society. I can think of no better way to say thank you. And in that, we say thank you to Senator Terry Mercer for doing this. He mentioned about the volunteer hours spent and how governments can save money. Millions and millions of dollars each year saved by volunteer organizations like firefighters, like search and rescue. the volunteer tax credit that we provided, that the federal government is providing, along with things like this, doesn't go near as what it should do. We should be doing a lot more for these people. As a matter of fact, I would even propose to the government that volunteer tax credit for firefighters should be extended to search and rescue volunteers as well, as a way of saying thank you to what they provide. Now, I do want to say that in closing, that when you consider what people have done in this country for organizations like this, we also have to remember that some people, you know, when you look at people who give money to these organizations, you know, they do this because they believe in the particular organization that they are supporting. Especially, a lot of it comes down to our children. Whether it's minor hockey, minor baseball, whether it's music programs, whether it's the Kiwanis Music Festival, which is happening this weekend in my riding. These are the situations that we give money to, because it's not only a way of saying a thank you, but it's also an investment for a better community. The Kiwanis Music Festival is a prime example of people giving money and their time to watch our children illustrate to the world just how talented they are. It's a good way of building up our community through the arts. It's a good way of building our communities through investing in our children so that they can have the confidence. And as I can say to anybody in this house who have children, you may felt nervous slightly when you get up to speak in this house. But there is no more nervous parent than watching a child on stage about to perform. It's phenomenal. My heart has never raced as much as when I've seen it. But this stuff does not happen unless we encourage the people in our community to give of their time and to give financially as well. National Philanthropy Day. What a way to say yes to our smallest and largest communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening to talk about Bill S-201, which calls on the government to designate the 15th day of November of every year as National Philanthropy Day. In October of 2009, November 15th was declared National Philanthropy Day throughout Canada, and in January of 2011, the Prime Minister announced the creation of the Prime Minister's Volunteer Awards to honor the enormous contribution that volunteers make across Canada. This bill seeks to take this recognition one step farther. It seeks the designation of Philanthropy Day by means of legislation. Philanthropy certainly has many faces. Early usage of the word philanthropy related to the concept of concern for human welfare. Over time, we came to think of how philanthropy is shown in society, usually related to donations of money, of property, of volunteer labor to good causes, or of individuals providing direct help to others. It shows itself in grand gestures and in small ways. It is both personal and collective, and can be public or private. Whichever way it is shown, Mr. Speaker, philanthropy plays an important role in our country. It is at the heart of who we are as a nation. It's part of our identity and at the core of our values. The spirit of giving of every type, from donating to volunteering, is central to the values of Canadians and is worthy of recognition. It defines our people and our country. There is barely a part of our society that has not been touched by philanthropy at some point and in some way. Philanthropy has helped Canadians enjoy an enviable quality of life at home, and it has helped construct our country's reputation as a caring, giving nation on the world stage. One may wonder, why volunteer? With so much going on in our everyday lives, at work, in our homes, in our country, why give so much to others? What makes us give of our time and of our hard-earned dollars? The reasons are particular to each individual, but there is always a purpose, from it being a way to give back to the community, sympathy for those in need or for those who are less fortunate, to simply wishing to make a difference in the world. Reasons for volunteering are numerous and personal to each person.
Canadians have admirable values which contribute greatly to our giving. Even in the most difficult economic times, Canadians are still ready to give their time, to give their money, and give of themselves. In my own riding of Leeds and Grenville, Mr. Speaker, I know people are involved in their communities, donating their time, donating their money, and most importantly, assisting in projects that are good for the community. They do it to improve the lives of everyone. I'd just like to mention a few of our more prominent donors, people like Don and Shirley Green, David and Ann Beattie, George Tackaberry, Jerry Tallman, and Dave Jones, just to name a few, are just a few of those who give their money. But, Mr. Speaker, there are thousands of others in my riding who give their time and their money to help make our community so much better. Mr. Speaker, often people believe that government can solve all the problems, but communities are so much better when people step up and volunteer on their own. I've been a strong advocate of that in my riding and urging people, and young people especially, to get involved in giving and volunteering. So I'm really happy to see that this bill is coming here to actually legislate this National Philanthropy Day. Mr. Speaker, taking a closer look at Canadians' philanthropic nature, it is interesting to note that this generosity comes across in all income groups. And in 2007, Mr. Speaker, Canadians with a higher household income made the highest average donation of $686. But what's astounding, Mr. Speaker, is that those Canadians with annual household incomes of less than $20,000 also contributed at very high levels. The generosity of Canadians is not only found across annual household incomes, it also crosses all age groups. In 2007, those aged 15 to 24 donated at an average of $142 per person. So it's heartening to think that despite the fact that these young people are just starting out in life, they still find the means to give to their fellow citizens. The giving nature and dedication of our youth is an inspiration to us all. The young people in our country have grown up with a strong awareness of world issues. Many have experienced tragedies such as September 11th, the earthquake in Haiti, and numerous other tragedies. These devastating events have instilled in the youth a strong sense of empathy, understanding, and also concern. Now more than ever, Mr. Speaker, children of all ages are involved in some sort of philanthropic activity. Take, for instance, the work of Darren Cole, 16. He was chosen as the top teen philanthropist of 2011 by Mackenzie Investments. He helped fill 10,000 backpacks with school supplies and sorted food at the local food bank. This inspiring young man has been helping those in need since he was just 6 years old. In grade 9, Darren created Tops for Teens to raise money for his school, and he created the group Kids Against Canadian Hunger to encourage schools to raise money for food banks. Darren took his efforts one step further by organizing a conference on the hunger problem in Canada to help raise awareness and funds for food banks. He is a great example, Mr. Speaker, of the ability and of the determination the youth have to make a difference in the world, and it is up to us to foster and promote this great Canadian value. It is clear that Canadians care and will continue to do so. As the Prime Minister said in his speech, volunteers need to be acknowledged and honoured for their work. This day, Mr. Speaker, will do just that. Furthermore, a National Philanthropy Day will inspire Canadians to come together and, as His Excellency the Governor-General said, make extraordinary things happen. I admire the aims of this proposed legislation and ask you to join with me in supporting that November 15th become known as National Philanthropy Day by means of legislation, and to call attention to the actions of so many Canadians who have given of themselves. Mr. Speaker, for all of these reasons, I encourage and urge all of the fellow honourable members of this House to support this important legislation that reflects Canadian values in such a positive way. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise on this bill, and I look forward to its passing. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean-Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to rise today and add my voice to the unanimous support for Bill S201, including the support of the
the Parliamentary Secretary of Canadian Heritage, and my colleague from Sudbury, and my colleague from Halifax West. Today we are exploring an idea which should meet with unanimous agreement across this House. It is an idea that seeks to properly recognize, honour and further encourage the important work of Canada's philanthropic sector and the millions of citizens that daily donate their time, energy and money, even now in times when all these precious resources are challenged. In legislative terms, this bill is relatively simple. But the core message it sends to volunteers and the organizations they support is long overdue. It is a message that simply says, thank you. We hear you. We see you. We appreciate your efforts. And although it seems that we live in an age of cynicism, this is a message and an idea that can and must resonate far beyond the walls of this House. The impact that charitable work and philanthropy have had on our history, the crucial role they play in sustaining communities from coast to coast to coast, as well as the potential contribution they will make to our common future, is an idea that is well worth recognizing. A responsible government has an absolute and essential role in supporting the most vulnerable members of our society. And it can do so in a number of critical ways, by providing social, economic and personal security, viable infrastructure, and a sustainable environment. But government cannot do it all. This is where the compassion and the passion of the individual to do for himself and for others comes into play. Throughout our history, conscientious citizens have acted autonomously to address the imbalances and the imperfections of their generation. It is those individuals that contribute to the building of our society, that contributed to the building of our social safety net, enfranchised women, and those who were kept apart from the dominant mainstream culture. It is those who fought for civil rights for all. It is those who encouraged the most desperate to get back on their feet. And it is a legacy which lives on today. It lives on in the work of countless community groups, advocacy organizations, faith-based and cultural groups who enrich our communities daily. It lives on through the volunteer firefighter who risks everything simply because it's the right thing to do. It lives on when a church, a synagogue, or mosque rallies to provide for their followers, and when a coach forfeits her weekend for the chill of a rink. It lives on when Canadians lead the world in per capita donations to earthquake-ravaged Haiti or tsunami-ravaged Japan. The premise of this bill, or the idea, brings to mind words from one of my heroes. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I paraphrase, "Philanthropy is commendable, but it must never give even the most generous philanthropist an excuse to overlook the circumstances of injustice which make philanthropy necessary." In these times, it is more evident today the circumstances that make philanthropy necessary. The gifts of time and financial support are getting harder and harder to find, not because of cynicism, but because those who would give have less to give. With a budget looming on the horizon which potentially threatens the foundations of the social programs upon which so many individuals and families count on for assistance, and similar austerity measures anticipated at the provincial and municipal level, there is a real likelihood that even more crushing weight will be assumed by volunteer organizations. Already, we hear disturbing accounts of long lines at food banks or overstrained shelters, and declining access to social services for those fortunate enough to be employed. As parliamentarians, we are by definition representatives of communities, Mr. Speaker. Whatever small part of this nation we represent, each of us has surely come to know the everyday Canadian heroes and heroines this bill seeks to honour.
In my riding of Jean Lebert, every day I see the immense contribution by volunteers who take part in social causes that touch their lives. Volunteers in organizations that represent
There are hundreds of examples of social commitment and engagement, be it the Pointe Saint Charles Housing Center, which seeks to improve social housing conditions and help citizens take control of their own lives, or the Action Gardienne Roundtable, which helps to mobilize groups and citizens with regard to social, political, economic, and urban issues, be it the organization J'apprends mon enfant, Teach My Child, which works with people about school, dropping out of school, and teaches the pleasure of reading, or other organizations that work with to ensure the food security of the poor in the neighborhoods, or be it Just a Black Network, which helps marginalized youth and adults in the area of education, employment, and personal growth, or even the Women's Community Center that provides a complete range of services to help break isolation and develop greater autonomy by women in the St. Henri and surrounding neighborhoods. All these examples demonstrate the large amount of work being done on a daily basis by organizations and people in my riding in order to fight poverty and to promote a fair and more just society.
Passionate and engaged citizens who, seeing someone in need, are compelled to come to their aid. They make the fight their own. Seeing persistent injustice, they choose not to sit on their hands. They, acting as individuals, personify this nation's fundamental decency and by extension become ambassadors to the Canadian spirit. It is only right that we honor them, but we must go further. It is my hope that we do more to support and encourage those that give so much to their communities. My friend from Halifax West deserves immense credit for his efforts. As such, I close by expressing my support for the bill on behalf of the many individuals and organizations in my riding, and invite all of my honourable colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to have the opportunity to speak this evening on the bill before the House of Commons to establish a National Philanthropy Day. One of the outstanding qualities of Canadians is our willingness to extend our sense of purpose beyond our immediate families and friends and to engage the wider community. We do so in order to make our communities, our provinces, and by extension our country a better place. As well, honouring the contribution of millions of Canadians is an important function of Parliament. It should be noted that there have been similar bills introduced that would have recognized the value of giving and volunteering. Unfortunately, those efforts were derailed due to multiple prorogations and 2 dissolutions of Parliament. At the start of the 41st Parliament last June, the Senate, under the leadership of Senator Terry Mercer from Nova Scotia, reintroduced this bill in support of National Philanthropy Day. I want to congratulate and thank Senator Mercer for reintroducing his bill and the honourable member for Halifax West for guiding it through the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, Canadians may wonder why there would be a need to designate November 15th of each year as a day to celebrate and acknowledge the efforts of Canadians who give of their time and money. It's simple. It's important that we recognize this activity so as to encourage its continuance and to set an example to others with the hope that more and more Canadians will give of themselves. My colleague, Senator Mercer, when speaking in the Senate on this bill, captured quite well the purpose of this legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I realize that this quote has been read into the record already by my colleague from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, but it bears repeating. Now quoting Senator Mercer, the statistics bear out the impact of the voluntary sector. In Canada, over 2 billion, that's billion with a B, volunteer hours are given, which is the equivalent of over 1 million full-time jobs. What better way to say thank you to those volunteers and those in the charitable sector than by having the federal government officially recognize, by enshrining it in our legislation, the tremendous impact this has on our society. I can think of no better way to say thank you. I certainly agree with those sentiments. Mr. Speaker, a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to listen to an excellent speech given by our then newly installed Governor General, the Right Honourable David Johnston. A speech, I might add, he gave in my home province of Prince Edward Island as part of the prestigious Simons Lecture on the State of Confederation. The Governor General spoke about philanthropy and volunteerism as a cornerstone of community life. Allow me to quote from his speech. On October 1st, I delivered an installation speech entitled Smart and Caring Nation, A Call to Service. I outlined 3 pillars to achieve this vision: supporting families and children, reinforcing learning and innovation, and encouraging philanthropy and volunteerism. This is the vision I suggest for 2014, and together we should ask, why not? The Governor-General went on to state that it would be his goal during his time as Governor-General to highlight the value of family, education, and the importance of philanthropy and volunteerism. He also took the opportunity to quote from Sir Winston Churchill, who said, "We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." Mr. Speaker, our Governor-General gave a wonderful and inspiring speech that day to a large crowd at the Confederation Centre for the Arts. Statistics Canada tells us that charity and philanthropic endeavours vary from province to province. The data indicates, and I'm quite proud of this, that the people of Atlantic Canada are a generous lot. The top 3 provinces in terms of giving are Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick. Let me just say that one of the benefits to speaking to this bill is the opportunity to highlight a few people, and there are many back home, who have done so much to support and help our community. These individuals have seen much success in life and in business and have given much back in return. I want to salute, in particular, the following people, and many of them have given generously to our educational institutions back in Prince Edward Island, the University of Prince Edward Island and Holland College, and our major hospital, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. We can start with Mary Jean Irving and the Irving family, who have enjoyed substantial success with Master Packaging and Indian River Farms. Very generous donors. And in addition, Robert Irving, who, although not an Islander, has employed thousands of Islanders through Cavendish Farms and is extremely generous in giving back to the community. Danny and Marty Murphy, who have been tremendous donors, especially to children through the Oak Acres Children Camp and also the Alzheimer's Society. They have a big, beautiful home in Stanhope that they open to the community for numerous and sundry fundraising events, true pillars in our community. The late Harry McLaughlin. Harry McLaughlin and his wife Marjorie are veritable institutions within the province of Prince Edward Island. Harry McLaughlin during his life would greet people regardless of the weather, regardless of the conditions, regardless of his spirit, in the same manner with, "It's a great day." Mr. Speaker, it could be 20 below with the wind chill and blowing a gale. And if Harry saw you, he would say, "Great day." That was the way he carried himself through life and always gave back to his community. An extremely generous donor. The hockey rink at the University of Prince Edward Island bears his name, and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital wouldn't be what it is but for Harry McLaughlin. Fred and Shirley Heineman for their passionate support of history, heritage, the university, the hospital. One of my former law partners, Alan Scales, and his good wife Patsy, along with his brother David and Doris Scales. The Scales family have forever been generous donors in my community of Charlottetown. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are generous and compassionate people. We have founded and built a country based on the idea of shared responsibility and shared prosperity. As you know, not all Canadians benefit from our collective and individual success. For far too many Canadians, life can be difficult. For them, poverty is a sad reality passed from generation to generation. The role of government in this regard is to provide equality of opportunity, to give a hand up and not a hand out. We do this so that all Canadians might share in our prosperity and live and raise their families with a sense of dignity. The role of civil society, of volunteerism, and of philanthropy is to complement those efforts. And philanthropy and volunteerism do make a difference in the lives of people. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I once again want to thank my Liberal colleagues in the Senate and in this House for introducing and moving this important legislation through Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oops. We're going to call it a that anyway. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conforme.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. And I would remind honourable members that during the adjournment debate, that they may sit where they wish.
For Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, last December I asked the government why Canada is totally abdicating its leadership responsibilities on climate change on the world stage. Perhaps tonight we will receive an answer rather than yet another rehashing of the government's talking points, its version of the history of Kyoto, its being proud of its negligent record on climate change, its supposed plan, just final stages of writing new regulations for coal-fired electricity, and mere beginning consultations with the oil sands, cement, gas, and steel industry. It's attacking two past Liberal leaders in its approach of, quote, balance and real action. Let me be clear, mere wordsmithing and attacks will not cover up the government's failure on climate change, cutting greenhouse gas reduction targets by 90%, meeting only 25% of its new target, and withdrawing from the Kyoto Protocol. Mr. Speaker, now that I've addressed the government's tired talking points, let me address what fundamentally matters. Mr. Speaker, for many of the world's poorest countries, climate change is not an academic, esoteric debate, but rather a pressing reality faced every day. In Bangladesh, for example, rising sea levels threaten farmland and water supply, despite the fact that its population of 160 million emit less greenhouse gases than Manhattan. In the future, a 1-meter sea level rise will submerge 1/5 of the landmass and displace 20 million people. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that climate change affects poor countries disproportionately and threatens energy, food, health, livelihoods, water, and total human security. If human security was being threatened by war, countries would rise to the challenge to protect the vulnerable. Why not, then, with sea level rise? Perhaps it is because some developed countries have removed humanity and human rights from the discussion. Instead, they focus on whether climate change is real or not, how much of the burden they should bear, and what the economic costs are to their respected governments. The truth is that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change confirmed over 15 years ago that the balance of evidence suggests a human, discernible influence on global climate. Despite this, governments continue to find and give voice to the perhaps 5% of scientists who are deniers, so as to delay real and meaningful investment. This postponement tactic is in stark contrast to the world's response to thinning ozone in the 1980s. After the Antarctic ozone hole was identified, a few short years later, the world's countries agreed to a global agreement. Mr. Speaker, clearly it should be unacceptable to use the term burden when discussing the suffering of our fellow citizens around the world. And surely we do not want to repeat the mistakes of the past when the world stood by in the face of atrocities by failing to adequately respond. Mr. Speaker, in terms of financing climate mitigation and adaptation, the benefits of strong early action on climate change dramatically outweigh the cost. For example, it has been estimated that to stabilize emissions at manageable levels would cost about 1% of global gross domestic product, but that not to act would cost at least 5% now and forever. Mr. Speaker, instead of repeating talking points tonight, perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary will answer the world's most vulnerable countries who are suffering now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for her questions tonight. We just had a great committee meeting in the Environment Committee to discuss the development of National Conservation Plan, and I commend her for her commitment to these issues. But there are some things that I want to talk to her about tonight and clarify some of the points that she made. First of all, she talked about the concept of abdication of responsibility, and during the past, it is a fact that during the Liberal government's tenure, greenhouse gas emissions in this country rose by almost 30% over some of the Kyoto targets. So perhaps she could answer how many megatons of carbon emissions the Liberal government put into the atmosphere through their inaction in climate change. This is so important because it's the same concept when we're looking at international agreements to ensure that we have a reduction in global greenhouse gas emissions. When the Kyoto Protocol was ratified, it included less than 30% of major greenhouse gas emitters. Now that figure is considerably less. So maybe she could answer how many megatons are released into the atmosphere because major emitters like Brazil, India, and China are not party to that agreement. By contrast, our government stands for the creation of an international agreement which sees all major emitters coming to the table under international binding targets and stringent reporting mechanisms. This will ensure real action in the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions, by contrast to her party's inaction in this area. It's an unfortunate mismanagement. The other thing that I'm curious to understand from her is she talked about the need for climate change adaptation, yet her party continues in herself. She voted against our budgetary measures designed to support transitions in climate change adaptation research into the field. She often talks in the House of Commons about the need to support scientists, yet these very fundamental budgetary measures to support research in this area, to support action in this area, are voted against by the Liberal Party. It's quite unfortunate. By contrast, our government has a real action-focused plan, one that understands the need to both balance economic growth and environmental stewardship. We're approaching our greenhouse gas emission targets in a very fundamental, action-focused way by looking at regulations on a sector-by-sector approach. We understand that the transportation sector is one which is a major cause of greenhouse gas emissions. We've started with regulations in that area. We're currently looking at the electricity sector. But to note that Canada's electricity sector is one of the cleanest in the world, with over 75% of our electricity generated by non-carbon emitting sources. Even that, we're looking at ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in those areas through a regulatory approach, and we're looking at other regulatory regulations in other areas as well. We're doing this in consultations with industry groups, with affected stakeholders, with communities, with academia, because our government understands both the need for action, the need to implement it, but also to do it in such a way that it doesn't detrimentally impact our economy. Mr. Speaker, we're proud of this balanced approach. It's something that we're hearing from Canadians when we listen to them, that they understand the need for jobs and economic growth, and to balance that within a strong environmental stewardship plan. And we feel very strongly that the sector-by-sector regulatory approach takes that action. So in the spirit of the good discussions that we had this afternoon in Environment Committee, I'd ask her to look at the real action plan that we've had and to get behind it and to support some of our budgetary measures in these important areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a plan which would have got us 80% of the way to meeting Kyoto targets. The government killed that plan. And as for adaptation, the government is now cutting the Climate Impacts Adaptation Group, many who share part of the Nobel Prize. We must refocus the climate change debate on humanity, human rights, climate justice, and the personal, rather than the anonymous, faceless other. The most vulnerable countries understand 2015 is already too late, and that urgent action and a commitment to protect are required. Canada's strong foreign service should be funneling back climate change information to this government from their respective postings, and should be inviting representatives of the government to witness climate change in their countries. Mr. Speaker, the children of Bangladesh on the streets invite this government to taste climate change. It's salty, they explain, because salt water is already inundating their water supplies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think it's just so unfortunate that my colleague opposite talks about cuts to climate change adaptation when her party does not even support the budgetary measures we put in place to fund these to begin with. Unbelievable. It's very unfortunate. And I certainly hope that she will support these in the future rather than talking about false cuts. I also hope that, again, I implore her one last time to get on board with our government's strong, action-focused plan on a sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to pursue an international binding agreement where all major emitters come to the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past December, I asked the Minister of State for Seniors a question about seniors' poverty in Canada. And she said, and I quote, "Seniors' poverty is something all Canadians should be concerned about." Well, I agree. Yet a month later, her leader, the Prime Minister, made an announcement in Davos suggesting that changes to the OAS will involve either cuts or a change in age eligibility, or both, and that these cuts were coming down the pipe pretty soon. Along with the GIS, the OAS is our pension program to prevent seniors' poverty in Canada. Any cuts to it are cuts to benefits for the very poor. I'm really unsure why the government wants to ask the poorest Canadians to take on the brunt of the planned budget cuts. This money, OAS and GIS, is immediately reinvested into the economy. Seniors don't sit on their money, they spend it, every penny of it, and their spending helps create jobs and boost our economy. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the money to invest in OAS is readily available. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, the OECD, have told us this very clearly. We have the money to lift seniors out of poverty in the present and the money to address additional expenses the government will face in the future as our population continues to age. But instead of investing in Canada, the Conservatives have chosen to saddle the Treasury and Canadians with corporate tax giveaways that will not guarantee a single job. This government's talking points suggest that income and pension splitting will help alleviate poverty for seniors. It's not true. Pension splitting benefits only those lucky enough to have adequate pension, not unattached Canadians nor the seniors that rely on OAS and GIS to make ends meet. The government also trumpets the recent increase to the GIS. But the sad fact remains it was less than half the amount needed to truly raise every senior out of poverty. The billions of dollars trumpeted by the government in investment in affordable housing is actually $1.4 billion in total for the entire country. Not enough. That number is a combination of federal, provincial, and territorial money, not the total spending of the federal program. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that this money will even be spent. Provinces have to match the federal dollars. If they do not initiate the project, housing won't be built. The government's arguments do not make sense, Mr. Speaker. This frightens me because it leads in exactly the wrong direction. Seniors represent one of the fastest-growing populations in Canada today. The number of seniors in Canada is projected to increase from 4.2 million in 2005 to 9.8 million by 2036. With so many seniors retire in coming years, what we need is a social safety net in place that will prevent dramatic increases in poverty. We need investment in seniors, investment in affordable, appropriate housing, long-term care, home care, and pharmacare. This will boost our economy and save money in the long term while it protects our seniors. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat my question from December, and I hope that the member is able to give a better answer than before. There's an elderly couple in Toronto. She has asthma and bronchitis. He has Parkinson's. They can barely make ends meet. In fact, they just won a contest because of the depth of their needs. However, there are no winners here. 300,000 seniors live in poverty. The government offers no help. Seniors should not have to turn to a contest just to keep their heads above water. When will this government stop ignoring seniors and actually start helping?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Great. Thanks very much for having me again this evening, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from London Fanshawe for raising the important issue of supporting seniors, something we as a government strongly believe in. Canadians can be rightfully proud of the achievements we've made together as a country, bringing down the incidence of low income among seniors. From 1980 to 2009, we've seen those rates drop from 20% to 5%. Seniors are more than a demographic element or a statistic. They are neighbors, mentors, friends. They are family members and trusted colleagues, like Isabel and Bill McDougall in my home of Creemore, or Dr. Jack Crawford in Collingwood. These are fellow Canadians, and their valuable contributions have helped to build a stronger Canada. Absolutely. Our government is committed to ensuring seniors have the highest possible quality of life. Through Budget 2011, we introduced a new Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up benefit to help seniors and the most vulnerable of those seniors. The change represents the largest increase in GIS for the lowest income seniors in a quarter century. The new measure is further improving the financial security of more than 680,000 seniors across Canada. We increased the GIS in 2006 and in 2007 for a total of 7% over and above the regular indexation, while also introducing automatic renewals for seniors. And in Budget 2008, we increased the GIS earnings exemption from $500 to $3,500 to allow working low-income seniors to earn extra money while they're working. We've also provided $2.3 billion annually in additional tax relief to seniors and pensioners, achieving this through pension income splitting, as well as increasing the age credit. Mr. Speaker, our government has been working hard to reinforce sustainability of our retirement income programs, as well as enhancing seniors' quality of life. Not just today, but in ways that will be sustainable for Canadian seniors in the future. These are mutually inclusive goals, and both of these goals must be met. Challenges lie ahead. The number of Canadians over the age of 65 will double in the next 2 decades. That means that the number of old age security pension beneficiaries is expected to grow from 4.7 million to over 9.3 million in 2030. While today there are 4 workers for every person over 65, by 2030 there will be only 2 to 1. A smaller number of working taxpayers will be supporting a much larger number of OAS recipients. Will they be able to carry this load? Is it fair to them? That's the question, Mr. Speaker, and we must be upfront and deal with it and deal with this important issue now. This has to be done in a responsible way that gives everyone time to plan and adjust. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that the member didn't hear a single word that I said. It's just the same old rhetoric and the same misinformation. Speaker, I have been traveling across this country listening to what seniors have to say, and I can tell you they've got lots to say, and they're not impressed with these Conservatives. They want their pensions protected, they want to retire in dignity, and they want their children to have a chance at the dignified retirement that they wish for themselves. They don't like the path that this government is taking. Mr. Speaker, investing in our seniors is smart, it's economically sensible, and it's humane, and it has everything to do with how we should behave and nothing to do with what this government is perpetrating on the seniors of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member from London Fanshawe should know that this year Canadians will receive close to $72 billion in benefits through the Canadian Pension Plan, as well as old age security programs and the GIS. It's true that these benefits do not come automatically. Older Canadians have to apply for them. And that's why we've taken steps to inform Canadians about their eligibility for these benefits through the application process. Through HRSDC and Service Canada, our government uses direct mail, information campaigns, partnerships, and community organizations to reach out to seniors to tell them about their eligibility for OAS and GIS. Some of these efforts are aimed at seniors that are particularly hard to reach. These can include people who live in remote areas, immigrants, Aboriginal seniors, seniors with disabilities, or those that don't speak either English or French. More than 600,000 application forms are issued to Canadian seniors not yet receiving CPP or OAS to encourage them to apply. Every year, mail-outs to thousands of pre-filled applications to people who qualify for the GIS are completed. Most GIS recipients will not only need to apply, GIS recipients only need to apply once, and then it will happen automatically for their renewal. So as you can see, we're making great efforts in order to make sure low-income seniors are informed about their benefits. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand in this House this evening, but I am not pleased with the subject that we have to discuss. It's of great concern to me, and it's of great concern to the people of Eastern Canada, the Gaspé and the Atlantic region. Mr. Speaker, on March the 1st, I asked the Minister of Fisheries a question concerning fleet separation and the owner-operator policy. You know, looking at the massive input that this has to our economy in Atlantic Canada. And all I wanted the Minister to do was to assure us that he would make sure that these policies remained in place, that the fishermen remain independent, and they would be able to own their own fleets. Mr. Speaker, the Minister basically said he was going to consult with fishermen, or has consulted with fishermen. Well, I have travelled for the last number of weeks, and I haven't met many fishermen that they have discussed with. The owner-operator policy was put in place by the Honourable Romeo LeBlanc, the greatest Minister of Fisheries that this House has ever seen. And he understood what owner-operator and a fleet separation policy was all about. Fleet separation just means, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot own the fleet and process the product. It means that you do not own everything. It means you do not have control of everything in the sea and everything on the land. And owner-operator means simply, Mr. Speaker, that you own the boat and you go out and fish. That's the basic livelihood. That's what keeps our small communities in Atlantic Canada and the Gaspé in Quebec alive. Now, if we're to lose this, it would be quite devastating. I, in the last number of weeks, as I said, have travelled across Atlantic Canada, and my good friend, the member from Papineau, who happens to be the son of one of the greatest prime ministers in this country, who served with the Honourable, who was the Prime Minister with the Honourable Romeo LeBlanc, met with a number of fisheries groups, and he met with the Fisheries Policy Dialogue in Chelsea, Quebec. They have the same concerns, Mr. Speaker, as all the fishermen that I had met across Atlantic Canada. Their concern is that they have something that's quite valuable, going to be more valuable, and the government could give it to the corporate sector. Take it from the fishermen, take it from the communities, and give it to the corporate sector. He also met with the Professional Fisheries Alliance in Quebec. They also were very concerned. Now, Mr. Speaker, time goes very quick, but the minister also spoke about young people not being involved in the fishery. In Newfoundland, I met with in a number of different places in Newfoundland, and I was people in the room that were young men, young women. Sure, there was some whiteheads. Same in Halifax, Nova Scotia, I met a lot of fisheries groups. And last Sunday, I attended the MFU's annual meeting. There was some talk that the MFU supported dealing with this policy, looking at this policy. They made it quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that they fully opposed discussing the owner-operator fleet separation policy. It is not on the table for them to discuss. Other things are. They do not feel, Mr. Speaker, that they have something that the government should take from them and give to the corporate sector. I only hope that the Parliamentary Secretary, who I have respect for, will confirm that these policies will remain in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, we've heard a lot of opinions with respect to DFO's policies in recent days, some from my honourable friend from Cardigan. Now, I'm not here to say whether I disagree or agree with these policies, but I am here to say we need to be able to have a discussion about these things. And I'm not alone in this position. In the words of the respected host of the fisheries broadcast in Newfoundland, John Furlong, and I quote, "It's time to have a discussion without fear of recrimination," unquote. Now, we have heard a broad spectrum of views, and many people have expressed the importance of understanding the origins of these policies. And my colleague has mentioned this as well, but allow me to provide a little bit more background on both the owner-operator and fleet separation policies to which he's referred. The fleet separation policy was introduced in the Atlantic inshore fishery in the 1970s. Basically, it states that corporations and processing companies may not be issued new fishing licenses. So originally the purpose was to separate the harvesting sector from the processing sector to help prevent any one group from controlling the supply chain. The owner-operator policy was introduced in the 1980s to address an imbalance that emerged from the fleet separation policy. This policy requires license holders to be on board the vessel to personally fish the license. It was designed to support the individually operated inshore fleet. Now, these policies have evolved over time in response to specific requests. Many rules have been adapted over time to allow for exemptions. This has led to regional variances that complicate the administrative process and may create unfair advantages. And so across the country you can find these policies displayed in many different ways. In British Columbia, for example, neither of these policies are in place. But for example, in Newfoundland and Labrador, a fisherman can get a 120-day exemption from the owner-operator policy, allowing someone else to operate his vessel. Perhaps he's sick during that period. In the Maritimes region, the exemption only permits 30 days. As another example, in some cases, processors were providing capital to harvesters in order to secure a supply of fish. In some cases, trust agreements did indeed put the control and decisions in the hands of the processors. As a result of all of these changes, another policy was introduced in 2007 to preserve the independence of inshore harvesters and strengthen the owner-operator and fleet separation policies. And last year, the fleet separation policy was further amended to allow wholly owned corporations to hold fishing licenses. So these have developed and evolved over the years. So typically, with every rule and policy that has been adopted over time, exemptions or exemptions have to be adopted to provide the flexibility that harvesters need to manage their business. So to be clear, Mr. Speaker, our review is not fully or focused solely on the owner-operator and fleet separation policies, though we recognize their importance to many harvesters in the Atlantic. These policies and others are complex, and they need to be considered in today's context to see if they remain effective in the face of fluctuating resources and changing market conditions. The purpose of our current work is not to arbitrarily remove or support policies, but to see where there are unnecessary complexities and inefficiencies that exist and identify barriers for improved economic prosperity for fishers. I hope you would agree with that goal. It's for these reasons that we went out to speak with Canadians with an open mind to hear their views on what works and what doesn't. And now we're going to consider the feedback we received through in-depth and objective analysis, and this will allow us to better understand the issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed with what the Parliamentary Secretary had to say. Consulting, I would think, means talking to people. It means talking to people in the industry. Mr. Speaker, I've traveled all through Atlantic Canada. My colleague from Papineau traveled through the Gaspé in Quebec. None of them have talked to anybody in government. But it's funny, the corporate sector knows all about this. The corporate sector knows very well, Mr. Speaker, that the inshore fisherman in eastern Canada has something valuable, and the corporate sector wants it. And I'm fearful that this government is going to give it to them. Why, Mr. Speaker, would you destroy the economy? I've worked for 23 years with a privilege to work for 23 years in the riding of Cardigan to help provide economic development. Why in one swoop would you destroy the economic development of the whole east coast of Canada? Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, my question to my honourable colleague is why he would be opposed to us going and talking to fishermen and asking what the barriers that they see in order to allow them to earn a living. Now, he's from the sort of the wealthy part of PEI, I suppose, where there's lobster fishermen that make a good living. But if he traveled all through the Atlantic provinces, like he says, then he must have come across these fishermen in Newfoundland and Labrador and other parts of the Maritimes who have difficulty making a living. And, you know, they do the best they can. They've got these policies, they not just these two, but others that might be barriers in allowing them to earn a living. We need to listen to them and take their advice. And we talked to them, and they had every opportunity to respond both by email and by letter and attend these meetings. And now we're looking at the information that they provided, see if there's a way to provide the prosperity that they're looking for.
And the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.